It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time too big to waste all my time on critics hating, flattered by your opinions, to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to, glaze back my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming, watch me way back up in the gas so my thoughts are distorted, cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
London's calling as we kick off the World Fitness Tour in Drumsheds in North London. We have got 20 pros and 30 challengers all vying for points for the opportunity to feature in the World Fitness Finals. Today, they opened their accounts. Event 1, 4 rounds for time, toes to bar, running and overhead squats. The tone was set early by 19-year-old Birgeros Bjornsdotter, cool and composed, showcasing the work that she'd put in during the off-season. Then, Ella Wilkinson lit up the floor, feeding off the home crowd to set the time to beat. In the final women's heat, Amy Kringle and Andrea Solberg went head-to-head in a photo finish, with Laura Horvath rounding out the top 3. On the men's side, Giorgio Karavis and Ty Jenkins set the pace, but ultimately it came down to the final heat. All eyes were on Roman Krenikov and Jelle Hoster, but by round 3, Aniola Kai was right there. As fatigue hit in the final round, Akai made his move, first to the barbell and first across the line, answering the call in the capital. Event 2, rope climbs, handstand walking with pirouettes and weighted double unders was set to separate the field. Once again, Ella Wilkinson showed her class, dropping a 9:56 in the penultimate heat to set the time to beat once more. But it didn't hold as 5 athletes went under it. Leading the charge, Laura Horvath dominated 13 seconds clear of Amy Kringle, who, though, still closed out day number 1 with the overall lead. On the men's side, James Sprague found redemption after the opener, hanging on for an unbroken set on the rope in a head-to-head battle with Tudor Magda. But in the overall standings, it is Magda who sits on top, only 3 points ahead of Roman Krenikov and Ty Jenkins. The former ahead on tiebreak, with Spencer Panchik, the top challenger, sitting in 4th. We have had a huge day of action on day 1 of Tour Stop 1, but there is still plenty more to come.
Welcome into On the Pulse Live. We are here in London, England, the site of Tour Stop 1 of Season 2. The first day is in the books. So we're going to wipe the slate clean, and we're going to have a different set of tests today on Saturday. I am Derek Forrest from left to right. Joining me, 2-time Games athlete Annie Thorisdottir. We've got former Games athlete and multi-sport athlete in Australia, Pip Malone. And of course, we've got the head coach of Coastal Fitness and the founder of the Process Programming, Ed Haynes, joining me on the show. Let's real quickly take a look back to last night, yesterday, Friday. Kind of recap that, but talk about how the programming from Friday, how that's going to affect Saturday.
Well, yesterday we saw very heavily dominated upper body tests that were programmed, and that's going to sit in the athletes. However, I don't think it's going to affect a lot how they do today, because if we look at the events today, they're very much lower body dominant.
I have to agree with you there. I think there was certainly some very sore forearms and shoulders, especially last night after that final workout, lots of ice packs on forearms. But I think the athletes that were stronger with their shoulder endurance, grip endurance, will thrive today, and it's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, today we've got 3 scored workout opportunities. Yesterday we just had 2. And we're going to dig into these tests very soon, but a totally different set of tests today. And we could have some anomalies stepping in, racking up some big points, which could really shake up the leaderboard. One of the big things I see from yesterday, looking at the leaderboard, is in the men's division, we've got 20 points separating the top 8. So there's lots in contention there. On the female leaderboard, we've got 20 points separating the top 3. So a lot tighter on the women's side. And yeah, very excited to see how this plays out.
It's going to be a lot of fun. How much do you expect the leaderboard to change today?
I do think we're going to see some big shifts, especially around those like middle athletes maybe that just haven't gotten their event yet, because we're going to see, especially in the later tests, we have high power output and a heavy lift. So some of the athletes that might not have thrived yesterday on gymnastics and a long endurance event might do very well in those. And just getting those 100 points can get you so far up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that more as the day progresses, but let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We talked about at the beginning of the weekend how we had 7 scored events. We're going to see 3 of them today because we've got a 4A and a 4B, which is a 1 rep max deadlift and 100 calories on the bike. So 300 points up for grabs for the individuals. So that's going to make it an exciting day of competition to watch as always. But before we continue to talk about the competition, let's talk about Project One, which is our signature hybrid competition for the community. And Amy Bream has more on Project One.
We saw Project One all season long last year, and it's not going anywhere for season 2. In case you're new here, Project One is World Fitness Project's hybrid race that serves also as a community initiative that connects people with all fitness levels. We saw all competing athletes perform this workout in December for the World Fitness Finals, including the pros. The setting for Project One at this London tour stop is so cool. This venue is typically set up for concerts, so the team here set up an underground rave-like vibe on the bottom floor. It's complete with lighting, pumping music through the speakers, and a full running course that surrounds the workout equipment. Matthew Bickle, who oversees Project One's community initiative, spoke with me about how much it's grown in the past year and what we have to look forward to in 2026. Where have you seen the most growth of Project One in World Fitness Project between season 1 and 2?
Oh man, great question. We are really excited about the proof of concept from last year. Last year we were more trying to figure out the right layout, the right place, and didn't even have dedicated floor space for it. And so this year we have our own room with our own equipment at every single tour stop, and as well as we're going to deploy it all over by itself in different cities and different locations. And so we're just finding that we love the proof of concept from last year, and now this year we're trying to grow it into its own entity versus just our young child of the company. It's all about community. I love coming to these events and I love seeing these pro athletes work out, but to watch a 60-year-old woman finish this race and like do something that's almost like a Masogi, something that she's been training for, and to reach that accomplishment is so cool and so exciting. And I just get to high five people, I get to have fun. It's such a looser environment. I feel like the pros are awesome to watch, with the stress level is at like almost a tangible point. Down here, it's just all fun and games. So that's my favorite part.
It has been so much fun seeing Project One grow and develop this much so far, and we are just getting started.
All right, thank you very much, Amy. That is our competition reporter, Amy Bream. We want to start talking about, or looking at the competition. We want to start with the women, though. Before we really dive into it, let's take a look at the top 10 and how they are sitting as they come into day 2 here in London. Amy Kringle, sitting atop the leaderboard with 195 points, followed right behind her with Laura Horvath. This battle has continued ever since season 1. We expect it to continue all season long. Andrea Solberg second, Lydia Fish fourth, Emma Wilkinson fifth, Emma Tall, Sydney Wells, Emily Rolfe, Hannah Black, Ariel Lowen. That is your top 10. In terms of when we're looking at the women, though, who are some women, when you look back at day 1, you felt had a really good day?
Well, obviously, you're going to be able to see like Amy, Laura. We were expecting that. I do think they're going to have a great day today as well. But some of the other ones, like Andrea Solberg, that's a great way for her to start the competition, whereas today might be a little bit tougher for her. But then if you go like a little bit further down and you look at someone like Hannah Black being in top 10 going into day 2, she's going to have a fantastic day today. So for her, she might just end up climbing even higher.
What did you like about Matilda Garnish yesterday?
Well, I would like to say Matilda Garnes had a great finish yesterday. We didn't mention her yesterday night. She finished 8th in that final workout. And she was the highest end of the challengers, and that got her higher up on the leaderboard. She's a name that has been in this for quite a while now. Last event we saw her at was Wodapalooza earlier this year. She took 15th place there. But what I loved was what we talked about as well. She had just more tools. When things were starting to get hard in the workout, you saw her on those double unders. She was changing the grip. And that comes with the experience of an athlete having something to go to when you start struggling. So I was very happy for her to have that finish yesterday, going into today with the momentum.
And I can see an athlete on that top 5 in the leaderboard, Lydia Fish, really, really consistent yesterday with a 4th and a 4th. And that's coming off the back of a season last year where really she was an unknown, and I thought she was fantastic last year, and I think she's doing the same this year. Great showing at the Games, but also a 10th place finish at the finals last year in Copenhagen. And today might not be quite as much in her wheelhouse as yesterday was, but I'm seeing some improvements there as well. So we could see her name in that top 10 all weekend, in my opinion.
I also love that you said like a little bit unknown, but she's becoming now just known. Like, I'm not surprised to see her up there, and I think she's going to continue to just be high on that leaderboard.
I love your 2 picks. The name that stood out for me was Ella Wilkinson, local hero here. She is currently sitting in 5th place. So she took 6th, took 5th. Really cool story with her. She took the very last pro card spot last year, finishing in 20th at the end of the season. And prior to this, the highest ever ranking she'd ever had in a workout was 6th, doing the Pro 1 at the finals last year. But the highest she's ever been on the leaderboard is 8th. So this is an all-time high. When we look at her average placings of last year, she sits around 17th to 20th place. So, I mean, I bet she's in a position right now on home soil, sitting in 5th, being like, wow, amazing. I also think another really cool story, a lot of people in this space have dealt with injuries. She had a full Achilles rupture in 2020, and that's a nasty injury. That's not a simple repair and get back on the floor in a few months job. So to see her back now and, clocking in the best performances that she's had is very cool.
I also think she's going to continue to grow because now she and Amy are going to be training together, training partners, and that will only help them get higher. Like, we've seen what that can do for these athletes.
Yeah, environment's so powerful.
When we're also talking about, we're going to stay on the women's side, but in terms of someone who you're hoping to have a bounce back day, what woman stands out?
Straight away, who stands out to me coming into today is Jen Muir, purely because of what we have coming up today. And Jen Muir had a pretty solid season last year, and she's on that upward trajectory. Also a newer name out there. She had a 26th and a 24th place finish yesterday, which might not be quite where she wanted to be, but I've got my eyes on her for that deadlift. We've heard rumours, and I say rumours, so don't quote me on this, that she can deadlift close to 440 pounds, which for the metric system is 200 kilos. If she can even get close to that, 100 points on that workout could be massive for her.
All right, let's transition to the men. We're going to take a look at the top 10 after day one as well. And we've got a couple of youngsters, especially in that top 5. We got Tuta Magda sitting atop the leaderboard with 155 points. Roman Krinikov in second. Ty Jenkins sitting in third. Spencer Panchik, Yellow Host to round out the top 5. Annual Lakai, James Sprague, last year's champion. Nate Ackerman, Chris Ibarra, and Samuel Cornway sitting in 10th. So bigger picture now when we look at the men in terms of guys who had a nice little standout day on Friday. Who are we looking at? Annie? Oh,
yeah, let me jump in because I've been looking at this leaderboard very closely, and the name that jumps out to me, I mean, he was one to watch anyway for me because he's such a young competitor. Nate Ackerman, 22 years old, CrossFit Games champ in the teams division in the 16 to 17, and now stepping into the big leagues. He, again, like Ella Wilkinson, this is just coincidence, I promise, took the very last pro spot again. And so now to be an 8th, this is the highest he's ever been on the leaderboard. Averages around about 11th to 12th place finish. So again, he must be licking his lips, in that top heat.
Licking his lips.
Top heat. Rubbing shoulders with the big dogs and doing really well.
Pip, as for you, who are you looking at?
I'm looking at Spencer Panchik. I think we can't get through the weekend without mentioning Spencer. Lots and lots of experience, been around the Panchik family, a CrossFit royalty at this point. And I mean, currently sitting in 4th after not having like a massive year last year, missing out on the games. We haven't really seen him in an in-person event since NorCal Classic last year, where he also finished 4th. So I think over the weekend, looking at the workouts, we could really see consistency from him. There's a lot of stuff in his wheelhouse there, multi-modality workouts. He's also very strong on a barbell. So I'm excited to see if he can stick in that top 10.
So after yesterday, I'm looking at Sam Y. Cornway because he wasn't really planning on competing again. And it's been a while since we've seen him on the competition floor. He's had more focus on just his family. He started an apparel company and is coaching. But he just loved the season and the structure, and he got really excited about jumping on the floor again and just seeing where he's at. So when I talked to him yesterday, he said he's feeling pretty good, but maybe not as prepared as he wanted to be. But with his kids watching from home, he wants to show them that when you are somewhere, you show up and you give it everything you got and are not afraid of the results. And that's exactly what he's doing.
As for a guy who we're looking to see rebound on day 2, who are we thinking?
Travis Mayer. He's my boy. I've been very lucky to spend a lot of time with him over the years. He is the only guy in the field who's still out there from the 2013 games. I know Pip competed with him as well in that same year. And I think just, as you get a little older in life, it's just cool to see people with similar ages still out there and competing. He finished 20th on day 1. But when you look at the workouts we have coming up today, these are Travis Mayer workouts. We've got high power output. He's a strength power guy. He has this alter ego that the guys at Training Think Tank refer to as Trevor. And Trevor is, the second personality of Travis that only comes out in big time moments. And the workouts he often excels in is when he's right on the bubble, and it's a high power output, high speed workout. And he pulls this crazy version of himself. And I spoke to him yesterday and said, I'm looking at these workouts, Travis, and I'm thinking this is your kind of thing. And he was like, this is fitness. This is the stuff that I love doing. And I'm ready to send some screws out my Echo bike.
I would also say it's not surprising that the athletes that you pick to rebound should also have a good day-to-day, especially when it comes to workout 4, which we're going to get to in a little bit. But first up, the individuals, they're going to take on London Pro 3. So let's show you London Pro 3.
London Pro 3 is presented by Adidas. London Pro 3 begins with a 50 or 40 calorie row, then a set of 25 burpee box jump overs. A set of 50 dumbbell goblet squats with a 100-pound or 70-pound dumbbell, (50 or 40 calories on the ski), a second set of 25 burpee box jump overs, and finally, a set of 50 double dumbbell thrusters with a pair of 50 or a pair of 35-pound dumbbells. There is a 16-minute time cap for London Pro 3.
All right, thank you very much, Spike. Let's talk about London Pro 3. When you look at this workout, what's your initial thoughts?
Oh, the initial thoughts would be, this one is going too hard. This one is another grinder that we're getting. It's one of the longer workouts that we have. We saw the longest workout yesterday, the first event yesterday, and this workout would be like in a similar category. You're going to go fast, you need to find your threshold, and you need to just try to maintain it. We have 50 burpee box overs. We have 80 calories on the machine, but then we have 100 weighted squat movements. So when we would start breaking down the workout, you would start thinking, where are you going to be gaining the most amount of time? I would be the athletes like, oh, more calories, the better. Unfortunately, I don't think that is going to be the main part in this workout.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think this sort of workout really rewards athletes that can keep moving and that have really strong pacing strategy. They don't come out of the gate too hot, and also really smooth transition. So even little things like not too many foot movements on the burpee box jump overs and keeping all of the reps nice and clean, making sure that there's no reps and adding more volume into already a massive workout.
I also love that we've got a new element this year. The dumbbell goblet squat, I feel like it's one of those movements that in the world of fitness is kind of seen as like this low barrier to entry movement. It's like, it's step one of loaded squatting. So to see this program for the elites, a 100-pound dumbbell for the men, 70 for the ladies, it's not heavy, but it's just a kind of awkward position. There's lots of loading through the shoulders. The core's having to work because the center of mass is actually quite far away from the body relative to a barbell. So it's kind of like one of those weird elements that you may have kind of those athletes who thrive with odd object work do a little bit better with. Annie, I want to throw a question to you. When you look at this workout, where do you see for the general field the biggest bottleneck potentially being, or the biggest separator?
Yeah, because I don't think there's going to be a bottleneck,
Yeah.
but the separator, I do think it's going to be in those seconds that you could lose. Like being aware of when you have, I look at the squats, and that would be the separator in my mind, because yes, you can gain time on the machine, and obviously if you go really hard, but you can't go too hard, you're going to be a little bit more fresh if you're really good on the machines. However, if you have a great squat, a fast cycle rate, clean reps, you're going to gain significantly more time there, at least in my mind. If you have 100 squats and you lose half a second per rep, that time adds quickly.
And you talk about losing time, even putting the dumbbell down, having to pick it back up, get it back into position, reset yourself. I think the athletes that are really smart with their rep schemes and are really methodical about where they're going to put it down, being strict with themselves, sticking to rep schemes that they've probably done in training and practice is really going to pay off.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm thinking about workout one, where we saw the only athlete in the whole field who took an event win, who led from the start, was Amy Kringle. This might kind of be one of those events as well. It's kind of a test of patience. The person who's going to come off, that first erg first might not necessarily be the person that's winning this event, because I think those final 50 dumbbell thrusters, again, the load for these guys isn't necessarily heavy, but given there's already 50 loaded squats, you've done all those other reps prior to that, the person that can hang on and execute those at fast cycle rate with the lowest amount of breaks, like we saw with James in workout 2 yesterday, sitting behind the field, behind Magda the whole way, and then 120 double unders on that final movement was the difference between second and first.
As an athlete, I always felt a little bit better about events like this, because if you make a mistake, it's not going to be as costly. So we're going to see unless you just are stupid and go too hard on the machines. But they're not going to be as costly because you have time to make up for it. You're like, if you drop the dumbbell, you can grab it and continue to going, versus like dropping a heavy barbell or something.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that.
You, Ed, kind of led me to my next question. You alluded to it a little bit. Is there a compounding effect from the overhead squats to the squatting we're going to see today? Is there an impounding effect from all the shoulder load we saw to the thrusters we're going to see today?
You know what? If I was doing this competition, Derek, the answer would be yes. But I think for these guys and girls, I think no. I don't think there's going to be all that much. I think with the dumbbells and the thruster and the goblet squats, the leg is going to be the primary driver. As you were saying, Annie, the athletes who have that ability to kind of almost switch off on the eccentric and kind of bounce out the squat, they're using a lot of momentum out the bottom. So I actually don't think there's going to be all that much residual fatigue coming in from day one. Ladies, would you have any thoughts on that?
I would agree with you, but I think that athletes that aren't as strong in their squat and as confident in their leg endurance, because even at this weight, it still takes time squatting and to get that built up strength in your leg. So even at lower weights for higher reps, athletes that might not be as strong on their squat may feel it, maybe not later today, but they might feel it tomorrow just in DOMs and a bit of extra pain that they probably don't want to feel.
When I look at events like this that we're going into, as an athlete, I just love when you can put on the blinds and you could just continue to go. Like, we talk so much about the squat, but it is literally, you're just in your own head, you're trying to count and you try to break it down, because even though it says, I'm gonna say only 50 squats, it isn't that many. But mentally, this workout is going to be challenging to just continue to keep pace, because in your head, you might have the time to have the conversations like, should I drop it now? Should I drop it now? And you need to be able to stick to your plan, or just towards the end, like, are you going to try to go through? Is someone going to struggle on the press out on the last thrusters if they push too hard? I don't think we're going to see a lot of it, but I think we're going to get that being willing to go to that dark, uncomfortable place where you're just in yourself, like you almost don't see anything else, and you're just doing your freaking work to be able to get through. That's where I see this workout finishing.
And I think what's always unique about workouts like this, it's a chipper, right? So when we look at workout one yesterday, people think about, consistent pacing per round. It's a lot easier to break up in terms of how you want it to feel. Chippers are always tough because the movements are changing as you go along. So as you said, Annie, like, the best executed pacing strategy on this is going to be the people who leave just enough for that final set of thrusters to be able to fully empty the tank. But there's that potential trip up again, going a little bit too hard too soon, not being able to lock out final thruster, and losing 5-10 seconds. It's going to be good to watch.
All right, so with that being said, it's time to make some picks. We're going to start with the men, and I'm going to go with Tuda Magda on this. I'm curious, he's a confident young man. I'm curious what his confidence level will be like coming into day two, knowing he's on top of the podium. Sometimes we see athletes kind of fall to that pressure. I think he's going to rise to it.
I think it's a great pick. I'm going with someone that's willing to go to that dark place. The reason you chose him yesterday, Pip, I'm choosing Roman here because I think he will just grind it through.
I have to go with James Sprague on this one. I think what we saw in those weighted double unders yesterday, where he just was not going to put down that rope, that's what's going to be required in this workout, and I think we'll see it.
I've got to back up what I've been talking about all morning, so I'm going to go with Travis. I think he has that ability to go to that dark place. He has this kind of well-known fact of doing 150 wall balls with a 30-pound ball unbroken. Like, squatting endurance is massive. And again, he said he's looking at these workouts and he's like, this is just good old fitness and this is the stuff I like. So I'm backing Travis.
On the women's side of things, I'm going to go with Laura Horvath. I think she smells blood in the water now, and I think she's going to continue to put her foot down, especially in comparison to Tour Stop 1, where we were kind of wondering where Laura was, and then she kind of had to rebound for the rest of the season. I think she's going to send a message here on the first Tour Stop of Season 2.
I'm going to pick Oda Lundequam. She, one of those Norwegian girls, has a fantastic engine, and she said she loves workouts with dumbbells. There are very few athletes that are going to say they love workouts with a lot of dumbbells and squatting. So I'm hoping she's going to take advantage of that.
Look, I have to choose Laura as well for this one, and for very similar reason to you, Derek. I think, she's not going to lie down and let anyone take this from her. But also, I think she's got the advantage with the squat endurance and on the dumbbells.
Oh, I'm gonna have to be boring, guys. I'm going with Laura as well. She's a beast on the ergs. day 2, you know, she notoriously has big day 2s. She's got a great engine, great with dumbbells. Yeah, Laura's my pick.
I always want Laura to do good, but since I have the only other athlete, I'm kind of hoping I'm going to edge you guys out here.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a team competition later on in the afternoon, so let's take a look at the team standings and where they currently sit. Right now, we have Team Fleck atop the leaderboard right now, followed by Pursuit of Happiness, The Pace Programming, RX Performance, and Grit Red are your top 5. They've got a workout later today, 4A and 4B. Ed, you got a quick note on the workout?
This is a horrible workout. So the team is going to be split into 2 partnerships. We've got a male-female pairing and another male-female pairing. And essentially in their pairs, they are choosing one of 2 poisons. Poison number 1 is, as a partnership, they have to complete a 400 cal echo ski, followed by a 400 cal echo row. The other pair at the same time are completing 150 synchronized box jump overs, then 150 synchronized single arm dumbbell snatches at 70 pounds for men and 50 pounds for ladies. So when it comes to pair ups, it really matters. You're really trying to match a male and female pair who may be a little bit more erg specialists. Maybe these are taller athletes, heavier athletes, the people who love engine. And then when we look at the box jump overs and the dumbbell snatch, people with fast cycle speeds, maybe similar lever lengths. I mean, this one would really hurt.
All right, it's going to be a fun one for the teams. We're obviously going to be watching the individuals as well. That is actually up next as the women, they're going to take on London Pro 3. So for that, we're going to send it down to the competition floor with Jeremy Austin and the rest of the crew.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time to break the way, so my time on critics hating, flattered by your opinions, to show you I'll just embrace it. Now watch a early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to, glaze back my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming, watch me way back up in there, guess who my thoughts are distorted, cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Victorious. In this day and age, I got time for innovation, time to be creative, time too big to waste all my time on critics hating. Flattered by your opinions, they show you I'll just embrace it. Now what? A early sunrise up, no daylight savings, go nuts when I have to. Glaze bet my sound in this beats on the house that we dreaming. Watch me way back up in the gas so my thoughts are distorted. Cause I recall guys were hating uncommonly, all of them became common denominators. Hold up.
Season 2 of the World Fitness Project rolls on. We are live from the Drumsheds in London to continue tour stop number 1. Some great performances yesterday by both our pro individuals and teams. Hello and welcome, Jeremy Austin, Katrin Davis-Sotter and Bailey Rail joining you, and a very exciting day yesterday for both our team and individual competitions. Kat, first, let's dig right into the females because I think that is going to be an incredible competition right across our 3 days.
Incredible. So I think Laura and Amy just picked up right where they left off last season. So tying for points in the overall standing, neither one of them backing down. Both had a phenomenal day, and it should be an amazing one today as well. So just excited to see them battle it out.
Like their tiara is just being passed back and forth at the moment. Who's going to be the queen?
Exactly. And we kind of talked about that. I don't think either one wants to win on a tie break. I think they're here to make a statement.
Big time, Bailey Rail. Wonderful to have you in commentary with us. You had a really busy day yesterday. Some activation stuff happening just out the back here.
Yeah, it was an awesome day. This is actually my first time at the WFP, and so getting to be part of the community and on all the other side of things has been so special, and just getting to have the spectators be able to have a workout themselves while they're being inspired by the people on the floor was really cool to be part of, and I'm just honored to be here and be part of the action.
Well, that's great that this is your first experience at WFP. What are your thoughts of the entire project that we've got going on here?
I have been blown away from getting to see the build out of things, to get to see how everything is so intentional, everything is so classy and put together. The athletes are taken care of, the volunteers are taken care of, and everyone just has a smile on their face. They're having a great time, and it's just been so refreshing to be part of it.
Big time. And all the interviews that happened yesterday with Amy and Lauren, and the biggest thing to come out of that was, oh, how are you feeling? And everyone's saying, I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Did you ever get that throughout your career when you could just come and have fun?
For me, it was always kind of the opposite. You kind of come in and you want to do one. If you do well, you have fun. But I think the overall kind of atmosphere and energy feels very light, and it is amazing to see kind of like, you know, at the start line or at the finish line, I feel like the athletes have like good camaraderie and just like a lighter, happier energy.
So let's talk about men now, because we're going to get to both individual men and women this morning before we get to our team workout. The men's competition, it is really shook up. And our champ from last year, James Sprague, not a great start, but wow, what a finish.
What a finish. So he did not look like himself on the first workout yesterday. And we kind of talked about that going in. He's the king of pacing. And suddenly we were like, oh, he's not pacing like he's used to. But he showed up to the second workout. He blew everybody out of the water. He did what James does. And one of the greatest things that he does is his perspective. And he never backs down from a fight. And so I love seeing that. It's not like, oh, I had a rough start. He flips a page and he just shows up like he wants to show up for workout number 2.
All right, I'm going to throw you right under the bus now. Expectations on today. Who's going to do well? Who's going to maybe fall off? On both men and women.
So I think the obvious ones for women are going to be Laura and Amy, phenomenal bikers, both very strong. And then we throw somebody like Hannah Black, Danny Spiegel into the mix, they're more of the kind of the showstopper athletes who they can put on a show. And so I believe they can do very well today. On the men's side, of course, we have James Sprague, who's always in the battle for king of the echo bike. We have Travis Mayer. We have Chandler Smith. We have throughout the years, we've very often had a 1-rep max deadlift, and feel like there's 10 of them that can hit 600 plus. So everybody can get very excited about today and to see the numbers that are about to go up.
But I'm going to throw this quickly to you. The Echo Bike, 100 calories, 75 calories, like, ugh.
That's going to be brutal.
What do you think?
I was talking to Fee a little bit earlier, and we were just thinking about playing mind games with ourselves just to distract from the pain. But that's going to be a really fun one to watch and see how the athletes approach that.
I can't wait for the 50 feet run from the Echo Bike to the finish line to tick that
You're
up.
going to see some crawls and front flips. And
We want our schedule, a very busy one today as well, a busy schedule yesterday, but we're going to get to our Pro 3 workout first up. Then we'll welcome our teams back on for the first time, back to our OTP show. 4A and 4B for our individuals. The OTP guys will wrap things up with what they've seen right throughout the day, and then we'll finish just like we did last night with a two-parter, 5A and 5B. Exciting stuff for the teams coming up as well. It's having all those teams from Copenhagen, like, just disintegrated and then just rejoining other teams and then coming in.
yeah. I mean, it's so different to be on a team, and I feel like you get to win together, you get to lose together, you have to communicate so much together, so it's not always about who is the best athlete, it's who works the best together. And so knowing each other, having trained together is always going to be such a benefit for them. And so for so many of them to be from so close to here, to know each other, to have kind of been in the same vicinity for so long, I think is showing why they're so good.
For sure, and we're going to see the teams coming up a little bit later on. But first, let's take a look at the first workout for our individuals. It is Pro 3.
London Pro 3 is presented by Adidas. London Pro 3 begins with a 50 or 40 calorie row, then a set of 25 burpee box jump overs. A set of 50 dumbbell goblet squats with a 100-pound or 70-pound dumbbell, $50 or 40 calories on the ski, a second set of 25 burpee box jump overs, and finally, a set of 50 double dumbbell thrusters with a pair of 50 or a pair of 35-pound dumbbells. There is a 16-minute time cap for London Pro 3.
Our third workout of our first tour stop and season 2026. Bailey, your initial thoughts on that? Spiky, he's had a good rest overnight, but he's back into action already. Oh, tough going first
I bet
up.
Spiky's legs are a little bit sore today. Yeah, so I think that this workout is going to be a lot of leg endurance, and they're going to have to be careful with that front end of the workout because they've got to play the long game for both sets of squats. And so it's kind of how you're going to be able to manage those squats for the day.
100%. It's a 250 rep workout. You kind of just have to turn into a metronome. You just have to keep chipping away, not too fast, not burn yourself out. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going is the plan. Our athletes not too far away from coming onto the competition floor for the first time. Early start for our individuals.
Okay, London, make
And
some
heat
noise.
number one.
Heat
Here we go.
Pro women, workout 3. Lane 10, Ingrid Tondel, Norway. Lane 9, Hannah Hardy, United States. Lane 8, Donna Perrin, United States. Lane 7, Vivian Marie Christian, Germany. Lane 6, Maribel Gallardo, Spain. Lane 5, Marika Sepere, Finland. Lane 4, M. Deguge, United Kingdom. Lane 3, Anja Keller, Germany. Lane 2, Sara Sigmundsdottir, Iceland. Lane number 1, Linda Kiesman, Netherlands.
Assignments for our first pro women's heats. And great to see Linda Casemon and Ingrid Tondel, both not able to do much yesterday. Linda Casemon, spoke to her this morning at breakfast, and she said that she was going to do as much as she could for the first two, but she said she could do the Echo Bike, probably the worst workout there is. But London Pro 3, here it is.
We have a fantastic mix of calories on a machine. We have row, we have burpee box jump overs into a goblet squat, back to the calories, and then back to the burpee box jump overs, and finishing up with thrusters. We have a phenomenal workout coming right up.
Riikka Seppälä from Finland. Some good results yesterday. Vivian Marie Christian, one of our athletes who came to every tour stop. Anja Keller. Focus, the intent. We're on. Underway for the first workout of day number 2. We're here at the Drumsheds in the north of London, up near Tottenham. And the weather, a lot better than I'm used to seeing in London. 4 days of beautiful sunshine outside, but the work's getting done inside. And this is the blueprint presented by Adidas.
So leading from the front. So you want to have a strong start. You never want to feel like you're behind. We talked about kind of becoming a metronome on this. So I think always when you're from the front, you have that push from the athletes not wanting to fall behind. It kind of keeps you on point for what you're doing, and then sending the squat. And that means it's 50 reps. It's going to feel like it's a long time. It's easy to lose time, but making sure that that is where you can easily lose time. So make sure that that is where you go, have a good plan going into it, and just knock them out.
Our pro women getting to work immediately. And someone you know a fair bit about, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, one of our taller athletes. Obviously, with that extra height comes an increase in what you're able to do on the machines.
Well, not only height, but she is a very strong puller. So she is a great rower. She has historically always been very good on the machines. If it's the Sarah Sigmundsdottir that we know and that we have seen, she's not scared of going out strong on machine. She's not scared of kind of taking a little bit of a lead and still knowing that she can keep going. I'm kind of wondering if she's going to play it a little bit safer, just seeing how she did yesterday. It'll be interesting to see when she comes off of the rower. But playing to her strength, she should definitely make up some time on the rower. We know with calories that they kind of go up exponentially. So you always kind of, meters versus calories, you always want to kind of get a strong row in if it's calories, which it is today. Sarah's judge's hand goes up right there in the mix.
Not too far away. Bailey, we're looking at Pro 3 straight away. What sticks out to you as the point at where athletes are going to start struggling a little?
Yeah, I think that you definitely need to have that strong start, but you have to have in the back of your mind that those squats. So you have to know that you want to start off strong, but you can't get caught up in what everyone else is doing, because once those squats start, that's whenever that sticking point is going to happen, especially with those heavy legs from yesterday.
Well, let's talk about 50 goblet squats with a dumbbell.
That dumbbell's not light.
No, it's not. We're going to 100 pound and 70 pound, and it's at that point where with that increased fatigue from yesterday, the athletes are going to start really feeling it. Are we going to see people go right through and do them unbroken, or is it going to be a specific, like a negative split 30-20 or something similar?
I think it depends on the athlete. It depends on what their strengths and their weaknesses are. I think we're going to see some people probably break it up, because you don't just have 50 squats in the middle, you have 50 at the end as well. So you have to still pace that middle. That way that you can still hit those 50 thrusters at the end.
Exactly. I honestly don't think you even need to go unbroken.
I don't think so either. I think
more about cycle speed. Yeah. So getting the cycle speed done, rather putting the dumbbell back down, but being very diligent with your rest and with your sets. There's a lot of work left.
I also think that having to move up your dumbbell is also going to play into that with how they're going to break things up. And
yeah, exactly. Kind of using that move forward as an intentional rest.
Yes.
Our burpee box jump overs. One of the toughest. Thankfully, it's only 25.
Yeah.
But Sarah, as you mentioned, Kat, doing pretty well early on.
And those legs have to feel heavy as they're jumping over that box as well.
Interesting. Sarah Sigmund's daughter in lane number 2 and Hannah Hardy, lane number 9, your current leaders. And shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code, get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. And the tough parts of Pro 3, the goblet squats. Some athletes, Anya Keller, just to the right of our screen, seems to be working pretty well. Sarah, as we saw yesterday with that bounding and trying to get those dubs done with the heavy rope, it was just a bit of a struggle to get off the ground.
Yeah. I think she has spoken about not being able to do a lot in training, so I think that was showing a little yesterday.
Fourth member of our team, Lauren Smith, standing by on the competition floor. Good morning.
Morning, guys. I have been in the warm-up area with the athletes in the build-up to this opening event, and I was chatting to Vivian Maria Christiansen's coach, Valentine Horstman, from the PACE programming. And look, she's feeling super disappointed by yesterday because that had some wheelhouse workouts for her. She has had a great prep running into this tour stop, so she hasn't quite lived up to her own expectations. But what was really interesting is we were talking about how to manage an athlete when they're going into something disappointed or just even remotely emotional. And Valentine was saying that with Vivian, he works on emotion. So he could give her a set pace and a set strategy for this workout, or he could allow her to judge that based off how she's feeling in that moment. And that for him is what gets the most out of her as an athlete. So we're hoping for a big bounce back in this opening workout on day number 2.
Thank you, Lauren. Ingrid Tondel to the far right of screen. It is great to see Ingrid back competing. We know how much of a competitor she is, and she's done so much training, and that risk causing a few issues as Hannah Hardy now moves forward to the ski.
We also have Anya Keller on the ski. She had an incredible cycle rate on her squats, passing Sarah Sigmund's daughter pretty early on.
Anya Keller to the far left. Hannah Hardy turning 29 yesterday. No time for celebrating. We'll do that tomorrow night.
I feel like this is quite the way to celebrate, actually.
No. Let's celebrate. Have 75 calories on the Echo bike later on. Anya Keller to the left. Hannah Hardy, Ingrid Tondel. 3 of your top 4.
So I think looking at the ski, just knowing what they just did and what's coming up, these ladies really want to make sure that they're using their body weight to get the skier to move and using their arms a little better. Their legs are going to be heavy.
Great to see Linda Keesman from the Netherlands. Tough going with injury. And it just must be so frustrating not to be able to do things. But she said this morning she was just going to do as much as she could for Pro 3 and Pro 4A. And then Pro 4B, it was it's all off the reservation. We're just going to send it.
I mean, at your best, it's not going to feel good. So, you know, not feeling your best, that's going to be a tough workout. But it's always hard as an athlete when you know what you're capable of, you know what you've put into training, and you can't perform to that. It's just very disappointing because of all the hard work. And you just want to see that. You want to be able to kind of shine out the floor and just show what you've been doing. So, but it kind of puts into perspective too, it isn't just this competition. She is accumulating as many points as she can for the season. And so even if she wasn't able to participate yesterday, and even if it's not her best, just getting any points, grabbing any points that she can is going to help her try and have that pro card for next year.
Hannah Hardy, the chiropractor. What if you do any self-manipulation after a tough day in the office? It was a tough day in the office yesterday for our competitors. Anya Keller using that little bit of extra height and limb length to her advantage. Hannah Hardy finishing up that ski in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's going to be one marker we're going to keep our eyes on. 9 minutes, 20 seconds down. So we're over the halfway point of our first workout for today.
Kat, you know how they're feeling right now. Those legs are burning, the arms are burning too, because they were holding that goblet squat and into the ski. And you know in the back of their mind, they're thinking these box jumps, we have these, but then we've got 50 thrusters after this, but then they're done.
Exactly. And I feel like this is the point of the workout where you have to dig. Like everybody can get to this point pretty fast. Can you keep going?
Can you keep going? This is where you have to determine what your why is, and you have to determine how bad you want it. You got to remember those hours and those minutes of workouts, all of that.
Make it count.
Exactly. Make it count.
We covered a bit that yesterday. How do you get to the top and how do you stay at the top? And that drive, it's tough going.
Kat knows better than me.
You know.
Yeah, but I think it's just finding that why, finding the purpose of why you're doing this all in the first place, and remembering. And I'm inspired by all of these ladies too, especially when you're dealing with injury. I mean, look at her out there. She's building that mental fortitude as well. It's never easy to come out here and not have everything that you've put into it, and it's remembering those moments. Oh, that's gotta hurt. But she's doing it.
Hannah Hardy, last couple of reps. Ingrid Tondel in the background, that wrist heavily strapped. Try and pick some worse movements for your wrist. Overhead squats yesterday, rope climbs, double unders, it's all happening. And today doesn't get much better, but great to see Ingrid Tondel back competing. The last 50 reps for Hannah Hardy. Anya Keller to the far left in the purple. They are your leaders of Heat 1.
Even that first set of 10 is looking really tough, but they're looking great. You can just tell they're under fatigue.
Yeah.
Tour stop number 2, not too far away in Indiana, August 28th to 30. You got what it takes. Sign up for the Pro Qualifier now. Just scan that QR code. You could be out here on the floor with these amazing athletes like Mday Gooch and Anya Keller. Anya Keller looks like she may have jumped ahead of Hannah Hardy. And looking great to the left of screen, Anya Keller. Good chat to partner Sam Whitworth yesterday. And we're looking forward to this one. And how hard is it knowing how grueling a workout is, but you're looking forward to it at the same time? There's one for you.
I think it's one of those things you just know it's supposed to hurt. You know, if it doesn't, you're not doing it right. You didn't push to your limits. And I think, you know, everybody here, everybody that competes in this sport is so curious about what they can do and is so curious about what their abilities can be and how hard they can push themselves. So it does for sure make you nervous just knowing that you have to go there. But I think it's also a great reminder that when you get there, when it burns, when your lungs are bleeding, just knowing this is exactly where you want it to go.
Do you find a little bit of solitude, I suppose? Hey, yes, it is hurting this much, and it should hurt this much, but I feel okay about it.
Yeah, that's what you
sort of comfortable.
I would say I would rather walk off the floor knowing that I gave it what I had and not have any regrets than to run away from that pain. You know it's going to hurt. That's what you signed up for. That's what you trained for. But you ultimately have to just go out there and do it, and then you're going to feel so much better after.
The last 5 reps for Anya Keller. This has been a great start to competition on day number 2. Tour stop number 1 here at the Drumsheds in London.
Wow.
Anya
That
Keller.
was so great.
She made those thrusters look way easier than I thought they were going to be.
Agreed. I feel like she paced it really, really well to have some gas in the tank at the end.
Hannah Hardy, who has led pretty much start to finish, just dropping off at the back end. MJ Gooch moving forward as well to the last segment, as is Ingrid Tondel to the far right. And this is wonderful for Ingrid Tondel to bounce back, and those thrusters look like they're going to be very easy to get through. The last couple for Hannah Hardy. Ingrid Tondel won't be too far behind either. The hand goes up. Ingrid Tondel is going to get second. Oh, what a comeback, Ingrid Tondel.
What a comeback.
Oh, amazing. From the Norwegian, and MJ Gooch gets over for a third place finish. Not bad from the 41-year-olds. She's an old person. And you all said that yesterday, not me.
Jeremy, you're live.
And expectation of what bodies were going to look like at the finish line is exactly what we're seeing.
It's exactly. I don't think we're going to see anybody who's actually going to be standing up after this one.
Sarah tries to move those dumbbells.
We have Sarah on the floor in the middle of the workout.
Oh no, she thought it was 15 minutes.
Oh no. I was surprised.
But wait, there's more. You get an extra bonus minutes.
Congratulations.
Come on, Sarah.
Thought I was safe, but
that's got to be the worst thing ever.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And we spoke about that yesterday about, we saw some people hop off the bar at 20 toes to bar, and it just speaks to the importance of knowing not only the reps, the workout, but also the time cap to know when you need to push and go.
Vivian Marie Christian is going to be next done under that time cap of 16 minutes. And she's in. Good bounce back from her. Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Oh, yes, sir.
She got a finish.
Beautiful
work. She got it.
that
made it worth it, yes.
Worse, yeah.
And Marika Seppala not able to get there. Oh, Sarah. That's got to be the worst feeling ever.
It really is, because when you have 1 minute left of the workout, you give it everything that you have, and then everything is gone, and there's a minute left. But she finished, though.
Oh.
She finished well. She got
Anya
it.
Keller, that was impressive. And Ingrid Tondel coming from nowhere to grab that second place.
After yesterday and just knowing what she's been going through, so impressive and so happy that she was able to fight through that for such a strong finish. But Anya Keller really just, her thrusters, her cycle rate were better than anybody else's.
And Keller, what a performance and a great finish. Great start to our second day of competition. Anya Keller wiping the floor with heat number 1. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Anya, what a workout. You said recently on Instagram, the biggest lesson that you've learned during the year is believing in your own ability. How much did you have belief in yourself through that?
I knew that would be one of my better workouts, and it was just really hard to keep my head up after yesterday, because yesterday was not good at all for me. So it was just hard to gain the confidence back and be like, okay, I got this. I can be first in the heat maybe, or under the first few. And yeah, I think I showed that.
You definitely did. Talk me through where you were finding any form of rest, even if you were finding rest in that one.
So I just saw my boyfriend right in front of me, and he was just screaming, go, go, go. And I heard my friends with the tambourine in the crowd. And I was just like, oh my God, I cannot rest. I did not look left and right.
Woo! There's the tambourine. You and your boyfriend, Sam Whitworth, you have created something really special. What is it about working with him that you enjoy so much?
It's just so cool to have a coach you can speak every day and to all times of the day with. And if something's not going well in training, I can just be like, hey, what should I do? What should I adjust? And he can give me the answer right now. Yeah.
Well, you guys make quite the team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done to Anya Keller. Thank you to Lauren. There's Sam Whitworth right now. And from the basement to the penthouse, Anya Keller, progression is up the leaderboard.
Here is heat 2 of all workout.
Heat 2 coming up.
Sweden. Lane 9, Caroline Prevost, Canada. Lane 8, Bonnie Easby, United Kingdom. Lane 7, Valentina Magalotti, Italy. Lane 6, Blair Cheney, United States. Lane 5, Weslamoy Kolstad, Norway. Lane number 4, Rike Kivok, Norway. Lane number 3, Noortje Bleker, Netherlands. Lane 2, Julia Jacobsen, Germany. Lane number 1, Amanda Fisher, United States. 1 minute.
Our lane assignments for our second heat of 5, day number 2. Rika Kivak yesterday had a great back end of the day. Amanda Jobs started things off very well. Is London Pro 3.
We have calories on the rower, burpee box jump overs, dumbbell squats, back to calories on a machine, burpee box overs, ending with thrusters, and a 16-minute time counting.
Vesperlei Kolstad, part of the Krieger training group. 20% of the women's field, all under that banner.
Amazing. That Norwegian flag is coming in strong.
Isn't it what? I don't have to travel as far either. And Julia Jacobsen, one of our athletes from Germany. And a great country split across our second heat. The US, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, Italy, United Kingdom, Canada and Sweden.
It is the World Fitness Project.
Isn't it what? Sure. Underway for our second heats. This is Pro 3 and presented by Adidas. The blueprints, our best to navigate.
Leading from the front, we have 250 reps, so you just kind of want to turn into a metronome, get out front, and allow those competitors to push you, and then send the squat. The squatting is definitely where it's easiest to lose the time, and in the previous heat, we saw how you're really able to make ground and make a move on this workout in the squat. So make sure that you save some juice in the legs and just let it rip.
Let it rip, yeah. All right. Bailey, we look at heat number 1. What are your initial thoughts on how the structure these athletes went about their business? Could they do things better? Could they do things differently in order to get a better time?
Yeah, I thought something that was interesting from the last heat that was mentioned was not looking left and right. So not getting lost in what everybody else is doing, but paying a lot of attention to what your body can do and making sure that you have enough gas at the tank for that final set of thrusters, because we saw some moves definitely being made there. We saw them coming up, and when they had a little extra energy there, they were able to keep repping out those thrusters, and that's ultimately what sent them over that finish line.
It's funny you say that. We saw James Sprague and Tudor Magda yesterday just keep looking at each other all the way through that second workout, and James knew exactly where Tudor was and was able to make a move on that.
Yeah.
So you're saying eyes front, blinkers on, let's focus.
I think for the majority of this workout, yes, until you get to that final station, and then you can start figuring out where other people are at, and then you can see if you have enough gas in the tank to make that move at the end. I think that's smart, but playing that game at the very beginning of the workout, I think can get you into a lot of trouble.
I'm going to ask both of you this one. We've got a very tough 16-minute capped workout this morning. As we get into the afternoon, a 1 RM deadlift, and then we've got potentially a 3.5 minute workout to finish the day. Talk about volume, that's pretty easy in terms of volume.
That's not even in terms of intensity.
Intensity, exactly.
But do you send this knowing you've got 4 to 5 hours recovery before you've got to go to a deadlift, have a bit of time of a break, and then you've just got to send it, then you get another 8 to 10 hours recovery overnight?
I think so.
Yeah, 100%. You have to be one workout at a time, and just think about that. You can't be thinking about what happened or what's coming up. Like, it's this workout, every single point that you can, and just trust your training, trust that you will recover. And also, there's things that you can do to help that. Be prepared with fuel and recovery in between workouts.
I'll be honest with you. When the workouts were released, the only thing I could think about was that Echo Bike 175 pounds. So looking ahead, but yeah, I'm not sure. But anyway, let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. I'm just wondering how many of you guys know about Connie Easby's story. She is an incredible ambassador for young women. She spent a big portion of her young adult life on an eating disorder ward because, you know, it had got that bad. She's very open about it on her Instagram, but finding the sport of fitness completely changed her life. And over the last couple of years, she's grown through the European system. She took a 17th and a 15th at the French Throwdown. And this year, she has got our eyes focused on the World Fitness Project season. So qualifying for London was the first step. She hopes to be in Indianapolis and making her way through to take a pro card in the future. An incredible woman who's gone through some of the worst moments that life can offer and come out the other side, always fighting.
Love to hear it, Lauren. I mean, you just hear it so often with athletes going through a little bit of turmoil and turning to functional fitness and increasing their health, their fitness, their well-being, and their overall life. It's just so good.
I mean, I think through this sport, and I can also just speak for myself of growing up a gymnast and coming into this sport, it was very helpful for myself as well, where instead of focusing on your appearance, instead of focusing on what sometimes you feel like society has told you to be smaller, here you're focusing on what your body can do. You're focusing on your abilities and you're trying to improve what you can do. And it becomes so powerful and empowering for yourself. And I'm so happy she found that for herself. And she's doing a tremendous job and an inspiration job in just sharing that with the world and others that might need it.
Yeah, I agree. I think speaking from appearance to actual performance and what your body can do, and it becomes more of like, wow, this can be inspiring. I can actually be strong. It's not about that outer shell. It's about what you're actually capable of. And then being surrounded by so many other women who share in that struggle. And then you get to share that together and you get to just talk about that and be inspired by one another and just encourage each other to be strong. That strong is beautiful.
It's very well said.
I love how it's so much more accepted now, and it's people are appreciating that part of things.
Yeah.
Good way to be. Julia Jakobsen, just having a quick break. Let's talk about squats for a minute. Front, back, overhead, certain things we do. Goblet squat's one of those more difficult components because you're being pulled anteriorly forward the entire time, and if you're just a little bit out, that's going to hurt a whole lot more.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot more taxing on the core than you would think, and the upper back and arms. So it's something that you're expecting the legs to be burning, but you also know that these women, their arms are burning and their upper back is on fire.
And that breath.
Yeah.
Adidas. Shop now for Adidas Drop Set 4. Just scan that QR code on your screen and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Amanda Jobs getting to work in the background. Carolyn Prevost getting a couple of no reps, not going deep enough on those goblet squats. And with all that experience from Carolyn, just trying to ride the line, see where she can get away with some stuff.
Kat, you mentioned something earlier about what these athletes are dealing with behind the scenes. I think a lot of times we just see the workout and we don't really understand that there's so much that goes into it, from the stress to the nerves to the eating to the fueling to the sleeping to the pressure that they put on themselves. This is just part of what we get to see out here on the floor, but there's so much more that athletes are dealing with behind the scenes.
Exactly, and that these are humans, and and everybody has a story of how they got here, and good workout or a bad workout, and some of it just is, and some of it you have so much control over.
Yes.
Norcha Blaker, the final athlete to the ski. Amanda Fisher. Expect some big numbers out of Amanda Fisher. Strength, power athletes.
They are ready for that deadlift and echo bike this afternoon.
Something. Sorry, I just want to point out Amanda Job. She's one of the smallest athletes. She's not very big, but really utilizing her body weight on the ski. So allowing her body weight to work for her on the ski rather than trying to use her muscles to do so.
Very big hip hinge from Amanda Jobs. And I think moving forward and thinking about what's coming for the rest of the day, does the word daunting come into it at all? Because you know, hey, a deadlift's a deadlift. You can only lift what you can lift, obviously. But how hard can you push on that Echo bike? And we know with the point spread that we currently have.
He's on the Echo bike. Yeah. I get a feeling you don't like the Echo bike, Jeremy. Yeah, because daunting is not coming to my mind. I would say, like, yes, I would be nervous about how hard I want to go. I'm not going to lie, it excites me. I am one that loves the Echo bike. I know it's going to hurt, but it's unfortunately one of my favorites.
I mean, we're talking to the sled dog.
Exactly right. Sled Dog had her workout yesterday. But the point spread, it's so tough if you're not finishing, say, in that top 10. You're going to be leaking a lot of points.
Yeah.
There's a potential. This one's obviously a lot harder because it is so long. Yesterday was tough because there were so many components involved in both workouts.
Yeah.
For a single modality, it's an opportunity to gain points and get yourself up that leaderboard at the end of day 2.
Exactly. So what I do like about this workout, and the Echo will fall in that category too, is that there isn't really anything that like anybody needs to be bad at. Like, these are all just movements you can truly dig and get the most on the Echo. How bad you want it, how bad you need those points. And looking at the point spread, there's a field of 50 athletes, but if you finish in 14th place, so if you finish in 14th place, you beat 2/3 of the athletes, you get 51 points. So you're already halfway down the point spread if you finish in the top third.
Jobs and Jakobsen, they continue.
I also like how the deadlift and the Echo bike, it's not super high skill, so you don't have that stress of, am I going to miss this lift? Does my form have to be perfect to make sure I can execute on this? It's like your brute strength, and then you have to hurt on that Echo bike.
It's just, can you do it?
Can you do it, and how bad do you want it?
Yeah.
Now I've got you thinking about the Echo bike.
Yeah, now we're just thinking about Echo bike.
While we're thinking about Echo bikes, just scan that QR code on your screen. The WFP app is your all-in-one hub for everything World Fitness Project. Updates, schedules, and announcements all in one place. Download the WFP app now on the App Store. And the activation yesterday, Bailey, that was on the app as well.
Yes.
Good crowd out there yesterday, and the opportunity to just experience everything WFP to the people who are coming down, just to spectate.
And today at 12:30, we're actually taking on this Pro 3 workout. It's going to be a partner workout, so it's a chance for the spectators and fans to be able to kind of get a little taste of what these athletes went through this morning.
How fun.
You've now piqued my interest.
You coming at 12:30?
No, just anything with a partner.
Yeah.
Work the rest, I love it.
Yes, exactly.
Jakobsen in there, but it is all Amanda Jobs on to the right of screen. Connie Easby is making her way down the floor.
I'm paying attention to who gets to the dumbbell thrusters first versus who has maybe paced this a little bit more and how they execute this final station.
Jobs moving on to the last segments. Easby, this has been a comeback. Saw Ingrid Tondel in heat 1 from lane 10 sneak into that second position. Bacalotti now moving forwards. But it is all Amanda Jobs in lane number 10. Short ladies with blonde hair in lane 10. There's got to be something in that. 13:42 is the time we're looking for. We are under 60 seconds for that now. And Amanda Jobs looks like she is going to beat that. Jakobsen. Amanda Fisher on the outside.
Amanda's got to stay on it, though. Trying to get that time to beat.
Easy done for Amanda Jobs. Pound for pound, Amanda Jobs showed us who was boss on the ski with that big power output, and continues with the dumbbell thruster. Final 2 reps coming. Connie Easby jumping into second, but it will be Amanda Jobs, 13:27 unofficial time, and your current leader. 15 seconds on that time from Anya Keller. Jakobsen looking to the skies for some help. Connie Easby to the far right in the pink and black. Magalotti moving into the last section as well. Jakobsen pushing hard. Easby doing it easy. Oh, so strong in that overhead position. It's going to be a tight one. Final rep for both. Oh, it's
Jakobsen. Jakobsen was just more aware of the situation.
Now that is when you need to look left and right.
Yes, that's what you need to know, yeah.
Take back what I said earlier. We're now looking. But Jakobsen and Easby. But Amanda Jobs' performance, 13:27. Magalotti is in. And still 2.5 minutes left.
It just does speak to the point of what we spoke about yesterday and what Bailey mentioned this morning is running your own race, but at a certain time.
Colstar, she is done.
But yeah, at a certain time, looking left and right and just being aware of the situation. And do you need to make that charge?
Amanda Fisher, bottom of screen. I cannot wait to see what happens in the next 2 workouts for Amanda Fisher. But this is a great result. 15:07. Remember, all your official times, scores, updates on competitioncorner.net. Rika Kivog in the purple and white, about to finish up. Norcha Blaker in the brown in the second last segments. And Blair Cheney gets done. And that looked like it hurt Blair Cheney. Kivog is in. Still 30 seconds left on our time cap.
It's got to be a great feeling crossing that red line. You get to enjoy it for about 30 seconds, and then you get to think about the echo bike.
We're just going to bypass. Pretend it's actually a warm-up.
Yeah.
Norcha Blaker. She won't get done under time cap, but she'll get close. And 5 reps remaining from Norcha Blaker. But Amanda Jobs, pound for pound. They might be some happy tears. And that's probably another component we didn't speak about yesterday, was how much the emotion hits you. Because there's big emotion dump at the end of a workout.
Yeah, and it can go either way. You're either feeling disappointed or extremely happy.
And relieved sometimes.
And relieved. But Amanda Jobs should be very happy after this performance, setting the time to beat.
But a great battle as well between Julia Jakobsen and Connie Easby, either end of the arena here at the Drumsheds. But the grit and determination of Jobs got her over the line. Our heat winner, Amanda Jobs, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Amanda, I can see that heat win means so much to you. Can you sum up your emotion?
I can't describe it. I don't know why I am like this, but this means so much for me, and this is my first big competition. And thank you. And I know I have a team home, my family, and my mother turns 60 today. So I really think of them, and they have support me, and I know, and congrats, Mom. I just want to say that, and I'm thinking about you. And this road has been like, I don't know, it's so much people home that support me and have ever believed in me. And like, when I first started doing CrossFit, they was like, you are so good, you are going to games someday. And I am so emotional. I can't like, and yesterday I thought running and toes to bar and the hard squats should fit me quite well, but I went too hard and crash and burn, and now I just like, I want the revenge. So today now I'm going to send it and I'm going to make it. So yeah. And thanks to my coach also, Henrik Wilhammar, that also like believe in me a lot. So thanks to all that support me. Thank you.
I'm hoping you're going to be believing in yourself as well after that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And that's how much it means to get a heat win here, WFP. And a big happy birthday to Amanda Jobs' mother as well. 60, good tick off. Bailey, what do we think of what we've just seen in the final 2 heats?
Man, we saw some emotion, some really, really incredible moments, and just getting to see that hard work pay off is really special. We saw the athletes need to definitely run their own race on this one. Maybe not pay attention to where everyone's at the beginning of the workout, but definitely know where you're at the end. So save a little gas in the tank so you can send it and get over that finish line.
For sure. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm off to Project 1.
Giddy up, get out there, get it done. We're going to move on to heat number 3 right now and welcome our athletes onto the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your pro women heat number 3. In lane number 10, Emily Refrell, United States. Lane number 9, Danny Spiegel, United States. Lane number 8, Morgan Tizan, Belgium. Lane number 7, Olivia Kerstetter, United States. In lane number 5, Visa Gaffey, United States. In lane number 4, Jennifer Muir, Scotland. Lane number 3, Jasmine Van Arnhem, Belgium. In lane number 2, Manon Angones, Belgium. And in lane number 1, Pernille Christensen, Denmark.
Lane assignments for heat number 3 coming. And unfortunately, in lane number 6, Sandra Moistus having to withdraw from competition with a shoulder injury. So we wish her all the best in recovery. But London Pro number 3.
We got calories on the rower, burpee box jump overs, into goblet squats, back to calories on the ski, burpee box jump overs, ending with thrusters and a 16-minute time cap.
Not 15.
Not 15. Oh, that must have stung.
It's a bonus minute.
Sarah didn't want the bonus minute.
Not when you sent it on the minutes 14 to 15.
Jennifer Muir, not the position she probably expected herself to be in, but she's got some climbing to do today.
I think this could be a great day for her, not just this workout, but what's coming later this evening as well.
Stand by.
To work they go. It is the first workout of day number 2. Live from the Drumsheds in the north of London. Thank you for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. And a tough one to get things going and how best to navigate this workout. It is the blueprint presented by Adidas.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance where you can get out front early. Now, granted, you guys got to enjoy a couple of heats ahead of me, but I really think there's an opportunity to get out front early and dare some athletes to chase you, especially if you're good on the machines too. And I think you can send the squat. Both of the implements with the dumbbell are a good opportunity to go all out and really pour your heart into this one.
You're spot on, Tommy. We saw that in the past couple of heats where that cycle rate and those who were able to hang on to the dumbbell really made a move there.
Seen a couple of different strategies. People going from start to finish out front. Ingrid Tondal coming from behind in 5th and getting through into 2nd.
Yeah.
So there's been some different things going on, but it has favoured a smaller athlete.
Exactly.
In both.
And I think that is all the squatting. They just have a shorter range of motion. They have a quicker cycle rate, quicker to get up and down. And we spoke about it being 250 reps. And yeah, I think it's just, I think that speaks to how much those squats matter, how much it matters to just be quick, be diligent, and be intentional on that dumbbell.
As I like to tell the shorter athletes in our gym, my elevator has a few more floors to it, so it takes a little bit longer to get to the basement.
Speaking of basement, Anya Keller did very well and taking out heat number 1, and a good start to competition for her on day number 2, finishing in 13:42. Our time to beat currently, Amanda Jobs in the 13:27, and what an emotional interview that was.
Wow. And we kind of talked about that of wanting to show your hard work, wanting it to pay off. And she's put in so much work. She has her family and her friends and everybody believing in her. And when she feels that payoff, when she feels like she was able to showcase that, how much that means to her and in athletes in general.
Day to move for Olivia Kerstetter, currently in 3rd. Spoke to her at breakfast this morning and she said she's feeling good, just steady as she goes, not getting too excited.
Yeah. Yeah, she's had, I believe this is her 3rd weekend in a row competing, and honestly very proud of her for having that mindset and that perspective to just know, not ride it too high or too low, just be this situation I'm in, keep charging forward and do what I can.
Expect some big things out of Olivia Kerstetter on day number 2 and also Jennifer Muir, but let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Jeremy. I was catching up with Holden Rethwell in the warm-up area, and we were talking about Emily's approach to this weekend's competition. Now, look, she's harboring a little bit of a back injury. It's been ongoing the last few weeks, and she's not really touched a barbell until 2 weeks ago. And coming off the back of Legends, obviously that's kind of compromised the situation a little bit more. This workout for her is hoping to secure a top 20 finish because the deadlift is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Her plan is to see where the middle pack kind of lie in terms of what they're pulling. And if she feels that she can reach that, she'll go for it. But if those numbers get a little bit too high, she's going to be super conservative and protect her body.
Definitely a wait and see. Linda K-Swan in the same boat. Just going to see what she is capable of. Morgan Tisson's continuing to lead Olivia Kerstetter. Just overtaking Tisson's. An opportunity for Olivia Kerstetter to now push ahead. Something exactly what Tommy Marquez alluded to about 2 minutes ago.
And if anybody is the queen of squats, it's going to be Olivia.
She's going to fly here. And
even more on the thrusters.
And I think one of the things that has been an evolution of her game, right? And I think we saw it in the final open announcement, is how some of the just pure engine work items like burpees have continued to improve for her.
Exactly, and just her overall engine, and not just be good at what she's good at, but really improve as that overall athlete.
Lisa Garfi doesn't mind a squat either.
She's one of those shorter athletes, as we spoke about. And also we did not see this in the prior heats, where they're actually placing that dumbbell kind of on the head. It's a shorter range. They're not picking it up all the way off of the floor, lessening the work that they have to do. Very smart.
As we traverse forward through Pro 3, we get to the dumbbell thrusters. Ingrid Tondal currently sitting the fastest time so far, 2 minutes and 3 seconds for 50 thrusters.
Wow, she got to work.
Anyway, shop now. Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code on your screen and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Jen Muir is one of the athletes in this field that needs to start making a move. Pernilla Christensen also jumping into that top 4. Olivia Kerstetter jumping out in front with Fee Sagafi. Starting to just tilt forward a little with that extra load, but those final reps getting complete.
Yeah.
That's just posterior chain fatigue, right? You know, you're holding in that kind of weird goblet position where the upper back, the shoulders, they start to round forward just a little bit.
Olivia Kerstetter, 2 minutes and 2 seconds for the squats with the dumbbell. Can she back it up? Maybe match Ingrid Tondel with a 203 on the thrusters.
I would say at this pace and the way she's looking on the ski erg right now, she more than can back it up. That's.
But does she want to, or does she have to?
You know, she has been competing 3 weekends in a row. You know, obviously you have to temper expectations when you consider the travel, the movement, everything that's been in front of her so far. But she's young, she's hungry. I think with each day, you're probably going to see a little bit of an improvement from her as she starts to shake off the travel, get further away from the previous competitions. And she's just not someone that I think is going to shy away from the challenge in those moments.
I'd agree with that. And I think she also has the perspective of this is not just this competition, but the full 3 tour stops, wanting to hold on to that pro card. And so even though I think she knows she's not having this weekend that she wants and not the podium contention she wants to be in, she has a phenomenal day ahead and she's fighting for the season.
Emily Rethwell going back to the conventional ski technique. We saw a bit of different technique last week. Fisa Garfi trying to hold on to that top 3 position. As you mentioned, Kat, it's one of our smaller athletes, but the smaller athletes are doing well at the back end when it does come to the thrusters with that shorter range of movement.
Exactly, and I think you just got to know what your strengths are and play to them. So some of the bigger athletes might go harder on the machines, and somebody like Fee is going to know that she needs to hammer the squats.
One thing I saw that Connie Easby did in the previous heat was go a little bit wider with her lockout on her thrusters, shortening that range of movement, still getting that arm lockout. Are we going wider? Are we going close to those ears for that lockout? As we saw yesterday, the different variations of that overhead squat, wide to narrow.
Yeah, honestly, the thing that I would worry about, and she sustained it, so it did not affect her, but going a little bit wider, it's just when you're overhead, you're kind of just using that stacked motion to hold the dumbbells overhead. When you're going out a little bit wide, could start causing a little bit of instability and could just fatigue those arms a little bit more. You are right, though, it is a little bit shorter of a motion, but I think going directly overhead is always going to be best.
Yeah, you're introducing more muscle fatigue into that movement than you would normally get just relying on the structure of being stacked on top of each other.
Olivia Kerstetter still leading, Jen Muir into second, Fisa Garfi into third. Fee moving extremely well and fast in lane number 5, just in the center of your screen in all red. Morgan Tissons and Emily Rethwell in lanes 8 and 10. And the final rep for Olivia Kerstetter. The box now moving forward into the next segments. And one of those movements that does not definitely get easier as you progress through. How do you mentally just keep churning and keeping your body moving over that box?
For me, I think about footwork. I think about you think about one burpee at a time. You think about stepping up, jumping over, getting that foot down, getting back to the ground. And I think we've talked a lot about it, becoming a metronome on this workout. Just keep moving. And I like focusing on the task at hand. So if that's footwork, if that's getting my chest back down, and then besides that, it's hard to say, like, you're so hyper-focused.
Yeah.
But also kind of zoning out.
So you break the movement down specifically and go, okay, I'm going to lie on the floor. Then I'm going to get to my feet. Then I'm going to jump and put my feet in a certain position. Then I'm going to step down.
And I know exactly where I'm going to breathe to.
Okay.
I mean, because distraction brings the negative thoughts in, right? Like the movement takes long enough where there's enough going on when you stand up, you're stepping over, you're looking at, the athlete next to you where, losing focus could mean you start to pay attention to how tired you are, to how much slower you're going relative to the person next to you, but focusing on those little details, making sure you hit your step, you hit your jump, you step down. It's almost a way of distracting you from the pain and from any of the potential negativity.
First 10 reps done for Olivia Kerstetter. Fee is on fire. Still 5 to go in that first segment.
Really impressive. Olivia, one of the few athletes that was still jumping out of the, popping out of the bottom of the burpee box jump. So a lot of athletes choosing to step up, gather step, jump over. Olivia, even towards the end of this, was popping up with both feet.
Yes. I guess one of those things that on the front end, we saw a lot of them step up, step down to keep that heart rate down. And looking at Olivia jump up and over and feed, knowing that they're putting the hammer down and they're already going.
Emily Rethwell maintaining 4th position. Jen Muir now moving to the second segment of the dumbbell thrusters. 2 minutes and 3 seconds from Ingrid Tondel for 50 dumbbell thrusters is exceptional.
Oh, no doubt. Especially where they are in this workout, right? You think about the split time, and then you couple that with all of the work that's come before.
Well, that's the bonus for Ingrid Tondel, not having done majority of the work yesterday. Feeling a little bit fresher coming in. Fisa Garfi starting to make a move on Kerstetter. Has she got enough time?
And for Fee, this is the opportunity to send it, right? Like, she's not going to win the bike later. She's not going to have the biggest deadlift. This is your opportunity today to put your stamp on the competition in a way that's really meaningful for you on the leaderboard.
Last couple of reps for Fisa Garfi. Kerstetter in the last segment, which means we have got 10. And she's got a minute to get these reps done to take on the fastest time for Pro 3 so far. Still 2 heats to come. But Kerstetter looking out to the left-hand side. Oh, doing it easy, Olivia Kerstetter.
Her speed coming down with the dumbbells, impressive throughout. You're seeing a lot of athletes try to kind of catch the dumbbell, control it down to the bottom. Olivia was just diving down quick. No worry about the weight that was coming down to her shoulder.
Sub 13 for Olivia Kerstetter. Fisa Garfi has got a chance here. Oh, just going to be outside that time. 2 seconds slower than Amanda Jobs, but faster than Anya Keller. Jen Muir. And I was expecting more breakdown of muscle fatigue at this point. The athletes are moving through pretty well.
Yeah, even just hearing some of the feedback from some of the athletes yesterday about how much muscle fatigue was involved in the workouts yesterday, you expect maybe that to kind of pile up quickly here with some of them feeling the effects. But I mean, that's why they're the pros, right? They're able to recover and take care of their body and dial it back up when needed. And the movement quality and the ability to fight through that has been superb.
Rethwell, not too far to go. A little bit wider on that squat stance, maybe to negate that lower back injury.
Gives you more space for your hips to drop down without having to hinge forward on the squat.
Rethwell, that'll do.
I think 10 out of 10 times, every single athlete that has come through has flopped over the finish line. Just speaking to how grueling this workout is.
Pernilla Christensen from Denmark. All done. As we hit the 15-minute mark, which means that is 1 minute to go.
Was there confusion about that or something?
There was confusion about that today.
Sarah thought it was a 15-minute cap and sent it, and then realised it was 16 minutes, so then had to pick the dumbbells back up and do the final 10.
And we're just saying, at that moment, yes, at that moment when you spent that last minute, knowing it's your final minute, you try and finish it out, it is such a shock when your judge goes, no, there's a minute left.
And to have to reel that back in and keep going.
She handled it well.
Classic Sarah, though.
It was cruel, but anyway. If in doubt, read the instructions. Danny Spiegel, last couple of reps for her. She'll get done under the time cap. Jasmine Van Arnhem won't get done under that time cap. And the final seconds of our third heat for our pro women. All done. And some stuff going. But the queen of squatting, Olivia Kerstetter, no issue.
No doubt.
Maybe that fuel from breakfast just gave it a little bit of a kick on.
I think you gave her the booster.
No, it was nothing to do with me, I can tell you.
I mean, you should take credit because this was an excellent performance from Olivia Kerstetter. Out front early, really kind of daring everyone to keep up with her. Smooth through the burpee box jump overs. Strong with the dumbbell in her hands. By the time she got to the ski erg, it was really her and Fee Sagafi, but Olivia just able to maintain that consistent pace with the thrusters, and a performance worth smiling about on day 2.
Great performance from Olivia Kerstetter. She's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Olivia, congratulations. We're on week number 3 of high-level competition. How are you holding up?
Oh gosh, this is a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. And I think it's kind of showing with my performance. I feel like it's kind of dull and I just feel like tired and not like mentally in it. But I think that I just have to get a couple workouts that I like under the belt, and a few heat wins like that help a lot in getting me a little more motivated to keep competing.
Do you know what gets us motivated? Knowing there's you, a deadlift, and a Rogue Echo bike coming up. How much are you looking forward to showing us what you can do out there again?
Yeah, I was really excited for today. I didn't think that this one would go as well as it did for me. So, but I knew that those next 2 I'm really looking forward to. So hopefully I can put up a good enough time that the heats after me don't go and crush it.
We have no doubt that you will. Congratulations, great work.
Thank you.
I've got a feeling that not too many people are going to crush Pro 3. Heat number 4, not too far away from hitting the competition floor here at the Drumsheds. And some shorter athletes to come, including Leah Storen, who had a great day 1 yesterday. Nicole Hayer with a little bit of an ankle injury coming in as well, so let's keep our eyes on that as well. Heat 4 on their way.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 4. In lane number 10, Oda Lundfam, Norway. Lane 9, Nicole Hare, Switzerland. Lane 8, Bergros Björnsdottir, Iceland. Lane 7, Jani Cheveri, Canada. Lane 6, Vartormen Mo, Norway. Lane 5, Leah Storen, Norway. Lane number 4, Matilda Oyengarnes, Norway. Lane 3, Elena Caratala, Spain. Lane 2, Astrid Tint, Denmark. And lane 1, Sydney Michalician, Canada.
Lane assignments.
Athletes, 1 minute.
Our second last heat of our Pro 3 women. As I mentioned, Leah Storen, Tilda Garnes, and Vortherman Mo, Krieger training. 20% of the female field from Krieger. But this is London Pro 3.
We're going to have a nice little chipper of some calories on the rower, some burpee box jump overs, some dumbbell goblet squats. This move over to the skier, more burpees, and finish with some dumbbell thrusters. And Leah Storen had herself a strong day 1, finishing in 12th, coming into this morning.
Nicole Hayer See what happens with that ankle injury, and Matilda Garnis looking pretty relaxed on the floor.
She finished with an 8th on London Pro 2, so finishing strong yesterday.
Our ladies getting to work for our second last heat of Pro 3 before I cast our attention to the Pro Men. I'm not sure when you introduced Pro 3, you said it's a nice chipper. I don't know if nice really comes into it.
It may not be the operative word, but, you know.
Nice for us.
It's nice to watch.
Absolutely, but not nice at the finish line. Uda Ludekvam, another of the Krieger training group. Now, you come in a training group which is so large. Do you put high expectations on your results within your team?
I mean, yeah, I think given their successes, that they want to set expectations and goals that are fitting for their performances that have already come before them, right? Like, you know, last season they came in probably just trying to make a little bit of a name for themselves and prove to some of those athletes that they belong in these individual elite divisions, and they did that, and now it's time to adjust and maybe set the goal a little bit higher and give you something to realistically chase.
Well, half the field is Krieger training, so you're a coach of Krieger training. What are you telling your 5 athletes that are in the same heat? Like, beat each other, or what are we doing here?
Hey, it's just like any other day that ends in Y, right? Like, it's just like being back home.
Yeah,
we're going to show up, we're going to compete, and we're going to get after it.
I was going to say, it's just like in training. Like, there's not like the coaches are going to hide something from one athlete or the other. You know, they're used to talking to each other in training. They know what each other is capable of. They might not even have the same strategy. So the same strategy might not apply. They have different strengths and different weaknesses. So I think being in the same athlete group, the same training group, is going to pose as much more as a comfort and a benefit for each other rather than a threat to one another.
Athletes on the move already. Botham and Mo. Astrid 10. And Astrid jumping to the far edges of that box and just dropping that foot down every single time. We've seen that a lot in competition, where they're just going to graze their foot as they go down just to limit the amount of time they're doing the upright movement.
You kind of want to land on that first leg, and then you just want to graze that other one over. And the reason they do that, A, is speed, and it's also efficiency, and not having to jump off of that box really helps keep your heart rate low, which is going to be their main goal right now. They just want to get through these at a consistent but not a super fast speed. It's the second box that we can see some of the athletes, if they still have gas in the tank, they'll increase that speed and kind of allow their heart rate to jump up knowing that they're about to finish. But right now, being smooth, keeping the heart rate low is going to benefit them in the long run.
Botham and Mo 4 reps ahead of Astrid Tind and Uda Ludekvam. They are your top 3 moving their box into the second segment.
Keep an eye on Uda once they get to the dumbbell. She's typically strong with a dumbbell in her hands, regardless of the movement, going below parallel.
You've got your chip up and you've got your certain movements you have to go through. Are you attacking your favored movements and sort of just trying to defend the weaker ones, or you're attacking your weaker ones and just cruising on your good ones?
I think this is one of those workouts where you're not going to win or lose anywhere. You're kind of going to have to keep chipping away, but I think you have to be aware of your strengths and your weaknesses. If you are a squatter, have a little bit more in that tank and really make your move there. If you're very strong on the machines, you can definitely make up those 10 to 20 seconds there.
Yeah, and it also depends like where you're weak at, right? Like Katrin said, if you know that you're going to struggle on the skier and you really pour in on this first set of squats, and it costs you way more than you put in and way more than you gained on the squats, that's why you practice these. That's why you go through these and feel kind of where are the touch points that I really need to focus on.
Botham and Mo, I have seen a massive change in just her focus and her application this season already, and we're only a day and a half in.
Well, we heard yesterday how she was really kind of at a low point come Copenhagen last season and didn't feel like that was representative of the athlete that she wanted to be and the athlete she had been working on becoming. And I mean, yesterday, right out of the gates, she finished 7th in Pro 1 and really was out front on that runner early, kind of challenging other athletes to keep pace. And I think that was more of what we had expected in Copenhagen. And you can tell that from a confidence factor and a belief factor that she's back more in line with what she expects from herself.
Thurman and Mo continuing her progress. A very healthy lead. And shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Just scan that QR code on your screen and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Uda Ludekvam next to move on to the ski.
And this is a good sign. Both Uda and Vor very good on the machines.
Vor is on fire currently, and those squats were very quick. Kerstetter with a 2:02 for the squat component. And you do so much training together. Do you sort of chip away and try and beat your training buddy more often than not?
It's always more playful, and you kind of, especially on the ones that you always know, should you win, should you not, like where you should place, and you're always, it's fun when you're not really goofing around with all the other competitors, but the ones that you know, you can kind of have that playful competition with and kind of be like, I got you on that one. So I know they want to do that to each other. I know they know each other so well. Both of them have quite a lead going into the ski. Arthur and Mo ahead of Uda. And it's also just, we kind of spoke about her a little bit earlier, but her determination, you can just see it on her face. She's here for business.
And I imagine that's probably something they probably joked about too. Like, hey, let's go out in front and win this together. Or, hey, it's just you and me. Let's go do this.
Now, they've obviously got that experience of going through each of the tour stops last year. The competitions become more comfortable the more you do a certain competition. And you actually
100%. As soon as, and the more you start getting to know your competitors, the more you get, even if they might not be your training partners, you also become friends. You also are able to sit together in briefings and chat, and then, when you travel, or you might be able to train together a little bit before. So you do make friendships within a competition. And, instead of showing up and kind of being that new kid, and yes, that is so uncomfortable, you start kind of becoming much more familiar. And I do believe that just kind of allows you to be you and compete so much more freely.
For Mo, 8 reps ahead now of Uda Ludekvam.
She's in full attack mode. Her transitions in and out of every implement. She got done with the skier. No hesitation. Didn't really look left or right. Immediately dove down into that first burpee. I mean, this is aggressive. There are times that you can tell an athlete is in the zone and they know this is something that they need to attack and they can execute on. And it's almost like they're kind of in that flow state in a world of their own, and that's what Vor looks like right now.
12:57 our time to beat from Olivia Kerstetter.
No peeking left and right. Head down. Quick transition. Pulling the box over. I mean, that's...
Tommy, it's the no left and right that's getting me, because normally you're checking, are they there? She knows they're not there, and she's competing against herself.
Uda doing a little bit of looking around from lane number 10 all the way down the end. But Vor 1 minute ahead of Olivia Kerstetter's time. Olivia was no slouch.
No.
She's on a mission.
Is this the point in the workout where you know you need to put that accelerator down, but your body's and your mind is fighting you to do that? You're so far ahead.
Her body doesn't look like she's fighting it. Her body actually looks like she's on a mission. She wants to go. And around, it kind of depends on the workout and what the last movement is, but around 2 to 3 last minutes of a workout, you want to really put that hammer down, and she knows she's in that phase right now. So
I would argue that she's had the hammer down the entire time, and she's basically adjusted her strategy. We're like, I'm gonna pin this early and fight to keep it down, versus making that adjustment and trying to speed up. She's been at full speed the entire time, no looking left or right, and now it's just a matter of holding on to that.
Olivia going through sets of 10 with her thrusters. Vor going through 5s. So the first set done, but the walk forward. So maybe a 5 and then going into a 10.
Or maybe she just was getting adjusted. I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
Now, hip extension is going to be the crucial factor here in getting these dumbbells moving. We saw Emily Rethwell at the back end of the 50, and there wasn't too many left in Emily's gas tank.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of fatigue there with the disjointed nature of the thruster, right? There's almost a pause before the final hip pop and firing of the hips to get the dumbbells over. Normally used to seeing that smooth, continuous motion. When you get tired, getting to that little hip extension gets rough, and so you're almost kind of heaving a little bit more just to get that dumbbell overhead.
Leah Storen is going bananas.
Oh.
And Vor, just what you were talking about, Tommy, that's extension. Leah Storen playing catch-up on Vor Thurman Mo and Uda Ludekvam, 3 Krieger training athletes.
So now is the time for Vor to take stock, right? She hasn't been looking left or right. She just actually took a peek at where is everybody else. Use that time wisely. Get yourself back to square.
Has she gone out a little bit too hot?
Yes, I think so. I think she was looking very strong, very good. But the fact that she failed having about half of her thrusters left tells me that she just miscalculated a little bit. But honestly, as an athlete, sometimes you have to ride that line. And I don't think it's like a mistake or a failure. It's just a learning lesson.
And honestly, I think she's adjusted to just doing 5s, taking an extra break. I think she's built enough of a lead where she can get away with that. You have 10 reps left to the finish line.
And it's well under that time from Olivia Kerstetter as well. Now Uda Ludekvam and Leah Storen starting to suffer a little bit on those thrusters.
And this is where the only thing that can stand between you and the finish line is ego, right? Like, you can, having the wherewithal to make an adjustment and make sure you get those final few reps cleanly.
The final reps coming. One more for Vor Thurman. Oh, no rep. Quickly to get back on. Leah Storen coming home strong. Uda Ludekvam is going to be top 3. But it is going to be Vor Thurman Mo, and that is exactly what she needed today. 23 seconds ahead. Uda Ludekvam looks like she is going to finish second. Storen getting one done, giving herself single digits to finish. Uda, the last 5. And she's got 10 seconds to get under Olivia Kerstetter's time as well. It's going to be close. Uda Ludekvam, second fastest, only just.
Impressive from the Norwegians.
Storen. Oh, Bjørnstadter. Hey, there we go. Storen is in. I tell you what, Vor Thurman Mo, she could not have ridden that line any closer.
Yeah, and
she flew high.
And for her, this sounds weird. I would almost rather see her get to that red line on that last rep and then be able to kind of recollect herself and find it.
Yeah.
Because you know there was nothing left, right? You actually went there, you gave full effort to the point where you actually broke. And if there's only one left and it wasn't a costly no rep, she was able to kind of get herself right back in. And she still sets the time to beat. That's something to be proud of.
Yes, as an athlete, you know that's when you can be proud.
Janie Chevrolet getting finished up. Astrid Tind is in. And Vor Thurman Mo taking off Leah Storen's knee sleeves because she just wasn't able.
That's a good teammate right there.
Garnes will be next up. Karathala just to the back left of our screen. Tilda Garnes, 2 more to go, and a larger range of movement to get through with the squats and the thrusters. Official results in. 2 Krieger training athletes, Vor Thurman Mo and Uda Ludekvam, both beating Olivia Kerstetter's time. And we still have one heat to come.
Yeah, and I mean, for Vor, that's going to be huge, right? She's in 11th right now. I think a good goal is trying to move up into that top heat, into that top 10.
I think that's a place that you always want to be. You want to have your top competitors right there on the field and in sight.
I think
Collision finished.
I think they'll both do really well on the bike. So maybe a little bit of back and forth, so you know you have to execute here.
Oh, Nicole Hayar, that has got to be hurting. Let's hope that ankle doesn't restrict her too much.
Yeah, Jeremy, you showed us the post online. It's never good when the ankle looks like a grapefruit.
No, absolutely not. The sparkles in the hair for the Krieger training team. Working some magic on day number 2. Elena Karatala with a little bit of a interesting squatting technique. It must be a hip flexor or a
that she's protecting something at that point.
Final 10 seconds. Karatala, she is going to be riding the line, as did Vor Thurman Mo. Oh, just. I'm going to say just. But all your official results, make sure you head to competitioncorner.net. Very impressed with the way Vor Thurman Mo went out in attack mode, as you mentioned, and just stayed there.
Full attack mode, really kind of leaving nothing to question. Basically, from the start of this heat, she was out in front, challenging other athletes to stay with her. The only athletes that were even close were her fellow Krieger training, her training partners, and even though it was close, she was really riding the red line during those final few reps. She was able to shake off that final no rep at the finish line, and the end result was arguably her best performance of the weekend so far. Great effort from Vor.
Let's head down to the competition floor with Lauren Smith with a very happy Vor Thurman Mo.
Vor, you looked amazing, but you had a plan. Did you stick to it?
Not at all. Not at all. I was like supposed to break up the goblet squat a little bit more, but it felt so light, so I just went with it. And I was supposed to go a little bit bigger sets on the thrusters, but obviously that wasn't possible. So I failed a couple of reps. My shoulder was like fried.
Look, you were in Copenhagen, and that was possibly one of the kind of most difficult competitive experiences of your career, but you've come out this weekend and you look like a totally different person. What's been the biggest change for you?
My biggest change is the nutrition part. I'm training most likely the same as I always have. Now I'm fueling a little bit more and I'm feeling a lot better.
So you're looking incredible. In that workout, half of that field were Krieger athletes, and obviously you know them so well, that proximity when you're all on floor together. What's that like?
I felt like it was a little bit like a Monday second session upstairs at CrossFit Oslo, where no one sticks to the plans, or at least I don't stick to the plan, some do, and just go out hot. So it was always like being at home.
I love that. Look, great job. Let's put you right up in the thick of things coming into the final or the second day, and we'll see you for some deadlifting later.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
I have no doubt. Good job.
Thank you, Lauren. And see, no one listens to their coach.
Sometimes you just gotta go.
Oh,
Just
man.
gotta do it.
Mondays at Oslo. Just go upstairs and throw the plan out the window.
That's it. Final heats coming up.
Make some noise for your final pro women's heats. Lane number 10, Hannah Black, United States. Lane number 9, Sydney Wells, United States. Lane number 8, Ella Wilkinson, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Andrea Solberg, Norway. Lane number 6, an overall winner, leader after day 1, Amy Kringle, United Kingdom. Lane number 5, Laura Horvath, Hungary. Lane number 4, Lydia Fish, United States. Lane number 3, Emma Toll, Sweden. Lane number 2, Emily Rolfe, Canada. Lane number 1, Ariel Lowen, United States. 1 minute, athletes.
Our fifth and final heats make their way onto the competition floor. The last out, Ariel Lowen, pretty much under the radar so far in competition here. Tour stop number 1. But a number of athletes looking to push their case to finish on top of the leaderboard at the end of day number 2. But it is our third workout of the weekend, London Pro 3.
40 calories on the rower, some burpee box jump overs. They're going to go to the dumbbell for the first time for some goblet squats. They get back to a machine with the ski erg, some more burpee box jump overs, and back to a pair of dumbbells for some thrusters before wobbling to the finish line.
Might be a day of wobbling to the finish line. Hannah Black, big expectations on her, as well as Emily Rolfe.
Emily Rolfe really just trying to recapture some of the magic from a few years ago. I think she's going to look better as the competition goes on.
Looking very focused as well. Another one of those athletes just sneaking away, quietly going about her business. And the blueprint presented by Adidas.
Yeah, I think we've seen this in earlier heats as well. You really want to lead from the front. The top performers have gotten out front early, really dared the rest of the heat to chase them. Given that there's no real technical movements here, just a lot of shut up and suffer, and leading from the front is always going to help you. And then send the squats. I think it's the one opportunity for you to really pour in and increase cycle rate to give yourself a shot. The other movements, kind of long, drawn out, steady. The dumbbell is where you make your move.
Athlete that really impressed me yesterday was Ella Wilkinson. We know she can run, so we're expecting her to do well, but the handstands really came home to roost.
And today, a very different set of workouts. So, you come off the high of day number 1, reset, focus. All right, how do I apply what I took home yesterday evening? Use it here, harness it.
Well, I saw her yesterday afternoon after she had finished the day, and she said she was so surprised that she's 5th on the leaderboard. So, hey, something's working for her.
I think also she's had a lot of proximity to Amy, for example, somebody who has been at the top of the women's field. And I think being so close to that training to her, I think it naturally pulls in more competitors, pulls her faster, shows her what she's capable of. And I think she might not have known it coming into this weekend, but I think it's going to show her leaving that she's right there.
When you're doing competitions, yeah, you can probably over-compete. And I know Roman Krennikov does that and competes a lot, and that does him wonders. Can you compete too much, or can you compete too little?
Both. And I think it also very much depends on what type of athlete you are and where you are in your career. I think as a younger athlete, I think it does help you. You learn so much in competition. You need to get comfortable with competition and know what works for you. But as your career goes on, and also when you're trying to improve, you also want to get time to train, time to adapt. And competition, as much as it teaches you, it doesn't allow you that progression as much.
And Sydney Wells continues her burpee box jump overs. We had a chance to catch up with her during the week. Here's what she had to say.
So workout 3, I think that you need to be a little bit conservative on the machines. That's not where the workout is won here. The goblet squats and the thrusters are going to be really tough. So I think that's where the most important part is. So you need to be ready to hit those as hard as you can. Smooth on the burpee box jump overs. I will not be going unbroken. I believe my plan is to do 10, 10, 10, 8, 7, 5. I think the ski is going to be really hard coming off the goblet squat. So I think you just kind of start at a pace and know it's going to be really hard, but then you can settle into a better pace once you recover a little bit.
Interesting strategy, and she's broken that down pretty well. and you go to that level every single time for every single workout, like a strategy. Is it that precise?
Well, yes. So we saw plans can go out the window, but it's nice to have a rough plan. But the best athletes always have an adjustment strategy of, hey, do they, if it's at the end of the workout, it's the thrusters, is she in a competition? Does she just need to see if there's more there? You always want to have a rough plan, and you're going to be close to that in most times. So it'll be interesting to see what she does at the end.
Amy Kringle currently leading, Laura Horvath not too far behind. For more on Laura, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. I'm in the coach's box with Christoph Horvath, her brother come coach. Certainly a huge part of her support system. And training's looked a little bit differently this season. Christoph, can you give us a little bit of insight?
Yeah, so the beginning of this year, essentially after the final tour stuff, we've taken a solid 3 months to essentially just focus on strength and conditioning, building an as big base as we could, predominantly thinking of running and then strength work, sort of abandoning all the fitness specific or CrossFit specific movements rather.
I mean, you just told me that her running mileage kilometers have gone from 15 to 50 per week. That's massive. What kind of benefits are you expecting to see in this workout based off that?
Yeah, so I think in general for her, she's always been a strong athlete, and that carried over to the machines, and now just purely carrying her body weight around the running track, and even like obviously when the weather was bad on the treadmill, I'm hoping that carries over to these kind of workouts as well, where essentially the weight is quite light and there's a lot of body weight work, so she can rely on that big base that we built.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your insight. So let's watch her crush it.
So let's go.
Thank you, Lauren, and absolutely great insights. And jumping into the lead, Laura Horvath, the battle between her and Amy Kringle continues, and I'm loving it.
Well, we talked about that running capacity yesterday with Laura, how, one of the things that she was really good at when she broke through was running in these mixed modality situations. And I think getting back to that, it's been pretty evident, right, at least so far through these first 3 workouts that we've seen her on the floor, that she's got a little bit more spring to her step. She's got a little bit more juice when she's attacking some of these aerobic elements.
And I saw her post earlier in the season that she has a goal of hitting a 40-minute 10K, which would be an incredible pace. And it would put her, I'm guessing, at the top of the women's field in our sport in running for that time. So I'd be very interested. And even if she doesn't reach that, she's still going to improve her running so much. And Jeremy, you asked me a couple times this weekend, there's one thing to get to the top, and it's another thing to stay there. And you can either do what you've always done, or what they're now doing, they're trying something new. They're trying to improvise. They're trying to see, can they make her she's already good. How can they make her even better? And when you're at the top, you're leading from the front. You kind of have to try out for yourself and see if it works.
And one thing you guys touched on when it comes to competing is a lot of times athletes are able to break through new benchmarks and thresholds on the competition floor specifically. So, if you're an athlete that is able to elevate your performance on the competition floor with that adrenaline, that can kind of help you reset your training once you get home. You're like, hey, I've hit this weight that I've never hit before in training. I've hit this particular pacing that I've never done before in training. And if you're using percentages, you're using benchmarks as a guide for that, for you, that kind of resets the training board and allows you to kind of make that progression and maybe shift things up a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think if you're doing your training right, you're able to surprise yourself in competition and kind of hit those new standards and knowing, oh, I'm capable of this. I can hit this weight.
Just been watching Laura Horvath and Amy Kringle's hip extension as they go through the ski, and Laura is being so much more dynamic with that hip hinge. Amy just increasing that a little bit now, but with a 3-calorie lead. Amy Kringle's going to have to work hard. The squatting component, that is coming up for Laura Horvath. I think that's going to set herself up for a very good finish. Now, what sort of heart rate are we guessing that these athletes are hitting once they hit the second round of burpee box jumps? Are we talking like that 160?
Oh, way higher. They're gonna be, my guess is that they're at around 180 at least. And they're so well conditioned that they can stay there for a while.
Which was going to be my next question.
Yeah, yes.
How do you get comfortable there?
You spend time there. That's really it. And that's one of the things that it's not that the work gets, the better you get and the fitter you get, it's not that the work gets easier, you just get more comfortable staying there.
And does recovery come quicker?
100%.
Your heart rate drop a lot faster the fitter you go and the longer your time you spend.
100%. You can stay there longer, and then you also train yourself when you're done how to utilize your breathing, how to recover, and you get your heart rate down as fast as you can, because as soon as you get it down, your body starts recovering.
Laura Horvath, not too far away from heading to the dumbbells. Last couple of reps. Amy Kringle doing pretty well. Amy Kringle, have a go at this.
Laura taking a little break there. It's going to be a battle on those thrusters.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Laura Horvath steps forwards. Amy Kringle is done. She's now 2. Make that 3, and we are going to get to 4 thrusters. 5 now. Time to beat 12:25 from Vortherman Mo, which was a great performance in Heat 4. Do you go slower on your movement, or do you go faster and rest?
On which movement?
Thrusters at the end.
Oh. I'm as an athlete, I think I would definitely look a little like Vortherman Mo. I like to just go for it and see what happens. And at least yeah, Kringle's passing Laura right now. Oh, this is so exciting. But I think if you play this out correctly, it should be a mixture of both. Like, yes, you should be riding that line very well, but you should also be able to take out good chunks of those thrusters right now.
Well, it looked like Kringle was going to pass, but she set the dumbbells down on the transition. Laura stepped right through, repped out 5 before the break, so putting a couple of reps between her and Kringle going into that transition.
I'm going to throw a wrinkle in here right now. Andreas Solberg, Ella Wilkinson, and Emma Tall have all joined the 2 ladies up front. This could be a tight battle to the end, and Laura and Amy might have gone out a little bit too hot. A chance for Ella Wilkinson to climb up even more if she can maintain some good position here.
That's the danger sometimes with being hyper-focused on the person you're in the race for. You guys can, sometimes you kind of get worked up. And if you both go out too hot, that opens the door for a bunch of other athletes that have been very quietly kind of drafting in their way.
Yeah, the silent assassins.
Yeah, 15 reps.
Open up the door for them.
For Laura Horvath to get done. Amy Kringle repping out, quicker but resting. 10 to go, Laura Horvath. 12:25, our time to beat Vortherman Mo. Could you imagine a workout win for Vortherman Mo, 100 points? It is going to be tight. Horvath. Kringle moves forward for the final 10. We've got 5 for Horvath. Emma Tall to the bottom. Ella Wilkinson at the top in red. Andrea Solberg in the purple and black. Vortherman Mo, the fastest time. Laura Horvath will get the second fastest. Amy Kringle can't wait too long. Ella Wilkinson jumping into 4th now behind Emma Tall. This has been a great performance from Emma Tall. Kringle done. The battle between Horvath and Kringle continues.
Ooh, and I think Uda Lundekvam snuck in between Laura and Amy there, so precious points going back and forth.
Tall is in, great result for her. Coming in 6th after day number 1, Wilkinson. That'll do her some good. Finishing in the top 10 again. Sydney Wells trying to move on to that last round as Andrea Solberg, Lydia Fish are in their last. Solberg done.
And that's a solid finish for Andrea. She came in as the third podium athlete behind Amy and Laura. So that was one of the big questions coming into the weekend. Do we see someone step up and join the two prohibitive favorites in Laura and Amy?
Lydia Fish finishing in 6th position in this heat. Wells, Black. Down the other end is Rolf and Lowen. Wells is done. Ariel Lowen looking pretty good as Rolf finishes up. Ariel, she is pushing hard. Hannah Black done with 90 seconds to spare. Ariel Lowen, the final 10. The way she's moving, I don't think she should put the dumbbells down for long. Laura trying to applaud, but the level of exhaustion just way too high. Ariel Lowen. The last 5 reps for her. Probably looked the best at the back ends of all 5 heats, Ariel Lowen.
Kind of question, did she go hard enough then?
And she looks good crossing the finish line too,
She's
so
the
maybe
only one that's walking away.
The battle between Horvath and Kringle. This is going to be a cracker right throughout our season.
Yeah, get used to that battle between the two ladies at the top. It's going to continue all season long. And this was the latest chapter with Laura Horvath, Amy Kringle battling it out in front through the first set of burpee box jumps into the dumbbells. Laura able to build just a slight lead. Amy starting to reel her in during the ski and burpee box jumps. And it came down, as it has in the previous heats, to those final few sets of thrusters. And this chapter goes to Laura Horvath.
Great performance from Laura Horvath again. That's going to propel her into first place. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Lara, Christoph was telling us that you have increased your mileage in training from 15 kilometers a week to 50.
That's a little bit pushing it, more like 40.
More like 40. It's still pretty impressive and quite a big change. How is it paying off in terms of how you actually feel in the workouts?
I feel like running is a very good indicator because you just have to keep moving. And here, in particular this workout, you just have to keep moving and you can't stop because you lose so many seconds by like resting on your knees. So you just have a pace in your mind, another rep always. So similar with running, you just pick up your feet, another step, another step.
When you're already the best in the world, what are you trying to improve on and how much time is spent trying to find those little 1%?
You know, you're just trying to always push the needle by a little bit. Every once in a while you go over it and then you redline and like you learn from those things. So it's a balancing act. You just have to know yourself or learn to know yourself in a competition especially because it's hard to push that hard in a training environment. So these events are great for me because I know my time, what I did at home in these workouts, and I know how much I improved here just being supported by a crowd, surrounded by these athletes. So I think it's amazing.
When was the last time you tested your 1 rep max deadlift?
At the Rogue Invitational 3 years ago in Texas, so a while back.
We look forward to seeing what you've got.
Thank you, me too.
Great job out there.
The champ jumping back into first place on the leaderboard. An exciting afternoon ahead for our pro women. Our women now can take a break and have a rest. Our men coming up next. Welcome back to the Drumsheds in the north of London. Tour stop number 1. It is season 2 of 2026. The World Fitness Project. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez and Katrin Davis-Stoddart with you. We've seen the females get after it, and wow, we saw some great performances, Vortham and Mo. That was incredible.
She just had a look from the start. She went out hot. She rode that line. Maybe it tipped over a little bit, but ended up coming out with that win. And I think she just came out to make a statement. She has a big day ahead. And now we get to see the men do the same.
Our men about to join us. Heat number 1 onto the floor.
In lane number 9, Troy Clay, United States. Kian Dunphy in lane 8, United Kingdom. Lane number 7, Philroy Peters, United Kingdom. Lane 6, Tola Moraquinho, United States. Lane 5, Simon Gilinas, Canada. Lane 4, Matt Gilpin, Australia. Lane 3, Mikko Lilleord, Estonia. Lane number 2, Len Postel, Germany. And in lane number 1, Michiel van Gijzegem, Belgium.
Our lane assignments for our first of our pro men. Tola Moraquinho, one athlete who is destined to make a move later today in the deadlift and the echo bike. But it is London Pro 3, the first of our workouts for today.
But this stands between them and the deadlift later. 50 calories on the row, burpee box jump overs, dumbbell goblet squats. Then back to the ski erg, some more burpee box jump overs, and finishing with some thrusters.
Gilpin, the lone Aussie in the field, male and female. Kian Dunphy, good exposure to high-level competition for him.
Len Postel, 21st in the qualifier to get here, able to get into the field through some of the backfills. Hoping to maybe make a move up the leaderboard, sitting in 45th right now.
Our men getting to work immediately. The blueprints presented by Adidas.
Yeah, I think that the woman showed us that leading from the front can bring success. There's not a ton of technical elements here, so put your head down, suffer, get out, dare others to chase you, and then one of the opportunities for you to really pick up and really modulate your pacing is on the squat. With the dumbbell goblet squats and the thrusters, that's where you can throttle up or throttle down. I think you better throttle down and send it.
Now, other gentlemen going to sort of replicate what the females have done and the way they've strategized. People go, okay, Vor did this, I'm just going to do this and hope for the same result. Is that something that happens when you're warming up?
You need some guts to do what War did. So I don't think anybody really goes out with that plan of, maybe you do sometimes. I feel like if you put yourself in a hole, sometimes all your plan is just to go. It's just to go and see what you can do. But most of these men probably will have a plan. They'll have a set pace that they want to follow. And I think for the majority of athletes, it does look a lot more steady. And I think for sure we'll see some of the men just dare and go and see what they're capable of.
Simon Zelina in the center, Matt Gilpin. And shame we won't see him down in Australia soon, but we will see his partner, Lisa Hemrick.
Wow, that's a fast pace for
Yes, it
for
is.
starting a row.
Postel getting to work. Mikko Lilleord. The lights are bright on the competition floor. Is that a way of blocking one aspect, one component out of the bright lights?
To me, looking at him, I actually feel very uncomfortable. I don't like feeling like anything's touching me or blocking me, or I feel like I'd feel extra hot wearing the sunglasses. So it's a new thing. It's a new thing that I'm seeing right now.
Is that like, well, let's get back to the apparel conversation we had yesterday. But we're going
you want to do that?
We're going to
Open up that can of worms.
We're going to shorten it a little bit. Is that like men wearing shirts that maybe might annoy them, or extra clothing that might annoy you while you're working out?
That's what I would think. You want the least amount of distractions possible. You want what's going to help you, and then you don't want anything else.
Troy Clay getting to work quickly.
Here is a new strategy we're seeing. None of the women or very few of the women are standing up so tall. I wonder if they're trying to save their legs by...
Well, even Simone in lane 5 is jumping up and landing on one foot very clearly and letting the other leg drag behind him.
We saw that last year with Jay Crouch doing exactly the same thing. And as you mentioned, Kat, Troy Clay, very upright.
Okay, something to note is that I think the box height is the same for the men and the women.
Yes, now.
So this is very low for the men.
Very. And the drop down for Troy Clay just then, he's getting upright, yes, but he's just falling. He's doing
I'm still
no
so
extra work.
surprised. Wouldn't you just want to like barely jump and just sneak over?
It's not often they get to do the same height box jump as the women, so maybe just a little bit of an adjustment in technique.
Exactly.
Phil Peters jumping ahead. Troy Clay in lane 10. Going pretty well, one of our shorter athletes in the male field. But there's a wrinkle that maybe the males haven't actually practiced this height before.
Yeah.
They're so used to doing a certain height.
They haven't taught their body how to do this, but so either it just feels very light, they're just used to jumping to that height and they're sticking with it. And I'm curious to see in later heats, is anybody going to take advantage of how low the height is and just kind of skim over and stay low the whole way?
Troy Clay leading the way into the goblet squats.
And I like this approach from Troy. It came into today 49th. That's the lowest ranked athlete currently in the field. Got to change something up, got to mix it up somehow. Why not come out hot? Throw caution to the wind.
Olivia Kerstetter for the females. Getting the goblets done in 2:02.
So fast.
Which was, a crazy time. We're going to see something similar from our men.
Something that we noticed Olivia do on the squats too, she kind of, instead of laying the dumbbell flat down, she laid the dumbbell up on his head so it was standing. So instead of having to pick it up off of the floor, she kind of just picks that head that's kind of already up in the air and having to do less work to get it back up.
Shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Postel, bottom of your screen in the blue shorts. Moving very well. Good in getting a very good bounce reflex out of the bottom. Phil Peters. Tola Maracanyo. Another athlete part of that Krieger training team. Hill, Guzaham starting to make some moves in lane number 1. Troy Clay a little bit behind now.
Almost doing like a one-handed dumbbell squat clean, pulling it off the ground right into that goblet.
Hey, use whatever works.
Let's not give the programmers any more ideas.
Mahil, Guzaham, Len Postel. Ian Dunphy as well, your top 3. Gilpin makes his way to the ski.
Doing a little stiff-legged ski right there.
We're Aussies. We're lazy.
I was to say, is that like, down in Australia where the toilets spin the other way? Is that something unique?
Did you not know that?
Ah.
I think something that we'd actually want to see is to see him utilize his body weight a little more, which would actually be the lazy way to do it. So you need to do less work. You're actually just kind of leaning down and allowing your weight to kind of pull those handles down.
What he's doing, he's warming up for his deadlift later on.
Being so proficient.
Proficiency, that's what we're after. But is it a way, hey, maybe your quads are a little bit taxed, bit of lactate in there from the burpee box jumps. Do you then negate that by doing sort of a stiff-legged deadlift position just to get into it and then incorporate a little bit later on?
Honestly, I think you'd want to get some movement in there.
Michiel Guzerhem from Belgium, down there in lane number 1 to the left. And shop exclusive WFP London Pro merch all weekend. Just scan that QR code or come and see the WFP booth at the Drumsheds in Tottenham. Simon Zalina to the right, just having a bit of a look, see what Matty Gilpin's after. Maybe he's looking at his stiff leg as well and go, what's he doing?
It's possible Matty's just trying to save the quads a little bit after those dumbbell squats. Hard to say.
It seems to be a bit of a lull in this first heat. Once they get to the skis, everything like...
I would agree. I think we'll see this in the later heats. You kind of want to see them come up a little bit on their toes, kind of use that momentum to come down, put their body weight into it, and you kind of see that little more oomph in the ski. It might look like a little more work, but you're actually just using your body weight to gain momentum, having to put less effort into each stroke. So you'll go faster with less effort.
Michiel Guzerhem, only 2 calories away. Oh, and there's an official stumble at the top end. That is Cian Dunphy. Just sent that first burpee box shove a little bit too hot.
It happens to the best of us.
Len Postel and Michiel Guzerhem, bottom of screen, joining Matt Gilpin in your top 4, with Cian Dunphy right up in lane number 8. And not a bad spring from Dunphy.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of them go a little bit lower over the box.
Some of that pop from the first round starting to go away.
What's a good number to hit without that increased fatigue hitting you for burpee box jump overs? Is it like a 30? Is it a 40? Is it?
I think so we've been talking about like tools in your toolkit all weekend long, and one of the things is actually just knowing the time domain that you're competing within and the rep scheme that you're doing is having, if it's 10 reps and it's a short workout, you're going to be popping up over, you're going to be jumping down, getting right back down to the chest. If it is this longer, you kind of start doing the step up, you kind of start doing the step down to keep the heart rate lower. So it really just, you change your technique and you change your strategy depending on the time domain and rep scheme.
Now, we heard from Sydney Wells in that final heat of the pro women about how she was going to strategize and break down each movement. Do you put mini time caps on each component of your chipper just to make sure you're roughly thereabouts?
No, not at all. I think you need to be, you're always kind of aware. You've done so many workouts. You're kind of aware of roughly how long things are going to take, and that's going to dictate how fast and how hard you go and the effort that you put in. But nobody out here is wearing a watch or timing anything, and you're not fully aware of the clock until you're reaching the end of the workout to kind of know.
Matt Gilpin, skip, hop, step.
Yeah, I think he just...
It's an Aussie dance move.
Ah, okay. I was going to say, that's...
The old Aussie skip, hop, step.
You guys just have to be rebels. You just have to do everything different.
We got the rules and we just bend them. Michiel Guzerhem on the left, Len Postel on the right. Belgium v Germany on the competition floor in lanes 1 and 2. And two athletes we didn't really see a lot of yesterday, but aren't we seeing some work from them now? Oh, Dunphy, have a go at those thrusters.
Yeah, he is moving quickly.
Let's
go. I was
go.
going to say, he was jumping over the box, landing in that bottom of the squat position. For most athletes that are trying to avoid that, to avoid the fatigue, but clearly the squatting strength, not an issue for him.
But it also seems that he's getting to that full extension and just doing a strict press, which personally I love. But there's no activation from those hips to get the dumbbells moving. But that was
just
damn good.
That's just pure strength in that movement.
Grisaham, Postel in the background is Lilliorg in those sunglasses. Kian Dunphy on the right-hand side of your screen. In the background is Troy Clay.
And Kian's hand placement, too, he's a little bit wider. He's not like biceps tucked up to the ears in that overhead position, super narrow.
Now, I'm going to probably state the obvious here. Kian Dunphy's probably going to come home very quickly the way he's doing these thrusters.
Yeah, he's got a very upright torso and a very fast reflex to get out of the bottom position.
He's also taking longer breaks between each set. So he ripped those big chunks, and he is probably taking 15 seconds or so between picking up the dumbbells.
Yeah, he's getting fast.
Dunphy at the top of your screen. He's into the second last segment alongside Philroy Peters, Len Postel and Mahil Guzaham. Matt Gilpin's in there as well. Final segment for Len Postel and Dunphy. Those legs look like they're gone to water. And a bit of blood coming from Kian Dunphy's right leg as well. Len Postel was the athlete to watch.
He has responded in kind.
Postel, 14:29. Dunphy getting to work for the final 10, as is Mahil Guzaham in the bottom left. Now the fatigue on those triceps for the extension for dumbbells overhead is causing some issues.
Guzaham, a little bit taller athlete, longer athlete, really fighting to get to extension on that last rep. Riding the line ever so closely.
Gilpin, Peters, and Dunphy. It's going to be a race to the finish. It is going to be Dunphy first. Gilpin will be next, and Peters. Guzaham is in. Simon Zelina. He is done. Lilliorg, the final 10. Moracchino to the back of your screen, and to the far right, Troy Clay in the green shirt. Lilliorg, a no rep, exactly what you don't want. Final 20 seconds. Lilliorg, the only athlete that is going to finish. But he's going to have to get these last couple of reps done pretty quickly. Lilliorg, just under that 16-minute time cap. Postel, impressive. When I grow up, I want biceps like that.
For Len, it really started off of the burpee box jump over. So pretty close. We saw Troy Clay coming out hot. Thought maybe he might try to run away with it. But after the dumbbells, Len Postel was side by side with Mikhail Guzaham. And that final set of thrusters proved crucial for Postel, who puts together his best performance of the weekend so far and wins men's heat 1.
Yeah, marked as one to watch for our heat coming up, and Len Postel doing exactly what he needed to, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Len, you've just told me that that differed from training. How so?
Yeah, like I got time capped in the training. Yesterday was shit. Like I didn't feel like myself, and today I kind of get into the competition. Just did my thing, stayed in my own lane, and it worked out.
Certainly did. What does that now do for confidence if yesterday you weren't feeling like yourself?
Actually, I'm super bad in this situation. Like I never was in this situation. It's my first big competition. I have super good friends here. They're there. They kept motivating me. I had a long walk yesterday, sat in the sun. And today I told myself that I just want to have fun, and that was fun.
I'm so glad. Look, you got Chasing Excellence tattooed on the side of your chest. Do you live up to that?
I do. So if you chase excellence, there's no bad days. You just have to get the job done, look forward, and keep improving. So I'm here and I'm not done yet.
I love it. Great job out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Len. Thank you, Lauren. Heat number 1 in the books. And our second men's heats about to come onto the competition floor in chasing that time of 14:29, unofficial time, of course. All your official results, head to competitioncorner.net. Heat 2 on the way.
Okay, here's heat number 2 for the pro men. Lane 10, Pietro Anderloni, Italy. Lane 9, Fran Hurtado, Costa Rica. Lane 8, Roldan Goldbaum, Mexico. Lane 7, Dani Camacho, Spain. Lane number 6, Julius Kiesa, Germany. Lane 5, Tommaso Pieri, Italy. Lane number 4, Andreas Jimenez, Norway. Lane 3, Ryan Jeplins, United States. Lane 2, Toby Buckland, United Kingdom. Lane number 1, Tom Kingdon, United Kingdom. 1 minute.
Our second of 5 heats onto the floor. Some good performances yesterday. Masso Pieri doing extremely well. But the third workout of first tour stop, it is London Pro 3.
They're going to start on the rower, move to the burpee box jumps, spend some time doing some goblet squats, over to the skier, back on the box again, and finish with more dumbbells in their hands for some dumbbell thrusters. Dani Camacho, a fixture of World Fitness Project Season 1. Tom Kingdon, a 19-place improvement from Pro 1 to Pro 2, so hoping that momentum continues and can carry it over here to start Pro 3.
Athletes to the rowers to get things started for Pro 3. And you mentioned Dani Camacho, hampered by injury last year. Always good to have an off season and get yourself ready to go. And these athletes are ready to go, and this is the blueprint, how best to attack Pro 3. This one presented by Adidas.
Well, I think getting out front early, if you've got the engine, if you've got the fitness, chase it. Dare everyone to chase you. Put an aggressive pace out there and fight to hold on. And if there's a place to make your move, you can send the squat. We saw Len in the previous heat kind of establish himself back out in front after the first dumbbell squat. I think that's the place where you'll see athletes really start to drop the hammer.
Kingdon, as you did mention, jumping up from 1 to 2 yesterday. Is that something you look forward to in competition, to try and progress and get better each workout as you go across each day?
I mean, the workout's going to be so different, and you're kind of going to know if they're going to play to your strengths or weaknesses. So it's really just getting everything that you can out of each workout. But something that's always on your mind is, yes, you want to be in that final heat, and you want to be in the highest heat possible. It's just a different energy out there on the field, and you'll see that between, you know, heat 1 to heat 5. The intention of which the athletes come out and the effort that they put in, and when one goes fast, it naturally pulls the other. So there's just going to be more competition. So if you are looking to win events, if you are looking to be one of the top times or scores, you really do want to be in those later heats.
Okay, you drop out of that top heat. How hard is it to fight to get back into that top heat?
You really got to put those blinders on, and that's what we talked about yesterday. You gotta have a good imagination. If you're not in that last seat, you have to know that most likely the top scores are coming out of there. So even if you are in front, even if you are leading, to not be satisfied with winning the heat, you have to imagine those people being in front of you. So it's just gonna take putting those blinders on and charging forward. And sometimes you might go harder than you need to, but you just gotta do that and make sure that you get everything out of it to try and put yourself into that last seat.
Ryan Jepning, current leader for heat number 2. 5 heats for our men before we allow our pro individuals the chance to have a break. We'll get to our team competition next. Shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code. Get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Jevning about to finish up. And the first. And that's a great transition from Ryan Jevning. No messing around here. So on Ryan Jevning, Season 1 of the World Fitness Projects. Enjoy some time on the Echo Bike. Are we going to see him enjoy some more Echo Bike time later on? Now, what's your preference when you go into a competition day? Is it like we've got today? We've got a chipper where it's a little bit grueling and grindy, and then you've got a heavy lift, and then you've got a nervous system dump at the back end. What sort of format do you prefer going into a day?
Exactly how it is. You want to start off with this mixed modality, kind of like a longer workout where you can make some mistakes. If you go a little bit too fast or too slow, you can make adjustments, and you kind of have that ability to, not everything has to go perfect. It can still go well, if that makes sense. So you can kind of get your groove on and get into the day. And for sure, you want that Echo Bike to be the last thing of the day, because that is going to take a lot of time to recover from. That's going to be something that, you know, it's only going to take a couple of minutes to do. It's going to take 5-10 times as long to recover from that, because it's going to be so tight. It's going to require everything that they have, and every single one of those athletes, I'll promise you, will redline on that.
So it's the natural sleep agent.
Sleep and food. It's sleep and food and time. Yeah. So they programmed this perfectly.
Very similar to your 130 Echo Bike calories you do every week.
Yep, it's a weekly test with try to knock it out with my father-in-law. I don't know if it's always the best sleep agent for me, but
Jevning continues to move forwards. Roland Goldbaum. Oh, hello. We saw Roland yesterday with that rope, and he had 10 seconds to do as many double unders, and the computer said no.
Said, nah, play, I'm good.
They're looking a bit fresher this morning.
I think this is the strategy that we've been seeing from some of the athletes is how they place the dumbbell down for ease of picking it back up again, and kind of making that, you always want your breaks to be as short and as easy as possible. Good tactic on this workout.
This is going to be a great battle. But Roldan jumping into the lead. 5 to go for Jevning. Roldan getting an opportunity at Whatappalooza as well.
We've seen him kind of go back and forth between the team and individual competition. First time I had the pleasure of meeting Roldan was at the MAC a few years ago as an individual competitor.
A very straight leg movement from Ryan Jevning on the left.
Also seeing less hinge at the torso from Roldan too, a little bit more upright throughout the pole.
Now what's your tricep fatigue doing from going from your row, then going to your burpees and having to push yourself off the ground each time, then holding the goblet squat position? Your triceps fried out here because then you move straight into the ski.
Yeah, I would think it's mostly going to be your shoulders. Yeah, you're going to feel it in your triceps, but it's going to be squeezing that dumbbell together as your shoulder. It's going to be pushing off of the ground on the burpees and then pressing that dumbbell on the thruster. So something that we have talked about, yes, is the leg fatigue and the acid in the legs on the squats. But something, yeah, we maybe haven't talked about as much as how much your arms are also going to be fatigued just with that interference.
Just noticed Fran Hurtado got to the ski, grabbed the handles, then put them back and dropped his knee sleeves, which was a bit strange. Maybe needed a little recovery time getting to the ski, but he's sitting down there to the far right in lane number 9.
Back to the gear conversation.
Oh, here we go.
You don't want it in your way. So you've seen a lot of athletes now put their knee sleeves up and down. So it does take time, but at the same time, it helps them on the squats, and it does interfere with the burpees and anything else in the workout because you don't want to restrict that blood flow.
Yeah, it was just strange that he grabbed the handles first. Maybe just forgot to put them down and then went, oh, I better put these down.
Most people probably just would have kept going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sign up for Project One San Diego coming to California May 25th. Just scan that QR code on your screen. More Project One stuff happening here in the Drumsheds in London. Tour stop number 1 continues. Our pro men taking on the third workout of the weekend.
Tommaso Pieri made a big move on the ski erg, able to pull relatively even with Roldan Goldbaum. Tommaso really good on the machines. You see Roldan's posture starting to break just a little bit.
Ryan Jevning continuing very well. And for more on that, let's head down to Lauren.
Cheers, gang. I've just been catching up with his wife, and look, Ryan's one of these athletes that is having to manage a full-time job alongside trying to become the best version of athlete that he can be. He has been focused very much on this event. He's peaked for it. Luckily, his work's flexible enough that he can get the training hours in. Plus, he also has a young son, Roman, and he's been super present dad to Roman as well. So as a family, they're all making it work for Ryan to realize his dream of competing across all the tours in the World Fitness Project.
Something we haven't talked about at all is how do people juggle work, children, family, anything else they're doing, and increase your ability to train and the time you are able to train.
Yeah, it's a balancing act for sure. And I think if you rewind 15 years and most professional athletes had a full-time job, and then, you know, they were fit because they trained. And you fast forward to today, and the people at the top of the leaderboard, they do this as a profession. And it requires so much time. It requires, I never liked using the word sacrifices. It's a choice. It's a choice that you're making, but you are sacrificing other things. And our sport just requires you to be good at so many things, time domains, movements, that it's a lot of time for sure. It's a fun journey, but it can for sure be a lonely, strict, and a very disciplined one.
I like that. Disciplined, yes, very much so.
I also like the transition from Ryan Jepning here. A lot of other athletes, Julius Kieser, Tommaso Pieri, got off the box first. Jepning got off the box, saw the other guys resting, walked right to the dumbbells, hopped up, started letting it rip. At this stage of the workout, that's what you got to do.
Your leader, Roldan Goldbaum, at 12-minute mark, 4 to go. Pietro Andoloni, don't forget about him in lane number 10. Jevning, Andreas Tamanis, and Toby Buckland to the far left of your screen, still battling. Fran Hurtado, Danny Camacho still going through their burpee box jumps. Fran Hurtado doesn't look that great.
Julius Kieser looks really good on the thrusters. He's about 5 reps behind Roldan Goldbaum.
20 to go for Roldan to the far right of your screen in no shirt, black shorts, orange shoes. Kieser. Camacho jumping onto those dumbbells. Kieser looking pretty comfortable. Kieser jumping into second now. Andoloni in lane 10 is thrustering very quickly. He's at the top of your screen in the green shirt. The final 10 for Roldan Goldbaum. 15 to go for Andoloni. 15 to go for Kieser. Time ticking away. Jevning is going to be pushing Julius Kieser for that second place finish. But Roldan Goldbaum, the last 5 reps. 14:29 to beat from Len Postel, and that's going to be done easily. Roldan Goldbaum, 13:45. Kieser looking to take second position. Jevning now with 10 to go. Tommy, you were spot on. Kieser, the efficiency of the thrusters has brought him home very strong and gets done. Underneath that time from Len Postel as well. Jevning has got 5. He won't have enough time to finish faster than Postel. Oh, and that's got to hurt. 3 to go, putting him down. Tommaso Pieri. He's going to jump ahead of Jevning. And that break from Jevning has cost him a spot. Kingdon, top placing coming out of the remaining athletes on the field, or is Andoloni going to get it? The bookends. Kingdon on the left, on the far right, it is going to be Andoloni just ahead. Kingdon all done. Tamanis will be next, finished. Fran Hurtado. Toby Buckland. Danny Camacho taking a break. Buckland, the last athlete to get finished. Oh no! 1 rep to go. 5 seconds. Can Buckland get finished? Yes, he can.
Good work getting those done.
That's probably where you want to get to, and the extent of exactly what your body is capable of, and I think Toby Buckland found it.
He was right there, right there, and it's supposed to either not or right at the last rep. So
He can walk away knowing that he didn't leave anything out there on the floor.
exactly.
Same goes for a handful of men at the top of this heat that really attacked it, rolled and gold bomb out in front after that first set of dumbbell squats. Started to see his pace dip just a little bit on the second burpee box jumps, introduced a few athletes into the mix, Julius Kieser, Ryan Jevning, trying to make a push to catch him, but Roldan able to hold off of the both of them and put up the top time through 2 heats so far.
Roldan down with Josie Astula.
Roldan, congratulations. The dumbbell is definitely one of the defining moments in this workout. How did that feel? Sabemos que la mancuerna es una de las partes más importantes de este workout. ¿Cómo lo llevaste?
Mantuve una estrategia de principio a fin. Respeté mi paso en las máquinas y sabía que las mancuernas, como tú dices, iban a pesar, iba a ser el separador y solamente seguí mi plan.
Roldan says that he had a plan going in from the start. He knew that those dumbbells were going to be heavy, but he went in and left some energy for the dumbbell to be able to go off with that win. Roldan, tienes aquí los fans de México. Te están dando ese ruido. They're giving you that noise, Mexico.
Sí, amo a toda mi gente de México, a todos los latinos. Firmeza siempre. ¡Woo!
Roldan saying a big hey to Mexico. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Roldan, and thank you, Joe. A big change from coming from Mexico.
You also give a shout out to all Latinos, so
exactly.
I'll take a little bit of that.
Yeah, so take all of it.
At least as far as this booth is concerned.
We couldn't get much further away, I don't think. 2 heats down, 3 remaining of our pro men 3 workout. 13:45, our unofficial time to beat for our last 30 athletes to hit the competition floor. And let's welcome them out. Heat number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the athletes for heat number 3. In lane number 10, Patrick Vellner, Canada. Lane number 9, Luka Jukic, Serbia. Lane 8, Tatuero Naimo, Finland. Lane number 7, Victor Helsingor, Norway. Lane 6, Jack Barlow, Canada. Lane number 5, Bobby Benito, Spain. Lane number 4, Noah Wilson, United States. Lane number 3, BKG, Iceland. Lane number 2, Leonardo Grottino, Italy. And lane 1, Adastis Artemis, Greece.
Third heat onto the floor. A massive roar
minute.
for Pat Vellner, probably something you never want to disappear. You just
I remember.
soak that up. Every
Yes.
time you hit, like you would have hit the floor and had that as well.
He's just the greatest, and I feel like the fans know that. The fans feel that. He's just the best energy, and we need to take that in for the last tour.
That's it. Pro 3 coming your way.
Yep. They'll hop onto the rower, move over to some burpee box jumps, start with a single dumbbell for some goblet squats, over to the skier, more burpee box jumps, and add another dumbbell to the mix for some thrusters.
Aaron Hamo
hoping to shake off a 44th place finish to close yesterday in London Pro 2. BKG, anytime there's a good mix of everything, he just seems to always find a way to do well.
But gee, he looks sharp 100% of the time.
Look good, play good.
Underway. 13 minutes and 45 seconds. But interesting what Roldan said in his interview. He knew the dumbbells are going to be heavy. Save a little bit of energy to make sure you go and attack it.
Yeah, and I think there's some athletes who can do just that. I mean, if you look as far as people that are strong below parallel, Fabian Benito-Celis is excellent with squatting. The question is, how well can he manage his energy on the other movements to be able to really take advantage of that strength there? Across his history, Pat Vellner has been really good at some of the burpee, box jump overs, bar facing burpees, kind of throwing those into the mix in big chunks. Luke has always had some good aerobic capacity, but how well does he handle the heavy dumbbells below parallel?
Well, you spoke about it yesterday, Kat, with BKG. Pretty much the best mover we have seen over 15 years. Does that come into experience along with Pat Vellner? They've done this so often, they know how to move, and they know how to move quickly and efficiently and save some energy for when they need it.
Exactly. Like, they have so much experience. It's kind of becomes strategy becomes second nature almost, because you don't have to think so much about it. You just know. So you rarely ever see them redline or go over. It's actually quite the opposite. I think they're a little bit too strategic and sometimes hold back a little bit. I'd like to see them, still have that kind of youthful, naive approach where you just go and you just see, because they still have that. They can still do that. So I'm curious to see if they're kind of willing to try with this workout, the bike later today, if they're still willing to go to that place and just see what they are capable of.
Fabian Benito in the center in all black. Judge's hand still not up. Anestis Artemis moving already. Jack Farlow was quick to move as well, as was Patrick Vellner. And Pat Vellner, one of those experienced athletes who we've enjoyed watching for so many years. And hopefully we get to see more of it, but we'll wait and see what happens at the end of this year. And we caught up with him earlier in the week. This is what he had to say.
If I was going to guess what the winning strategy of that workout was going to be, I think you have to row pretty hard to start. Your burpees in general on both sides of the chipper need to be like just kind of steady. You should try to move through the goblet squats fast in spite of how bad it's going to feel, and then ski slow.
Interesting. Ski slow and move quick on everything else. Some more on Pat Vellner. Let's head down to Lauren.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, look, I spoke to Pat Vellner in that interview, and his overriding emotion coming into this tour was that it's his final year, and he's here to enjoy every single second, because when you move away from this kind of ecosystem, you'll lose a lot of friends and people you touch base with all around the year, and that's a big focus for enjoyment for him through this. However, enjoyment can get quite hard when you're not doing as well as you expect you should. I was chatting to it with his coach, Michel Latendre, and he's had this most emotional build-up. The heart surgery, he lost his dog, he's going into his retirement year, and that's bound to take a toll, not just on training, but mental capacity coming into weekends. Yes, he's here to enjoy it. Sometimes it's getting hard, but what he's doing is he's finding buoys, things to hold on to throughout every workout where perhaps it isn't going to plan. And him and Michel are working together to find strategies that are going to work for this version of Pat Vellner that's out on the floor right now. And part of this weekend is finding those strategies.
Thank you, Lauren. Great insight as to what's happening with Pat Vellner. Now, when does it stop becoming fun?
We spoke about that a little bit today, of it's not always, you can't just come out with an intention to have fun and have fun. You come in when you're doing well, you have expectations. He's been doing this for so long. Of course, he knows what he's capable of and he wants to perform to that standard. And when you do that, you have fun. And then we heard from Lauren. It's been a tough run-up, and so kind of maybe coming in with a bit of a heavy heart, not performing as well as you want to. This is the farewell tour, and kind of wanting to have fun. I can see the conflicting kind of emotions in that.
We've seen plenty of emotion on the floor already. Amanda Jobs winning her heats.
To be fair, Pat still has a great mentality about it. His post yesterday said, day one, whoopsie daisies. Stuffed it. Basically, I'll be back tomorrow.
But do we expect anything else of Pat Vellner?
No, I think that's why he's been so endeared to the community for so long. He's unafraid to cop to his mistakes, to own it and move forward, and it's also given him the freedom to bounce back in some major ways. I mean, there's a time where you knew if he was going to finish in the bottom 10, it was almost expected that he was going to come back and either have a top 1 or 2 finish the next event.
Have you found that with competitors that you've been competing with over the years, that they're not willing to put their hand up and go, hey, I messed that up, rather than, hey, the judge did this or the equipment did this, but they won't blame themselves?
He's very transparently him, just as Tommy says, but I think the majority of athletes always have this shell, and you don't want anybody to know. You don't want them to know you have an injury. You don't want them to know you're not feeling good. You don't want them to know something else is going on, and you want to keep that shell, because you're always trying to make sure nobody gets anything from you. And I think he's so raw, and exactly as what Tommy said is why he's been so endeared and why he is such a fan favorite. He is just him. He puts on no show.
Tatu Erin Hamo, very short pull on that ski.
Yeah, really kind of just negating the leg element of this movement, right? Quick little hinge, quick little pull, not really extending his arms overhead, not resetting the handles too high, just content with that short, aggressive, choppy pull.
If you look at Luca just next door, trying to get full stretch out of those cables on the ski.
And even Luca is positioned further away from the ski erg, right? So as he hinges, the handles are coming at more of an angle away from the actual ski erg itself. So just a slightly different angle of pull and how you're affecting that turbine.
Well, I suppose it's going to come down to where you're fatiguing most and where you can change the fatigue level. Shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer.
I think quickly touching on the ski technique again, we have Pat in the background. I wish we could see him full body again, but you can see how his butt moves back a lot further with each kind of utilizing his body weight again to get that strong pull versus some of the other guys keeping that stiff leg and really just using that upper body. I feel like they're just not getting what they can out of the stroke. There we go. Scooching that butt back and really utilizing his body weight to really hammer that pull down.
Seems more in sync with the entirety of his body too,
Exactly.
right? It doesn't seem disjointed.
When Pat said he's going to ski slow, what does slow look like for an elite athlete?
I mean, he's strong on the machine, so he just means he's probably not elevating his heart rate on this, but I'm sure relative to the field, he's not actually skiing slow. He's just not trying to gain ground here. He's trying to maintain and then have energy to now go on the back half.
Jack Farlow, Nestor Artemis are battling it out for the lead. Victor Helsingov joining them as your top three onto the burpee box jump overs for the second time. Farlow falling into that trap during last year's season for World Fitness Project. A little bit of a slow start and having to claw his way out.
Well, to his credit, he did more than claw his way out. He caught fire, winning multiple workouts in the Challenger division in a row and getting himself up into the Pro division, getting to Copenhagen and earning himself a pro card. And, you know, not that it was necessarily the same situation, but opens with a 25th place yesterday, works his way up to a 14th place. Seems like maybe he wants that trend to continue here.
And he's got some good events coming up too for him. So I'm sure he's excited about today and the possibility of some shifts on the leaderboard.
Heavy barbells and Jack Farlow go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Farlow just ahead of Artemis. Helsinghoff jumping into third. And your live scoring to the right-hand side. The numbers reflecting how many left to finish workout number 3.
Yeah, you can see the fatigue on the pressing motion for Anestis coming out of the bottom there, priming the burpee a little extra, letting his torso rise independently of the rest of his body, getting to that tricep extension and then letting the hips rise. You just don't want to press the full amount of your body weight at that point.
Level pegging. Farlow adding a little bit of chalk, a little bit of recovery time. Now, when you're used to throwing heavy barbells over your head, how does that relate to a lighter dumbbell? Is it a similar feeling? Is it a...
It doesn't always translate directly. Like, he is very strong below parallel, so yes, they're going to feel light for him. But him as an athlete, he's not as well primed and conditioned to do higher reps at a lower weight. You know, relative to the field, he's going to be one of the best, if not the best, at the heaviest weight. He's not the most conditioned to do it for high reps.
Artemis, first 10 done. And I was just going to say, Tommy, dumbbell position, Farlow compared to Artemis, the dumbbells just dropping down the back, some athletes keeping them at parallel to the floor.
But what I like what Farlow's doing is you're seeing a straight line of action from where the dumbbells sit on the shoulder to directly overhead. There's not much swaying left or right. They're sitting pretty squarely on the shoulder. That's going to keep them close to the center line. Make sure you're going to make the most out of the dry face from the bottom of the thruster, whereas you saw Helsinghoff. At Helsinghoff, you're seeing the dumbbells kind of slide off to the sides. And it should be noted, like, these dumbbells are going to feel lighter for Farlow. He's not just strong. He was the first individual athlete to clean and jerk 400 pounds at the games.
Hold on to your hats. Here comes Noah Wilson, your new leader. Noah Wilson. Talk about leaving something in the tank. He's only got 20 to go. The numbers replicating. 1 rep to finish over the finish line as well. That's why the numbers were at 21.
Noah made a strong statement in Pro 1 yesterday, coming out and winning that early heat behind his strong running.
Helsinghoff, last segment coming. Oh, and now jumping into the lead. Victor Helsinghoff. Can he stay ahead? Has he strategized perfectly?
Oh, I love the move. And he's picking up his cadence too. His cycle rate increased on those first 5 of that last 10.
It is going to be Helsinghoff to get the heat win, 13:34.
Strong finish.
And the fastest time overall, Wilson, Farlow continuing to battle for seconds. Wilson will be done next. Farlow with a couple to go. And Victor Helsinghoff, the transition into that last segment and not resting.
He set the squat.
Artemis finishing 4th. Grazzino in next. BKG not far away from getting done either. Last one done.
That's a credit to Helsinghoff. He's the first athlete we've seen be able to take the heat win, not being the first athlete to the dumbbell thruster.
Luka Djukic finishes up as well. Fabian Benito Next up, Aaron Hamo is done.
Yeah, I think Victor Helsinghoff kind of showcased the disciplined pacing. You know, the approach where he probably felt relatively good getting to the dumbbells and then was able to hammer them out very well, making up a lot of ground.
Final 5 reps, the crowd, they are giving Pat Vellner everything they have got. And he's giving it straight back with everything that's left in the tank for him. Final rep coming, Pat Vellner. Some good going from our athletes, heat number 3. But Helsinghoff strategizing well. Farlow coming home very quickly. Farlow with that early lead with Artemis and managing to hold on to 3rd as well.
Farlow was consistently out in front. We saw a few other athletes kind of rise up, fall back, rise up, fall out, fall back. Farlow was towards the front of that heat throughout, coming off of the rower, really. And there wasn't much about Victor Helsinghoff until we got to the end. And Estes Artemis, the Greek up-and-comer, challenged Farlow going into the last set of burpee box jumps. Farlow kind of pulled back ahead on that ski erg. But it came down to that final set of thrusters again. And from the 3rd or 4th place position, we saw Victor Helsinghoff made a push. Looked like Noah Wilson might take it. Helsinghoff, a tremendous final set of thrusters, increased cycle rate, gets him to the finish line.
The Norwegian dominance continues. Victor Helsinghoff standing by with Lauren Smith.
The Norwegian dominance indeed. Victor, clinical. It all came down to the thrusters. Again, talk me through your pacing to get there and then execute in the way you did.
I was relaxed a little bit on the ski and then pushed the burpees and squats both way. And then when you have 10 left, you know you just have to push through and hold on. That was the plan. Just hold on the last 10.
You came into this workout 23rd. This will probably do enough to push you up into the top 20 going into the close of the day. What's the overall ambition for Tour Stop 1?
To just see where I stack up and get some motivation to work on towards the rest of the season and hopefully top 20 or higher. That's the goal.
I know you're not a part of the Krieger training crew, but you do train at CrossFit Oslo. What benefit do you get out of being around all of those top-level athletes when it comes to your training?
To see all at the gym pushing every day, you just get more motivated to push even harder in training. So that's most of it. So, yeah.
You seem knackered. We can't wait to see what you've got. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Norwegians absolutely killing it this morning. And 3 heats down, 2 more to come. And I would love to get an interview with the athletes. Hey, this is what I'm expecting to do. And just like Victor said and Pat said, they're going to just relax a little bit on the ski. And then post-event do the same thing. Go, did that work out the way you wanted it to? We're not too far away from bringing our second last heat of our pro men onto the floor. Crowd building here at Drumsheds. And plenty of smiles here this weekend already.
Let's bring out the athletes for
heat 4. Here they come.
4. In lane number 10, Nick Matthew, United States. Lane number 9, Victor Garcia, Spain. Lane number 8, Quinn Robinson, United States. Lane number 7, Colin Bothard, Switzerland. Lane number 6, Guy Mayeros, Brazil. Lane number 5, Jonnekoski, Finland. Lane number 4, Alex Kotulas, Greece. lane number 3, Chandler Smith, United States. Lane number 2, Yorgos Karavis, Greece. And in lane number 1, Travis Mayer, United States.
This is heat 4.
1 minute.
And some big names looking to assert themselves towards the top end of the leaderboard. Chandler Smith's had a good competition so far, recovering from that wrist injury. And London Pro 3, a tough one.
You're going to have some work on the rower. You're going to do 2 different sets of burpee box jump overs. Some calories on the skier and a ton of dumbbell work. Yonikoski should do well with the dumbbell, particularly with those thrusters. Quinn Robinson came out strong yesterday with a 7th place finish in London Pro 1. I think he'll like the slightly longer time domain. Travis Mayer spoke with him at breakfast this morning. He was stoked to have day 1 in the rear view, said those were his damage control workouts. He's ready to attack today.
Travis Mayer, 15 years of competition experience. The blueprints presented by Adidas.
I think for the top times overall here, you're going to have to attack from the outset and not be afraid to lead from the front. Especially if you feel strong below parallel, you'll have an opportunity to shut the door or make a big push and send the squat, both with the goblet and the thrusters.
Let's talk about competitive times. What's possible for these men in the top 2 heats?
I mean, the fastest time, I mean, just using what we saw on the women's side, we saw 12s, I would say mid 12s. I wouldn't be surprised to see that here, mid to low 12s.
13:34, our current time to beat from Victor Helsingov out of CrossFit Oslo in Norway. Norwegians have done very well so far this morning. Does that happen sometimes, that workouts fall into the lap pretty much of the way the training program or the camp is designing?
Oh, 100%. I just think, different training camps have different kind of approaches to training and different things that they prioritize and think are the most important things for an athlete to have. So some training camps definitely put more emphasis on conditioning. Some training camps put more on running. Some training camps think it's the most important to be very explosive and a strong athlete. So I think those type of athletes will always do the most of that type of training, and when that comes up, they're going to have, a little bit of a leg up and feel more confident when that comes up. And I think the Norwegians for sure have been showing that they do put a lot of effort on the conditioning side of the sport.
Maya, hey.
This is an athlete that has never been afraid to hurt.
Oh, never, ever. I try and replicate what he does with his lawn at home.
Oh,
with my lawn and my edges.
You and me both. It's also a testament to what stage of life we're in, A decade plus ago, we were talking about, pacing strategies and how he attacks the bike. And this morning at breakfast, after talking about day 1 for a little bit, immediately moved to, all right, what kind of seed did you use for your lawn? I went
It
with
was
this.
lawns and parenthood.
A lot of dad talk, a lot of parenthood lawn management.
Funny how things change.
Oh, yeah.
And some things don't, because he's still out here not afraid to go hard on workouts.
Agreed. It's really impressive, the longevity. And really, he's, I would say, drastically underappreciated across his career and what he's been able to do.
I would 100% agree with that.
And I was watching some stuff that he was doing on social media and snatching plates out of his hands and getting them overhead and just trying different weight plates. And I went, you can have all that. Now, you may have noticed that Colin Bossard came onto the competition floor in full tracksuit attire, keeping warm and not feeling 100%. So just going to be sitting Pro 3 out. Maya starting the burpee box jumps first. Getting to work. Chandler Smith has been all over the place. London, England, Abu Dhabi. And for more on Chandler, let's head down to Lauren Smith.
Thanks, team. I'm in the coach's box with Chandler's better half, Jessie Smith. Jessie, Chandler has been managing a pretty serious wrist injury. What's his training looked like over the past few weeks?
Yeah, so the wrist injury happened about 8 weeks ago. It was the week right before Wadapalooza started. He just this past week before the competition did his first ring muscle-ups, first handstand walk, which is not ideal before a competition when you're trying to prep, but he's pain-free now. He did end up with a little bit of a stomach bug a few days ago, so when we thought we were in the clear, we kind of backed up just a minute, but as of right now, wrist is all good, so fingers crossed that everything else stays that way as well.
Thanks so much for your insight. And we're going to be hearing you on the live stream in a few times over the weekend as well.
I think so, probably in about 20 minutes when the teams start.
I love it.
Real soon.
There's going to be a lot of smiles in the broadcast booth in about half an hour from now when Jessie Smith gets in here. There's Bosshart just watching on. Seen the female side of competition. Linda Casemon, Ingrid Sondel just having to do what their bodies will allow them to, but not wanting to miss out. Jona Koski had a busy year last year. Don't worry about competing, but had a busy year.
He also became a dad.
Joining the club. What a club to join.
Oh, the best.
Yunikoski is one of those shorter stature athletes, very quick and good below parallel. So he made up a good amount of ground there on the goblet squats, and I'm kind of expecting him to do the same on the back half of this workout.
Isn't it funny that someone with such shorter stature than other athletes is so good in the pool as well?
Incredible. I mean, he has a swimming background. He is so good, but yes, we saw that last year.
And he's also done well, you know, on the skier because there are some components from that swim technique, right?
Strong lat endurance and strength, yeah.
$13.34. Our time to beat Victor Helsingov. Quinn Robinson has hit a little bit of a purple patch of late, getting some good results on the board. Mayhem Classic finishing 7th. And how long does it normally take from a team competitor, if you've just gone team the whole time, to flip the switch and then you go individual? Is it you sort of ride your own coattails for a little bit and then sort of start progressing, or is there something that you can do to really jump into that individual competition?
I don't know. I've never done the jump between the two, so but I'm assuming it's a mindset shift, and you're probably going to have to be a little bit more well-rounded overall. It's just, I'm kind of speaking from the outside looking in right now, but
in chatting with athletes over the years who've done that, you know, it's an entirely different pacing strategy. So much of the team competition is faster, quick intervals, get your work done, recover, work, recover, work, recover. And that has been less so when you have all of the team working together in unison. But, you know, when you're out there all alone, a lot of the team athletes have said, hey, I have to pull back a little bit, understand that my pacing strategy has to stretch out a little bit because I don't get the work rest. I don't get to hand off to another teammate.
Malheiros not only bringing those hands together each time, but stroke rate is going to be up very high, around 45-ish. Hosky done, straight to work. And that's another aspect, the transition time that the athletes are not spending time walking, breathing, chalking up. They are getting straight to work each time.
You know, over the years, I think that's one of the things that always stands out when you talk about athletes trying to become at that elite level. And you see the comparisons between your average everyday gym goer. They won't hesitate to take those extra seconds to recover, to get a breath, to chalk, whatever it may be. And it's hard to realize just how much that makes a difference for these pro athletes when there's no letting up. The transitions are quick, they're head down, they're pushing forward the entire time.
Quinn Robinson to the right-hand side of your screen, chasing down your leader, Jonakowski.
I think it's such a good point that you just made, Tommy, of there's no excuses and no letting down, and they try to think about, not only the components of the workout, but the transition between them. When to chalk, do you even need to chalk? Like, they try and take advantage of every little thing and gain every inch that they can. Versus nobody's gonna bat an eyelash if you're gonna chalk on your way to the dumbbell, but the best in the game, they're gonna be jogging over and maybe deciding, I don't need the chalk.
Travis Mayer. Still progressing through his first set. Box yet to be moved. Jonakowski about to finish up. Shop now. Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan that QR code on your screen and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. This is where Jonakowski in set number 1 for the goblets started to separate himself from the rest of the pack with that faster squatting technique. Looking comfortable, and we spoke about that gaze. Where do you look? And Jonas has got that exactly, just looking out into space, picking something to focus on.
He's picked something that he's looking at, and then you stay focused and you keep going. And it's a nice touch point and a nice grounding thing for you to have. Just have a focus point to look at, and then only think about your movement.
Patoulis making a move. Koski in the lead. Patoulis on the left of your screen, currently in third. Quinn Robinson.
Yona ripping off big chunks here. He didn't set the dumbbells down on the transition. Started walking over with the dumbbells extended overhead, dropped right into the next rep. That's an athlete that's in full attack mode.
Quinn Robinson. 45 seconds faster, Jonakowski, than Victor Helsingov's time of 13:34. Your time to beat.
And you see the difference in cycle rate, right? Yona much faster than Quinn. Quinn a little bit more controlled, but
I like the drop that Yona's doing with the dumbbells. Once they're getting overhead, he's actually dropping straight away, so the dumbbells aren't actually hitting his shoulders till he's at the bottom of the squat.
Yeah, that a lot of times you'll see that traditional barbell thrusters, athletes pulling the bar down actively, or taking a portion of the squat in the thruster and making it non-weighted by dropping down before the dumbbells hit the shoulders.
Yona's moving exceptionally well.
Such an impressive praise from Yona. It's like he hasn't done the front half of the workout.
Don't you hate that? Travis Mayer starting to make a move on the outside, lane number 1. He's at the bottom left of your screen. Quinn Robinson. Looks like he has got second place sewn up. But Koski on the charge. He's going to have the fastest time leading into our final heat coming up. And Jonakowski and that is the way you do it. Come on.
That's why.
Yeah, that was,
there's your touch point.
Yeah, he had the reward waiting for him at the finish line.
That's exactly what he was focusing on.
Precious.
How good.
We're all a bunch of big softies up here.
Yes, we are.
And we talked about that. A why can change so much throughout the years. And he looks at his son, and that's his why.
Quinn Robinson,
A little bit of deja vu with Quinn, right? We saw him really struggle with the final couple of reps, the overhead squat in Pro 1, riding that line again here with the thrusters.
Robinson in, Katoulis will be next finished. Oh, just ahead of Travis Mayer. I have to go back to the chip timers and see which leg Alex Katoulis had it in, because that was pretty close. Chandler Smith comes in. Nick Matthew, top of your screen in the green shirt, will be next to finish. Yorgos Karavas, Gimel Heras, and Victor Garcia, Deval, the last four on the floor. Matthew done. He'll be looking forward to that deadlift coming up.
What a great day one from Victor Garcia Deval. Came in as the 50th athlete, the last one added via backfill due to withdrawals. Wakes up this morning in 17th place.
Yorgos Karavas, Victor Garcia Deval, the last couple of reps. Impressed.
Way to go, Victor.
Comes in late, puts some very solid performances in. If you're beating Gimel Heros, you're doing okay.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'd sit the same with Yorgos too.
Yorgos Karavas, 30 seconds to get the job done. Europeans have come out this morning, the last five. Yorgos, we don't have time to mess around here. Time to go. And a few reps short of finishing. Yona Koski. 12:57 unofficial time. For all your official results, head over to competitioncorner.net. All of our schedules, everything you're going to need over at Competition Corner.
Well, it all makes sense now that Yona's son and wife were waiting at the finish line, because he came out hot. Once he got to the dumbbells, made quick work of the squats, attacked the ski erg, got a little bit of a push from Quinn Robinson coming into the final set of thrusters, but man, just textbook thrusters from Yona Koski, the 10-plus year veteran of the sport, and a big smile and some love waiting for him at the finish line.
Yona Koski, impressive, 12:57, and he is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Yona, that was such an impressive performance. You were being chased throughout the majority of that workout. How were you managing your own energy expenditure whilst balancing the rest of the field behind you?
Well, yeah, I knew in my heat there's a couple very good burpee and thruster guys, so I knew I would get a good push from the guys, but still I had practiced this, and I knew with the scoring, it makes sense to take some risks. And, I was already hurting pretty bad on the second burpees, but just trusted my capacity that I can rep out the last thrusters. And yeah, it paid off.
You just told me it's your jam. It's the thruster and burpee combo. Look, you just seem to have found a whole new level to your game recently. It's the Yona Koski of old. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the dad strength slowly kicking on, or I still think I'm lacking some consistency. Like yesterday wasn't the best, and today I felt like I could, gain or perform better than my normal practice effort. So it's kind of a roller coaster every now and then. But yeah, I'm happy, and thanks for the crowd as well. It always helps on the last thrusters to rep it out and go a little bit faster than you want to.
I know deadlifts probably aren't exactly going to be the favorites. How are you going to manage this next workout?
Yeah, for sure. No, it's pretty strong guys on the field here. So, you know, all I can do is give it my best effort. And, you know, it's been a while, probably like 8 years since I went to 100 max deadlift. So hopefully I can get a couple more pounds or kilos than back then. So we'll just try to do our best and, you know, maybe give Chandler a little challenge.
Watch out, Chandler. He's coming. Awesome job.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Jonna, and there's your reward.
The best kind of reward for sure.
Oh, exactly.
I love the playfulness with Chandler. He knows who everyone's chasing on that one.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait for what is about to come for this afternoon session. Tour stop number 1 continues. This is day number 2. And our final heats of our pro men for pro number 3 coming up. And the crowd really starting to fill here at the Drumsheds in the north of London. And thank you for tuning in wherever you're tuning in from. Heat number 5, here they come.
And ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your final pro men heats. Lane number 10, Chris Ibarra, United States. Lane number 9, James Spray, United States. Lane number 8, Jelle Hoster, Belgium. Lane number 7, Ty Jenkins, United States. Lane number 6 and overall leader, Tudor Magda, Romania. Lane number 5, Roman Krenikov, United States. Lane number 4, Spencer Panchek, United States. Lane number 3, Aniole Kai, Spain. Lane number 2, Nate Ackerman, United States. Lane number 1, Samuel Cournoyer, Canada. 1 minute.
Final heats onto the floor for Pro 3. Tudor Magda, currently your leader. And some prize results. Aniole Kai winning Pro 1 yesterday morning. But this is London Pro 3.
Going to start on that rower, move over to the burpee box jump overs. Some dumbbell goblet squats with 1 dumbbell. Some time on the skier, get back to the box, and then finish with those dumbbell thrusters. Ty Jenkins continuing a run of impressive performances. Chris Ibarra, an athlete that worked his way up from the challenger divisions last year to earn himself a pro card. And then a surprise that shouldn't be really a surprise, Spencer Panchik, a wild card invite, 2 top 10 finishes yesterday, finds himself inside the top 5 overall.
The start of our final heats of our pro men, 16 minutes ahead. 12 minutes and 57 seconds to beat from Jonna Koski from heat number 4. And I think this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah.
I'm hoping so.
We saw Jonna follow the blueprint pretty much to a T here. He was unafraid to lead from the front, came out towards the front of that last heat early on, and he really made his money on the squats, both with the single dumbbell goblet squats and on the thrusters. And I think with this heat in particular, we have some athletes that will gladly throw down the gauntlet and come out hot early, especially coming off of the rower and some of the machines.
Exactly. I think in this heat, it's not so much we don't have these, we have great ones, but we don't have these outstanding squatters, but we have outstanding machine workers here. And I don't think they're afraid to go out hard on the machines, go out hard on the ski, kind of use the engines that they have. So they might be suffering a little bit more on the thrusters. But as Jeremy says, I think it's just going to be a bloodbath.
I hope so. And I hope all 10 of them finish roughly in the same time frame, so they're pushing each other to the absolute edge.
Yeah, it's the energy of that final heat where we have the men that are really competing for those podium finishes, want to be and want to keep being in that final heat. It's just a different energy out here.
And it will have major implications on the leaderboard. Right now, the top 5 men separated by just 5 points. So so single placements in this workout could have drastic effects, you know, inside the top 10.
Yeah.
James Sprague getting to work immediately. Lane number 9. And when you spoke to him yesterday, 19th place finish in Pro 1, hey, I'm not panicking. And then to do what he did for Pro 2 was just like, okay,
yep,
no panic required at all.
No panic at all.
And a lot of tall athletes in this heat as well. If you look down the list, Sprague, Hoster, Krenikov. It's a long way to shift those bodies across the shorter box. Sub 2 minutes on the road for James Sprague. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's one of those athletes that will take the leading from the front, literally, and that's an indicator that he's feeling more like himself. You know, I spoke with him yesterday after that first event. He's like, yeah, I just didn't have it. Like, I didn't overpace it. I just the juice wasn't there. I'm not really sure why, but I'm feeling better. He was outside, you know, getting some sun. And he responded with that home run in the next workout. So looking like he's completely back to form.
We also spoke about playing to your strengths, and he knows he's always going to be probably top 3 athlete, if not the best top 3 athlete on any machine. And so utilizing that to his advantage and gaining the time there where he can.
And credit to James too, you know, when he first kind of came on to the scene as an individual outside of the team divisions, there were some very clear holes in his game. He was always, you know, good aerobically, good runner, good machine athlete, but, you know, some of the squatting, some of the gymnastics were big holes for him, and he has more than shored that up and has consistently outperformed the expectations.
13 reps ahead of Roman Krenikov is James Sprague. Now, you'd know this as well as anybody, Kat. This is his house. This is my comp. I won it last year. You know how that rolls. How much do you want to defend that?
Oh, with everything. You know, he's here with one intention, and that is to defend that. And he's been proving that not only last year, but he's become the podium finder. You know, if he's not in first, he's on the podium. He's so incredibly consistent, and he wants to be the best.
Is that another driver, though, to say, okay, I won it last year. I want to back that up and prove that I can do it back to back?
Yes, 100%. That back-to-back thing, it also just adds to like the intimidation factor that you have. Now that you're not only the champion, you're the back-to-back
Two-time
champion. You know?
Yeah. I also think he's handled some of the, we'll say, negativity as well, because when he kind of made his rise to the top, there were people saying, well, I don't know if this is a fluke or maybe it's just kind of a one-off. I know, Kat, like your first title kind of came out of the blue. A lot of people weren't expecting it given what happened the year before. How do you manage that kind of...
I was just going to say you utilize that, because I remember you can get one win by fluke. You don't win a championship title by fluke. And so you kind of take that a little bit personally, and you want to prove, no, this was not a fluke, and you can utilize that to make sure that you solidify that.
Shop now, Adidas Drop Set 4. Scan the QR code and get yourself the latest Adidas Drop Set 4 trainer. Sprague, 25 seconds faster than Jonakowski, getting to the fourth aspect of row number 3, the chipper.
Look at Sprague's technique here. Really upright with his torso, not getting a huge hinge. Really short, kind of choppy, pull with his eyes forward, kind of looking through the notch of that V there that anchors those handles.
Yeah, very short, choppy pulls.
And, you know, doesn't really need to go to full extension overhead. he is one of the heavier athletes too, so a lot of times you might see them really lean into the handles, let the body weight carry the momentum.
And Yolakai making a big jump, trying to catch a leader. James Sprague, Roman Krenikov in there. And putting so much time on everybody yesterday, it was just exceptional. And that fight between himself and Tudor with the last set of double under and who's going to break, and he just decides, no, I'm doing 120 unbroken, and your arms are on fire.
What a statement. How are you going to break it up? Because I'm not.
Yeah, exactly.
Ty Jenkins, a massive hip hinge, that massive mop of hair as well.
I mean, look at the difference in Yellow State and James Sprague right now. James doing those short, quick pulls, and Yellow really utilizing all of his length and getting the work done. Kind of see Ty next to Yellow doing the same kind of long stroke.
Things going to get a lot tighter. The last 5 coming for James Sprague. How far back is Agnol? Final rep. Sprague done. We've seen a number of different techniques with the burpee push from the floor. Most athletes hitting the deck. James Sprague bouncing straight out off the floor.
Yep. Big step up, kind of into that almost kind of half lunge.
Yeah, more delayed from Agnol. Agnol winning Pro 1 yesterday morning and trying to put the heat on winner of Pro 2, James Sprague. Saibara.
Yeah, I think Enola Kai showing up yesterday, showing that he has the endurance and the engine to do what he's trying to do again. Really putting the pressure on James.
I love those kind of breakthrough performances like that. We got a little taste of that from Agnol a couple of years ago at Wodapalooza SoCal, where he was part of the Team World, and there was like a relay race workout with some bar muscle ups and some heavy barbell work, and he came out and won his race and kind of came from behind, and I think he wasn't necessarily the heavy favorite to win against some of the heavily favored Team USA guys, and the fire that came from that, and I spoke with him after, and he was just like, yeah, I just got to prove that I consistently can hang with the best, and I don't always get to see that in training, and these competitions are a good opportunity for that, and he's doing it again. He did it again yesterday.
Yeah.
Sprague done with the burpee box jump overs. Moves
he was
on.
Moving through those.
Just ahead of Agnol and Roman Krenikov in third. Ty Jenkins in fourth position. The strategy for these thrusters. How is it going to play out? Looking very similar to Yonikoski with that upright torso position.
And I know
he's got a lot longer, distance to go, but he's making it look easy.
he's taken away a lot of the excuses for us taller guys. I will say this though, and it's obviously very different, but it reminds me a lot of Sam Briggs back in the day. Every once in a while, usually once per competition, there's a workout that shows up where Briggs would just blow away everybody else.
Yeah.
It looked like she was operating on a different wavelength, a different pacing strategy, a different structure than everyone else because she was so far ahead. We've gotten those from James. I think back to, the handstand walk double under from Mesa last year. And right now it's looking like he is in complete control and just leaving the field in the dust as well. And it's really exciting to see that from a young athlete.
Roman moving into second position ahead of Agnol, but only just. Sprague taking a break and having a look. And we don't see that too often. Walking away from the dumbbells. James Sprague.
I think that's strategic.
Is he going to be giving up a little bit of a lead to Krenikov and Akai?
because he took a look at everyone else on the floor when he did that. So taking stock, maybe throttling back just a little bit on that last set to make sure, hey, what do I got to do to get to the finish line here to make sure I still get the win?
Roman only a couple of reps behind, and Yol pulling ahead just.
Oh, they're catching up with him.
This is going to be a tight one. Sprague is going to have to find something for these last 20 reps. Roman straight back to work.
And this is exactly the part of the workout where he needs to take stock, you know, not put blinders on. He needs to know that the men are coming for him.
James Sprague could be in a bit of trouble here. Roman Krenikov has now moved into the lead. You've got to be kidding me. Sprague, steps up. We're going to have an exciting finish here. And Yolakai into third. Sprague rests. Roman is going to take it. Can Anyol jump ahead of James Sprague here? Roman Krenikov, the final 2 reps, and pace to perfection.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow, what a passing.
And Yolakai, he's going to get James Sprague. Sprague finding the last couple of reps too hard, and Yolakai.
What a performance.
Oh, I spoke too soon about James.
And faster than that time from Yonakoski. James Sprague outside the time from Yonakoski. Ibarra. Happy birthday for today, Chris Ibarra. A good performance from him, finishing in 4th. Ty Jenkins in 5th. Roman, where did you come from?
You must have heard me talk about James.
Maybe too much.
Kind of the same thing as from the previous heat. Kind of just had enough in the tank to just hammer those thrusters and make up a ton of ground. But Anyol, wow.
Also hanging tough.
Nate Ackerman finishing up. And that WFP video of both Anyol and Hannah Black. Hey, look out. These guys are coming. Yes, they are.
Right now, your overall leader coming into today, Tudor Magda, still on the floor.
Spencer talking to himself or trying to get some extra air in? Magda coming in, Cornway, not far away, Yellow Hosta. Cornway done, Yellow Hosta, the last couple of reps.
He didn't even get his body over, just the leg.
Just get the
just
chip.
the leg.
Don't need to. Spencer Panchik is going to be our last to finish. Well underneath our 16-minute time cap. All done and dusted. Pro 3 in the books. But Krenikov proving once again, doesn't matter how many times you compete all year, he's still got the goods.
Oh, man. Just when you forget about Roman Krenikov, he goes and does something like this. We were expecting a dogfight, and that was exactly what we got. Between some of the athletes we're used to seeing in close races with each other. James Sprague out front early. It looked like he might run away with it, but Roman Krenikov reeled him back in, able to overtake him on the final set of 10 thrusters. And then a workout win for Roman Krenikov could move him into the overall lead.
Day number 2 of the tour stop number 1 here at the Drumsheds. And Roman Krenikov doing everything he needed to do and jumps himself into the lead. He's standing by with Lauren Smith.
He is. He's just told me his heart rate is at 200. So I have to be kind with my questions. Roman, how are you feeling?
Oh,
First thing I want to say thank you everybody who like cheered for me. It so much pushed me in workout. Yeah, exactly this guy too. And this was tough workout. One guy from my team, Mayhem team, Noy, he's told me it's all about last thrusters, and I keep this thing all my workout. And yeah, I try push so hard in the last 50 reps for thrusters, yeah.
You did it. It was incredible. Are you here to win?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Amazing workout there. I'll let you go and catch your breath.
Thanks so much. Thank you, guys.
Roman, the answer is always yes.
Always.
Some impressive. We thought Jona's time and performance was exceptional, and then insert Roman Krenikov, James Sprague, Anyola Kai there. Anyol jumping into second now. That's been impressive for him for the first day and a half of competition.
And even the variance between the men and the women there, right? For the most part, the women that got to the dumbbell first was able to hold on. We saw some leadership changes on those final set of 10 to 20 dumbbell thrusters. And I mean, that was exciting for me to see some of these athletes that are used to pulling away, used to running away with a workout, get reeled in and get overtaken by not one, but two athletes, sometimes even three across multiple heats in that last one.
Also, how fun for Roman to just be that silent assassin coming from behind. Like, he can see where his competition is at, and I don't think James saw him coming from behind until he's there, and then it was too late.
Yep.
Yeah, James Sprague, I honestly thought he was going to just finish off nicely and then just hit that wall, maybe just too hot.
Yep, absolutely. And normally he can do that, right? Like he will build himself a lead, and even if he has to pull back a little bit, he's got enough cushion to be able to close the door. And, that's just how it goes sometimes. He looked like he was running away with it. He even stopped, took a look around, and tried to make a push with the last transition, but Roman just paced it a little bit better and able to get to the finish line.
Still such an impressive performance from all of them.
Oh, I just can't imagine what is coming this afternoon. This morning's anything to go by.
I think we're in for a treat.
Oh, we certainly are. Our elite teams are going to be hitting the floor here shortly, but let's head over to On the Pulse, and they are going to break down exactly what we have seen this morning. Derek, Annie, Ed, and Pip, they are going to be on the desk, and we'll be back here very soon.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Day number 2 of season 2 of the World Fitness Project continues. We are live here from the Drumsheds in London, and we're going to continue tour stop 1 with our elite teams. Now, this is pro number 4. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez with you, a very special guest. Smiles all round. It's Jessie Smith. Hello there.
Hello, everyone.
So good to have you here. Tommy, we've been impressed with what's happened with the team competition over the last day. What did you make of what happened yesterday afternoon?
You know, I was impressed by the kind of mix of performances that we saw from teams that were in the top heat, some that weren't. Pursuit of Happiness came in, knocked the first 2 workouts out of the park, looked like they were going to be, towards the top. Then we got to see some other names, RX Performance, come up strong. I think we're going to see more of that. I think we're going to see a lot of variation, especially as we get away from some of the type of tests that we saw yesterday, and get into some more of the more traditional teamwork style variations.
Big time. Jesse, you know team competition very well. And going from last year to this year, what are you expecting?
So honestly, just looking at the teams that are out here, I think you're going to get a lot more of your European teams, which I think they get to train together a lot, which is a really, really cool experience to see them on the floor anytime there's a worm workout or anything with synchro, kind of like we have in this workout. I think they thrive for that. So I'm excited to see how the synchro part of this workout goes.
Oh, the worm. I shudder every time. It was a good way to finish with our sprint yesterday, but our team's about to come onto the competition floor right now. It is elite team number 4 and the second day of our competition here at Drumsheds.
And give it up for
and the athletes. Here they come.
Elite team. Lane number 8, CrossFit 1 more rep. Lane number 7, CrossFit 1 more rep, Maytan. Lane number 6, Krieger and Friends. Lane number 5, Blacklisted HQ. Lane number 4, the Babysitters. Lane number 3, Off the Grid Training. And lane number 2, CrossFit 1 more rep.
Our lane assignments for the first of our 2 heats in our elite team competition. Blacklisted HQ, one of those top teams we expected to do well. Probably not sitting where they wanted to off the grid. Bit of a fumble with the worm earlier on, but gee, they came home strong with elite team 3. The sprint finish on the floor here yesterday, but we move on to elite team 4A and 4B.
Yeah, 2 scored workouts happening simultaneously. The first one, 4A, 400 calories on the Echo Ski, 400 on the Echo Row. Then while that's happening, 4B, you're going to have some synchro box jump overs and synchro single arm dumbbell hang snatches at any point in time. If the other portion of the workout is done, they can rejoin, or switch as necessary.
Off the grid, Amanda, one of our taller athletes. Shane as well, they were up here earlier on just watching on what the individuals were up to. And we go through workout 4A to start things off. Synchronized box jump overs. Teamwork, it's obviously going to come down to communication and ability. How do you combine both and maximize your output?
Yeah, so this workout has a good combination of that synchro skill work as well as the endurance capacity. And obviously you have to have the girls on the machines at some point. And I think there's a good component of trying to get the girls to go kind of hard on the machines. And then you get to the dumbbell and the box jump over and you can maybe chill there a little bit more, but really try to send those machines as hard as you can, especially from the female side.
There's a lot of choose your own adventure here with these pairs. Jesse, I know you spent a lot of time in a variety of team formats. Like, where does this kind of fall for you as far as wanting the structure laid out in front of you and the task at hand, and being able to kind of adjust it as necessary for the strengths and weaknesses of your team?
So kind of like I mentioned before, I think this is one of those workouts where the teams that get to practice together or at least know each other really well is going to come in handy. So if you know your second female is really good on the rower, you can put her there a little bit more. Or if you have a guy that's really good at skiing, I think the teams that maybe are a little bit newer to one another might have a bit of a harder time trying to figure out what you need to do for the workout. But I think the teams, like you said, the European teams that end up training together a lot will probably be able to figure this out a little faster.
Let's talk about for a second what you've been doing lately, and it is a lot. Moving to London for a bit. We saw each other over in Abu Dhabi for the Crucible. Then you go, let's go do some holidaying in Spain. Then you're going back to Atlanta.
Yes. Yes, you know my schedule better than I do at this point. Yeah.
That's very busy.
Yes. And to top it off, while we were in Spain, we did get our passports stolen, and that makes it difficult to go back whenever you don't have passports. They don't really like you to do that. So we've had a heck of a time going back and forth here. But back in London for the foreseeable future, hopefully. I keep joking that our current home is the hotel because that's where all of our things are at. So it's a lovely home.
It's also reassuring that, you can pack light, get everything you own into one space, and be mobile like that.
Yes, packing light is not my forte, but Chandler's, his military background has taught me a lot. What is needed and not needed.
Now, obviously with Chandler, with that wrist injury, it hasn't been ideal preparation.
Yeah, so that happened right before Wodapalooza, which is about 8 weeks ago at this point, which is actually the ideal healing time for a bone fracture. So while it didn't work out well for Wodapalooza, it did work out well for this weekend, and he's back to doing pretty much everything, even though he just used his wrist last week. It was a bit of a interesting prep for a competition, not something I would suggest most people do.
CrossFit, one more rep to the bottom of the screen in the white and black. And I'm liking the heights on both boxes. It seems to be the same sort of tough element for both parties. Let's talk strategy a little bit with machine versus box. And as Tommy said, with choose your own adventure. What's the best sequence to go through? Are you doing a certain amount of reps? Is working on time? Or do you do sort of like a Tabata 40-20 type scenario? What works better?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, I feel like the box and the dumbbell especially end up being a little bit more of your rest, even though, like you mentioned, the box is high. But if you can keep a good cadence with that, you're going to hopefully get your heart rate down just a little bit. And I would say that your switches would be more based on people for the machines. You're going to want to hopefully hit a certain amount of calories. The hope also would be that you would be done with the box and dumbbell before the machines, so you get back to that and you can send it at the end.
Babysitter's doing very well yesterday.
I have a sneaking suspicion behind the name Babysitters. Both of the women athletes a little bit older than the younger up-and-coming male athletes, so they're probably having to maybe babysit just a little bit behind the scenes. I don't know. Do you guys have that kind of team structure? Do you have a mom of the group, a caretaker?
You know, I was actually a little jealous of this team name. When I did Wadapalooza a few weeks ago, I was with Sydney McAlishan and Annika Greer, who are on the younger side compared to me. I am 30 years old now, and they are in their low 20s, we will say. And I jokingly was the mom of the group and had to kind of wrangle in my children every once in a while. It's a fun role to be in. It takes a little bit of the edge off actually having to compete whenever you can be in charge.
Did they have a curfew?
If they did not adhere to it at all. We had ice cream every night.
There's something wrong with that. That's why you train, isn't it?
Exactly. We won't point any fingers. Not while the cameras aren't on.
Babysitters back for another switch. They are in lane number 4. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Box jump overs, with that rest every single time, you can probably just keep doing the movement. So it's going to come down to the fatigue levels on the machines where they're going to have to swap out.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the box is easy to keep that cadence with, as long as you're not a particularly height disadvantaged athlete, I believe. The 30 inches is kind of high for the guys. 24 is not nothing for the girls either. I mean, you just saw the individuals do the workout. Everybody was at 20 inches across, and they made it look like a cakewalk. So this is a little bit higher than that. Definitely takes a bit of a toll. But I think when they get to that dumbbell, they're going to be able to grip and rip a little bit faster.
Cross set, one more rep. Continue in lane number 2. And the 3 teams from the same gym in the same heat again. Lane 7 and 8.
Wonder if there's a little bit of talk on the floor between them.
The chatter would be so good.
Oh, yeah. Got to mic them up for the next one.
Bragging rights all the way through. A fairly generous time cap as well of 20 minutes. And we've noticed with the individuals in the previous workout, pacing was like primary goal to get a good result. With this, you obviously can't go out too hot or you're in deep trouble. What sort of pace are we sitting on? We're sitting on like a 70 to 80%. You're just dropping that back a little to maintain.
Yeah, I think if you have like a zone 3 pace, if you spend a lot of time on machines like Chandler does, or like I have to at some time, you end up finding that pace you can hold in a workout, probably something that you would want to be holding for a 20-minute test. Maybe a little bit slower than that because you don't want to blow up by the back half like you mentioned. You want to be able to do sort of an interval style, faster pace once we get there.
Make it sound like one chooses to be on the machine and the other is just being a really good spouse.
One of us chooses to watch Netflix on the machines, and the other one is definitely more locked in.
I like that first option.
Yeah, it's a very good way to get through all your shows. There's lots of stuff to watch.
CrossFit, one more rep. The Babysitters and Krieger and Friends, your first 3 teams to move forward. Off the grid are done as well.
It's very close between everybody here. They all kind of moved on pretty similarly.
Blacklisted HQ. They are in lane number 5 to the far right of your screen.
It's worth noting you don't have to switch arms on the dumbbell too, so you're kind of free to just let it rip on one side if you feel better.
Let's talk about that for a second. Is that a safer option so you're not transferring every single time with the possibility you could drop it?
I think from the hang to it makes sense, right? Like it's a little bit different transition where you don't get to drop it on the floor, let it rest while you transition between hands. If you're also trying to kind of add a little bit of, I don't want to say artificial intensity, but inject bigger sets into it, just let them hang on to the dumbbell. Don't make them think about the transition. And naturally, people will hold on for bigger sets, I think.
Yeah, I think mentally, if you know that you're doing 5 on one side, 5 on the next, that's a little bit easier than thinking 1, 2, 3, 4. You just know you're breaking at 5, which feels easier.
Dumbbells will be progressed down the floor. And as the changes start happening, the distance between transitions increases, meaning more time of no work done. Blacklisted HQ, the top-ranked team in this first heat. Opportunity now to progress forward.
I also think it really helps too for, sticking with one arm. Jesse, I don't know if you're able to do this, but some athletes are able to choke up on the dumbbell and actually get a hook grip on there a little bit.
Yeah, as long as you have enough thumb tape on, I think that's the best way to go about it. You also see some of the teams doing a little dip under every time they catch, which kind of helps save the back and the shoulders just a little bit more.
Is that something you use kind of interchangeably, like the hinge at the hip, more like you would see from maybe a kettlebell swing, or the upright torso just kind of bouncing like the dip and a jerk?
Yeah, I think Chandler and I talk a lot about different variation speeds that you need for each movement. For a burpee box jump over, you should have 3 different speeds. I think barbell cycling, there should be different speeds based on the workout, and similarly this dumbbell kind of needs to move differently. If you're doing a set of 50 to 70 versus a quick set of 10, it's going to look a lot different. I think for this one it is a longer set, so something that's more sustainable for you is a little better.
And speaking of those different speeds, that was something we were discussing earlier with Katrin about making the adjustment from individual to team and vice versa. I know you've competed on both sides of that equation. What is the biggest difference, do you think, in terms of speed when you go over to team?
I think, obviously, in team, it's a little bit more of an interval-style workout, so you're going to be going hard for 20 to 30 seconds and then resting for 30 seconds. So switching to that component of knowing, okay, I'm going to get a rest after this, you really find truly a 4th or 5th gear, especially in this kind of setup. I think you're going to see some people going pretty hard on the machines here in that similar style when you get that rest in between. So individually, you're going to be holding your, like I said, zone 3 pace or something, but zone 5 for team is not unheard of in that interval style workout.
Spencer and Liana finishing up for Blacklisted HQ. They are heading back to the machines. Caroline and Brandon making the switch out. And Blacklisted HQ, one of those teams that needs to make a move today. Coming in as one of our top ranked teams. Probably not the performances they were expecting or wanting yesterday. Brandon and Caroline in lane 5. The synchronization working very well.
Not their first rodeo.
Clear leaders, Blacklisted HQ.
And if you want to talk about the cost of additional transitions here, one more rep just swapped out their pairs, and during that transition to and from the dumbbells by both pairs, Blacklisted HQ got another 18 reps on the dumbbell. So trying to minimize that can be key, especially on the back half of this with the cycle rate on the dumbbell is so quick.
Off the grid, Samantha and Andy swapping out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like even if you're setting the dumbbell down for a little bit, like you see some of the teams doing, just staying out there is quite helpful, because unless you're sprinting back and forth, you're going to lose very precious moments.
To the right of your screen, Emily and Shane in the center. Coming to the dumbbell and synchronization just out a little. And you don't want to be putting that dumbbell over your head for any longer than you want to.
It's interesting to see some athletes still opting to switch every single hand. I mean, assuming that your teammate might not do that, that's another wrinkle added into the synchro element, right? It's just going to be faster to stick with one hand for extended reps.
Yeah. Yeah, Blacklisted HQ is doing a good job of that, staying on one side.
And good communication as well. Quick break from Blacklisted HQ, putting them in a really good spot.
It's my favorite part of all the team competitions is hearing people yell from the floor, because you don't get that on the individual side. There's nobody, unless you're talking a little bit of trash, nobody's really yelling at each other on the floor. And it's a beautiful sound.
And one thing we did see yesterday with the synchronized worm lunge up and down the floor, some teams not speaking at all, just going through the movement pattern, knowing exactly what they had to do, but didn't speak at all.
Yep. That is a well-vetted team at that point. I know some teams choose to also do hand signals. I've spent some time at training Think Tank, obviously, over the last few months. They have a team hopefully going to the games this year, and they do a lot of hand signals to start, stop. You want to save your breath where you can.
Blacklisted HQ, all 4 athletes on the machines now. They were the first to finish 4B. Now they get the added advantage of a little bit of break before hopping on to attack those final calories.
Three minutes to send it on a machine. That's fun, but also not very fun.
I can hear it in your voice. I mean, at this point, right, we're 17 minutes into the workout. Is there a certain time frame you're looking for to kind of send out? Are you going 20, 30 seconds, 40 seconds? Yeah.
40 might be pushing it, and especially when your teammates are right behind you, I wouldn't go more than 30 seconds. Oh, we got a little... It must be done on the ski. Oh, no, not done on the ski.
I think she was trying to make sure he stuck to the planned interval time.
30 seconds was up. She said, I'm out.
Blacklisted, they are well in control. CrossFit, one more rep in lane 1. They are done with the dumbbells off the grid as well. And the babysitters all complete, and that is going to make things a whole lot easier back at the ski and the row. Now all bar one team left on the dumbbell snatch. Final 2 minutes coming. Actually got 2 teams on the snatch still. CrossFit, one more rep, Mathan. And the other one more rep team. Blacklisted HQ pushing hard to get this completed.
They are sending this. I love to see that.
Yeah, you really poured into those skier candles.
Yes. Haven't had a chance to play on the Rogue Skierg, but I heard it's got a good fan on it.
Ah.
Yeah.
As in good fan, as in you get a little bit of airflow.
I wish. I'm sure they wish too. I think it has a little bit more resistance from what I've heard, so maybe lower on the damper than you would for C2 machine. But it's tough when you might be touching that for the first time on the floor.
Blacklisted HQ. Caroline and Spencer are pushing hard.
30 seconds to go.
Apologies. Spencer jumping on now. Brandon was on before.
Seems like they're keeping the boys on the row and girls on the ski. They haven't really switched it all from that. Oh, she is.
Oh, wowza.
That's
Liana
impressive.
going for it.
Violent.
I would love to see her screen right now.
Are we going to get any teams finished under the time cap? And the answer to that question is going to be a big no.
Wow.
Oh, tough going.
It had to be close.
Hira was thinking the dumbbell snatch box jump over component was going to be the hard bit. No, no, no.
No, that is just a little in between fun to tire you out for the machines.
Even just, thinking about the math of it, for 400 calories in that 20 minutes, that's 20 calories a minute across the entirety. That's accounting for transitions and breaks and people hopping off. And I would encourage people to go try that at home. See if you can hold 20 calories a minute for 20 minutes.
For 400 calories.
I'm okay.
Yeah. While you're watching the stream, just a casual.
Or Netflix.
Or Netflix. Maybe a good Audible book.
Floor getting reset for our second heats, but our first heats doing it tough.
A lot of moving and shaking here between all the teams. We had 4A and 4B simultaneously, but it was Blacklisted HQ able to get their team to the dumbbells first. They were the first team to finish 4B and those synchronized hang dumbbell snatches. That meant all 4 athletes were on the machine together. Got to pick up the pace, really pouring into those machines up to the time cap, and we'll have to wait and get the count.
Heat number 1 in the books. The teams picking themselves up off the floor, making their way to the exits. Heat 2 not far away either. And Blacklisted HQ, one of those teams that really needed to make a move. And we go through that sort of sequence of, hey, the middle day, the Saturday, it's normally moving day. It's where you've got to push and try and put yourself in a good position for day 3 and finishing that top heat. So Blacklisted HQ trying to do that, and it looks as though they were the furthest team along. But let's head down to the competition floor. Amy Bream with Blacklisted HQ.
Great job, Blacklisted HQ. I know that we spoke a little bit at check-in, and 3 of you typically train together. Spencer, you're training out of a different state. So how much did that affect your confidence coming into this workout?
I don't think confidence was the issue. I think we all trust each other a lot and are confident in our abilities. It's just a few timing things, a few communications things that we don't get on a regular basis that a lot of teams that may train together do. So we found some of those hiccups, but definitely wasn't a confidence issue. I think we were pretty confident coming in.
Well, that definitely showed. That's definitely a grind of a workout. But Leanna, you said you actually feel better now than before the workout. Talk me through that thinking.
I don't know, it's day 2. Yesterday was a lot. I was very tired this morning, and I like long cardio workouts, so I think I gained energy as it went on.
Well, that showed for sure. You were sending it on that skier to finish. So looking at the rest of the weekend, do you have specific expectations for the team?
Not really. We just need to go out there and execute. We had a few mishaps yesterday, but I feel like this was a good one to start the day. So hopefully that gives us some momentum and we can continue on and do good in this next event later on and finish strong tomorrow.
For sure. We still have lots of points left. First time London for the team. How does it feel to be competing across the pond?
The time difference was a bit of a shock. We just made sure lots of sleep and chug some coffee and we were good.
You heard it here first. Lots of sleep, chug some coffee. It's working out well for you guys. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Drink more coffee. I'm on that.
Sleep more, drink more coffee. Those things are kind of at odds with each other sometimes, but I think you can somehow blend them.
Which blend? Are we still coffeeing?
Ethiopian blend, dark roast.
Colombian, yeah. As somebody who has traveled a lot in the last couple of months, I do think there is some science behind getting outside and seeing the sun as soon as you first get up to let your body know we are waking up at this time.
Mm-hmm. I am with you all the way. I'm one of those people as well.
And the coffee.
Live on planes and hotels.
Yes.
Not far away. Our second heat's onto the competition floor. And are we going to see any teams finish this tough one? It is 4A and 4B. And the first workout for our elite teams on our second day of competition. Our second heat onto the floor.
Let's bring out the teams for heat number 2. In lane number 10, Zeus Austria from Austria. Lane 9, Road to Greatness, Germany. Lane number 8, Grit Red, Spain. Lane number 7, the Pace Programming, Germany. Lane number 6, Team Flick, Denmark. Lane number 5, Pursuit of Happiness, Denmark. And lane number 4, RX Performance, Sweden. Lane number 3, Team Wit, United Kingdom. Lane number 2, XT Oslo Krieger, Norway. And lane number 1, Zeus Vondelgym, the Netherlands.
Our lane assignments for a second of our elite teams and our final team workout for this morning. When I say this morning, it's early afternoon. It just feels like morning.
It's probably morning in Australia.
No, I don't know what it is. This is 4A and 4B for our elite teams.
2 scored workouts going simultaneously. You're going to try and work through 400 calories on the rower, 400 calories on the ski erg. Meanwhile, the other pair will be going through 150 synchro box jump overs and 150 synchro dumbbell hang single arm snatches. If you finish either one early, primarily 4B, you can join the other teammates and work together as a team of 4. As Jeremy mentioned, will we see a team finish both Blacklisted HQ knocked out 4B?
Teams, they're in a rush. Best way to get through 4A and 4B for our teams, the blueprint. Let's hope someone can follow it and get there. Presented by Rogue.
Well, I think for some of the newer teams that don't get to practice as much, maybe putting some structure into their workout, having some set intervals can help them better manage the chaos that can happen between these 2 simultaneous workouts. And then a furious finish. We saw it in the first heat already. You're going to finish 4B first. That means you're going to have all 4 at the machines. That's only going to mean you're going to have to pick up the pace and really let it rip on the rower and skier to finish, especially if you want to get all 400 calories under the cap.
Interesting what the Blacklisted HQ team said about competing together and communicating. That's obviously a big component of that, but if you don't practice that in training, it's very hard to replicate on the competition floor.
Yeah. Especially whenever you're not right next to each other, so you cannot yell in between to let people know how you're feeling and what you're doing.
Now, going to our worm yesterday, is that a component with the crowd roaring, music pumping? Is that a major issue because you've got this big implement and you're, say, doing work with the worm, and say it was a lunge yesterday? It's very difficult for the first person to hear the fourth person, and how does that work?
Yeah, we had a bit of chaotic time, specifically with the worm and lunging a few years ago when I was on a team with Lauren Fisher and Chandler and Josh Alshama. And we were doing lunges. Lauren was getting no-repped on her lunge, but the judge was in front, so she didn't know she was the reason we were getting no-repped. And we couldn't tell her that because it was too loud. And so it continued to happen over and over again and was a very chaotic moment. And I think you see with teams that have practiced together, they know how to handle that, versus if it's new to you, you don't really know how to communicate that or figure it out.
Rogue, don't weaken, official equipment supplier of the World Fitness Project. Just scan that QR code on your screen. all bar one of our teams. Now all teams moving their boxes forward.
Something else that's important to note is those boxes do not move easily, so making sure you can move them without wasting a lot of energy is important. I saw a few teams struggling with that. Yes, getting it stuck on the tape.
But that's stuff you need to practice.
Yep.
That teams probably overlook a little bit.
It reminds me of when you have some athletes in the gym that maybe aren't competitive all the time, and suddenly you have to go through something like the Open where you have to do a weight change on your own, and you can see the people that have spent that time practicing those little things, the connective tissue transitions, moving boxes, moving weights on and off. Doesn't seem like much, but those little things start to add up.
An extra 5 seconds on the rower at the end is another calorie or two. That all matters.
Victor and Julie for Team Fleck getting to work on the machines. Eskild and Mia on the box. And I don't know if you're aware, but chatting to a couple of the teams through our interview process yesterday, a lot of the teams from Copenhagen, people from random teams got together and created teams to come and compete.
The super teams, yes.
But hey, we like each other and we work well together, so we thought we'd create a team. Sure. So we don't actually have one team from the finals last year competing here. We've got bits and pieces from all over the place. So.
Yeah.
I think you guys scared them off.
I don't know if it was me as much as it was probably Jamie and Roldan and Fabian.
That's fair.
2 of those guys competing here this weekend too, which is cool to see.
And good for you to compete with Jamie in Abu Dhabi early in the year as well. That was
It's always
great
cool
to
to see people a few weeks later and have them, I guess, be your competition. But
I guess it was a few weeks later, wasn't it?
It was. It was a quick turnaround. It's fun when you do that too, because then you know that person a lot better as a competitor and you can strategize a little bit more. We had a fun race on a run there.
Quarter of the way through our first workout for our teams today, 4A and 4B. This is our second heat. We'll wrap things up before we get to the On the Pole show with Derek Forrest, Annie Torres-Dotter, Pip Malone and Ed Haynes. There we go. Carry the box. Don't push it. It's
Pursuit
easier.
of Happiness doing a great job of running back and forth between stations here. Same with Team Fleck. This is impressive to watch.
Well, yesterday, a third, a second, and a first for Pursuit of Happiness, so they did pretty well. And that 11th place finish, probably not where they wanted to finish the day.
Jesse, at this stage of your career, how much mental energy are you expending when it comes to the synchro movements? I know it kind of varies based on the movement, but especially for the newer athletes, I think it maybe piles up a little bit more than they think, having their attention not necessarily solely be on their own movement.
Yeah. I think that there's a big component to knowing your partner as well. I think because I've had a lot of time practicing synchro, when I do, let's say, different team competitions like Wadapalooza with Sydney or Annika, I become the one that I will watch them. I just let them do their thing and I figure out how to match my pace to that. And so I think if you have that knowledge, a lot of times I think people are trying to get both people to synchro with each other, and it's usually one person synchroing with somebody else, whoever has the capacity to go faster or slower in that movement based on your skill set. It's a really important factor.
It's kind of like isolating one variable, one athlete, let them go at the pace they're going to go, and let the other person kind of
adapt.
Yeah.
Yes.
If possible.
If a lot of adaptations. And sometimes that changes middle of the workout. Usually it's a big watch me call and then figure it out.
Team Fleck and Pursuit of Happiness continue to battle it out in the center of the arena. Let's head down to the competition floor. Amy Breen.
All right, well, I am really interested in seeing how pace programming turns out in this workout, but also just the day in general. They had quite a few ups and downs yesterday. I think during workout 2, Kat was actually struggling with a handstand walk. She celebrated getting through and then actually didn't cross the line and got a solid no rep for the team, which was not a great moment for them, but then they came back to win the workout in the final event of the day. And so just seeing the ups and downs of this team, they've really been able to pull together and celebrate the wins and be together in the lows. So that final workout win of the day yesterday pulled them into 3rd place. We'll see if they can hang on to it.
Pace programming. One of those teams, Skilled and Mia. well and truly in sync.
I think you're seeing it a little bit more in this heat, people staying on one side for longer periods of time. It's always fun to be in the second heat. You can learn a little bit from the first heat, strategize.
Is there a limit to that, though? Obviously, you don't want to completely throw your strategy out the window, but where's kind of the line for you in being able to pull something from a previous heat if you see someone successful?
Yeah, actually, I was just talking to Chandler about this yesterday because we saw, I believe it was Tom Kingdom, do a pretty cool technique on his short rope climbs. He was doing almost a kip to get up for one hand, and I was like, oh, that's probably saving a lot of energy. It seemed to be a little faster. Told Chandler about it. He's not going to learn how to do something new immediately before. So I don't think developing a new technique right before the event is best, but sometimes it's a strategy point. See how people break things up.
Got some scores to beat. Blacklisted HQ 1602 for part 4B and 4A 667 reps for Krieger and friends. And for all of your official results, scan that QR code on your screen and that will give you everything, results, schedule, any announcements coming up as well.
We said blacklisted was 667, so they were 133 reps away from finishing. Okay.
That's a long way.
It is. Be very impressive, yeah.
Now, going through what we've seen from heat number 1, and we're now almost at the halfway point of heat 2. Do you get your pairs on the box and the dumbbell to push even harder to then get back to the machines to be able to churn through more reps?
Yeah, I think so, especially when you get to this dumbbell, it's less cardio taxing as it is grip taxing, and once you get back to the ski erg and the row, you don't need your grip as much, so I would try to send it on this dumbbell so you can get back and help your teammates and, like you said, start pulling over those 20 cows a minute.
It's interesting. I'm watching Pursuit of Happiness right now. They're doing at least the previous pair was doing sets of 5 on each arm, and I think they're doing a set amount total, and they're letting the work on the dumbbell, the athlete over here, be the dictator of when they switch. So they're both really aggressive for about 25, 30 reps. Set the dumbbell down together, and there was no question about whether or not they were transitioning. Clearly something that they've worked out ahead of time.
Pursuit of Happiness continue to battle out with Team Fleck. Louis and Vera in sync. Now, does it make it easier? So the dumbbell on the inside arm of each athlete, does that make it easier to see compared to the outside arm, or is it something that you work through different components, see what works and see what doesn't?
Yeah, I think it depends maybe on your bicep size too. If you can see past your arm or not, it's probably important.
Never had that problem. Never had that problem.
Normally, I like to keep things on the same side if I am synchroing with somebody. It just feels a little bit more natural if you're already doing the exact same movement. But obviously for this, you can be on whatever side as long as the movement is happening in a
Jonas
synchro pattern.
and Berta continuing for Pursuit of Happiness. Eskild and Mia back for Team Fleck. Team Fleck currently your leader, 360 points. Back to Pursuit of Happiness, 335. And pace programming, Team Amy touched on before, 315. But RX Performance not too far away in fourth, only 15 points back. Jonas from Team Cooked from the final in Copenhagen.
This is a fun event too because obviously on part B you can see where your competitors are at, but on part A, unless you go over and look at their screen, which I'm not against, it's hard to tell where everybody is at.
Pursuit of Happiness. Continue to switch out. Louis and Vera. It's been interesting to see the combination of who does what once they do get to the machines. As you mentioned before, males were consistently sitting on the row. Just seen a swap there with Jonas going to the row. Louis and Vera continuing. 7 minutes left, Team Fleck. Victor and Julie.
Victor wearing a long sleeve is one of the most impressive things I've seen. Chandler also just did that too. It is warm down there.
It doesn't feel that warm from up where we are. Obviously, we're not doing a lot of exercise up here, but how's the temperature been overall? Has it been a little bit cooler? Like outside, I heard yesterday was 25 degrees, and I went, oh, that would have been
you
wonderful.
guys don't get to go outside too much while you're here.
Sun in London?
In London, it's been nice. I think once you get down on the floor, you got the black flooring and then the lights coming down, so no matter what, you get some more body heat, and it does get warm down there, which is another thing to factor in to your plan.
Pursuit of Happiness continuing to fight for that lead with Team Fleck.
And this is likely going to be the pair that finishes out their dumbbells. They're right there last, I was just about to say last 10, but I guess last 5.
Pursuit of Happiness, they are going to be next finished.
I imagine this pair will stay out for a little bit and then probably do one more transition. Oh, no, they're going back already.
They're done.
Our top 2 teams in lanes 5 and 6 battling out.
I mean, that's about 2 minutes ahead of Blacklisted HQ from the previous heat. That's also just 2 extra minutes of them making that adjustment for the machines and being able to pick it up a little bit.
Jonas and Berta not in too much of a rush to head back to those machines either.
Say more of a stroll back?
Casual stroll.
I'm sure their teammates are wishing they would run a little bit more.
And the change coming for Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh boy, does that say 200?
204. We've got 4.5 minutes to get 200 calories.
Jonas and Berta continuing. Oh, come on.
What's the mental state there when, I mean, you're going to check the clock every once in a while, maybe do a quick check in here or there. When you realize that, all right, we're not going to finish this under the cap. The clock's not going to save us. We're going to have to work right through to the end.
Yeah, I think that's a mental toughness aspect right there. And also, again, doing team, knowing that you're going to send it as hard as you can for your 20 or 30 second interval and just trusting that your teammates are also going to give 100%.
Just over 3.5 minutes remaining of our second heat of Elite Team 4A and 4B. For some teams, 4B already completes. Team Fleck. Victor and Julie. Oh, the eyes closed for Victor.
Don't even want to know what that screen says.
Nothing good.
No.
Nothing good.
Okay.
233 for Cals and now 235 Cals.
He's pulling at almost 1,700 calories per hour there, which is not a chill pace.
No. I remember you mentioning chill before. Yeah. No.
This workout is not chill.
Pursuit of Happiness. Trying to chase down. Score to beat 667. That from Krieger and friends from Heat 1. How much does disappointing or letting your teammates down affect you in this sort of latter part where things are getting really tough for everybody?
It's a good question. I think I always jokingly say that I'd try harder for other people than I would for myself, and I think that's what makes people want to do the team aspect side of things. You feel a little bit more, I don't want to say guilt, but maybe there is some guilt of letting somebody else down when they're relying on you. So I think maybe the number on the screen isn't exactly what you're expecting it to be, but if people see full effort, when we were in Invictus, full effort is full victory, was what we said all the time. So as long as you're giving your 100%, I don't think there's anything to ever be disappointed in.
Only 90 seconds away from the finish of 4A and 4B. And the teams again on day number 2 of tour stop number 1 will finish things off. Team Fleck looking to finish strong and finish on top of the leaderboard again at the end of day 2.
I think that score from Blacklist is going to be hard to beat. You got 1 more minute.
Eskild and Mia getting to work on the right of screen. Jonas and Berta for Pursuit of Happiness. Oh, wow. I'd love to see what that is. Oh, no, what is that? 1,700. Oh, there's a chance.
And they've actually, done a decent amount of work in that last couple of minutes. 4 minutes left. They were almost 200 calories away. And
I know what's going to happen in about 25 seconds from now. There's going to be people just falling on the floor.
Carnage.
The worst part of the workout is the judges telling you have to leave the floor once you've laid down.
Well, Sarah Sigmundsdottir this morning, she thought it was a 15-minute cap and it was 16, so she sent it for... Then the judge says, no, you got 1 more minute, and she wasn't done.
I would just be done after that. 15-minute cap for me. Wow.
And all done. And not one team getting all the work complete. Some tough going, and there is some bodies strewn all over the floor.
Oh, my gosh.
What a great
Victor, some quiet time required.
Look in the back left there. Just looks like he's...
Put some chalk marks around the bodies and...
It's nap time.
That's so good. We got just different people doing different things.
It's fun to lean on the machines afterwards, too. They provide good support, yeah. Oh, the pole, yeah. You need close-ups on every single one of these people right now.
Well, as
it's all fun and games when we started.
Full effort is full victory. I think a lot of the athletes had a full victory here, despite no one finishing underneath the cap. On 4B, though, it was Pursuit of Happiness. They led pretty much from the outset. First team off of the box, first team done with the dumbbell. First team to have all 4 athletes working and pouring into those handles on the rower and the ski erg. And as you can see, as time runs out,
I'll tell you what, this interview could take a while. These athletes are not moving fast at all.
Maybe they could interview them from a horizontal position.
Has happened before. So we look at what we've just witnessed over the last 2 heats. Expectation versus reality, and no one finishing, which was a little bit of a surprise. What does that do for your mental capacity moving forward within the competition?
I think that, if you got to practice this workout a little bit, maybe you knew that the machine was going to be a tough sell. I think that you saw some teams maybe with different strategy. We had a few teams that seemed to send the Part B a little bit more, maybe a little more conservative on the machines, but they were able to send it once they got everybody back there, which I think was a smart call. But we'll kind of see how the leaderboard shakes up with that.
Oh, some tough going for our teams. So let's head down to the competition floor. Amy Bream.
Team Oslo Krieger, great job. A workout like that, there are so many strategies that you can do. Did you test that workout beforehand as a team?
We did. And the amount of strategies we went through was countless up until seconds before coming on the floor. So it's a very tactical workout, and I'm very happy we stuck to our game plan, didn't break, kept transitions quick, and it paid off, especially in the first event.
Absolutely. And Adam, you are the only member of this team. You were actually in the finals, coming back with a different Krieger team here in Tour Stop 1. Has that experience helped you coming into this particular competition?
Absolutely, because the setup is just as amazing as last time. So things like the rope climb were very similar. So it was great to give a bit of experience to the team. And we've got some team members here which have also had a lot of team experience. So that's obviously paying off in a good way. We first time together as a team, so lots of learning curves, but it's really exciting and a great journey and super fun on the way.
Will we see you back in the next Tour Stop?
I hope so, but it's a little further, so we'll see.
Well, there's such a dominant presence of Krieger athletes here in particular. What does it feel like to have that support system while you guys are competing?
It's amazing. It's kind of just like training at home again. I mean, 20% of the female athletes are from Krieger, back in Oslo, back in the gym we all train in. So it feels very close to home, and it's great energy to bring here. Lots of support coming over, athletes supporting each other, loads of coaches giving great tips. So we couldn't thank the program enough.
That's incredible. We love to hear that. Great job.
Thank you so much. Nice game.
Thank you, Amy. Adam, Greg, nailing it. And one of those athletes coming back after our final, finding another team, join them together. Hey, let's go compete.
Well, I mean, based on everything that we've seen, it probably wasn't that hard just to walk into CrossFit Oslo and be like, hey, do we have any fit people here that want to train with me?
There's a few.
Yeah. Just take your pick. Just, I don't know, close your eyes and start pointing.
That's it. Point.
The trip from, here to where they're at in Europe versus going to Mexico City is probably a little bit nicer, so easier turnout for them.
Big time. And something Adam did say in that interview just now was support network. You've obviously got a good support network where you are and with Chandler as well. How important is that?
Oh, it's monumental. It really, once you start going down to the team side of it too, if you have 4 people that need to get somewhere, it's a lot harder than getting one person to go out. Even there's a lot of athletes here that I know that don't have coaches that could come out because of the travel and everything. It's really difficult. So to be able to get 4 people, that's really impressive. So people that have gyms and families that can help them and support them to get out here, it's very impressive.
Big time. Can't thank you enough for coming in, for some insights as well as everything you're doing. Hopefully you can just stay put and stay solid just for...
Probably not.
No, probably not. Make sure you don't get your passport stolen. But thank you so much for coming in. We're going to get to On the Polls very shortly. Derek Forrest, Pip Malone, Ed Haynes and Annie Thorstad are going to break down exactly what's happened for our individuals this morning and our teams as well on behalf of the entire crew here, Tommy Marquez and Jesse Smith. Amy Bream on the competition floor. We will see you back here very shortly for this afternoon's proceedings. We'll see you then.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a rocket no more.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.
Welcome back into On the Pulse Live here in London, England at Drumsheds. 3 workouts are in the books for the individuals, and the leaderboard is starting to shake up here on Saturday. I am Derek Forrest. From left to right, we got Annie Thorisdottir, Pip Malone, and Ed Haynes. We're going to start right off the bat by talking about the women. Let's take a look at the heat standings in workout 3. And of course, it was... the men's standings before I throw off production. We're starting with the men. Roman Krinikov ended up winning the heat in London Pro 3, followed by Aniel Lakai, James Sprigg, Jono Koski, and Chris Ibarra. This was a competition that there was a little bit of gamesmanship here, and we're going to talk about that here in just a little bit between the top 3 that we see, Roman, Aniel, and James Sprigg. But an exciting finish for them in terms of the standings after the first 3 workouts of the weekend. Roman Krinikov is sitting atop the leaderboard, followed by Aniel Lakai. Ty Jenkins is sitting in 3rd, James Sprigg in 4th, and you see Nate Ackerman in 5th, Chris Ibarra in 6th, Yonakoski 7th, Tuda Magda, Yelahosta, and Spencer Panchik rounds out your top 10. But that workout for the men, it was coming down to Roman, Sprigg, and Aniel. And when we got to that final box, it was James Sprigg who was hoping that he was going to be able to hold off Roman. But I don't know if he expected Roman to go unbroken into that final box.
Yeah, strategy was a massive one. We saw on the screen, the commentary booth, we're talking about this idea of starting hot and staying out in front. And for the most part, in most of the heats, we saw that actually be a really effective strategy, except for the men's final heat. James set off at a blistering pace. Roman was hot on his tail. Roman said that he knew the separator was going to be that final set of dumbbells and the thrusters. And it just looked like he'd held enough back that he could make, a lot of time off in those last moves. I think he made a total of 47 seconds up in total on that final set of thrusters to sneak in front of James. And then, Aniel Lakai as well, just sneaking out of nowhere. He had a massive day yesterday and finishing with a 2nd place in that event with what's to come as well. Scary. We're kind of seeing some normalcy being returned to the men's leaderboard. We had 2 challenges in the top 10 before this event. Now we've got the top 9 all being the pros, and that's why they're the pros. When there's enough events start coming out, they find their ways to the top.
But the challenges are coming, Ed.
They are, Pip. Tell us.
And my eyes were on the Norwegian Victor Helsinghoff. What an amazing performance. 7th overall in the workout. That performance pushed him 10 places up the leaderboard from 23rd place to 13th place, which is huge. He's not the only one though. Quinn Robinson, the American, he was also a standout to me. 8th overall in that workout, pushing him into 11th. Also Spencer Panchik also in there as well. But also Alex Katoulis, the Greek athlete. still sitting in that bubble. So places 10, 11, 12, and 13 are all challenger males, and they're right there on the bubble trying to get into that top 10.
I thought it was cool to see from Quinn as well, because you talked about it yesterday. He was like failing that rep and it was so costly for him. He was so close to that threshold today. Thankfully that didn't happen too much, but it looks like he's like really going for it this weekend. Like he is taking chances and seeing if it's going to pay off.
I think that's a beautiful thing about the World Fitness Project, is that you always have two stories going on. You got the pros who are vying for the top, and then you got the second competition with the challengers who are trying to break into pros. And so it makes for a really interesting storyline, because if you are a challenger and you're fighting for this pro card, you're up against 20 of the best athletes, and you cannot rest on your laurels. You can't be taking it easy and thinking that you're going to finish in a top 20 spot. So these challenges kind of throw the kitchen sink at every single workout, and you're seeing it with Quinn, you know, just riding that line, just so fine, and so far he's doing pretty damn well.
That's what I think is the benefit of the new scoring system. We saw a little bit of it last year with the challengers creeping in, but not as many as we're already seeing, right, after just 3 workouts on day 1. So how much more excitement, if you will, or more, how much does it add to the storyline, the fact that these challengers are right here on these pros' heels, especially just midway through the weekend?
I think it just gives the challengers a bigger drive to go for some of these, like to take bigger chances and go for some of these wins. And even hearing the pros talk about it, like Janikowski talked about it on the floor now. He ended up taking 4th in this event. Loves the combination of thrusters, and that's pretty crazy, thrusters and burpees. But he even mentioned that like sometimes you just need to take that chance, knowing that it pays so much off to win or be in one of those top spots. So that's why he went for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think it's doing 2 things. I think the challengers are gaining confidence workout by workout, and they're coming out more and more aggressive. And I think it's putting pressure on the pros, which is having maybe a little bit of an opposite effect with some of them. So it's going to be a really exciting afternoon.
I think we might see even more gaming when it comes to the next 2 events, but we'll save that for later.
You talk about confidence. Let's take a minute to talk about Annual Akai. Sitting in 2nd place right now on the men's side of things. Had a great day yesterday. He does the same thing here by challenging James and Roman. How much more is this adding to his confidence as this weekend continues?
Yeah, I mean, he's come into this season putting a lot of work in the off season. He was confident. He was confident coming into the weekend, but he was very confident coming into that workout. Pip, you called it. You said, workout 1, we're going to see some familiar or similar results in this workout, and Anil Kai took 1st place, and he's backed that up again with 2nd. So, you know, I would say we've talked a lot this weekend already about what it's like to have a target on your back, but we've just been talking about what it's like to be the underdog, the person who has no pressure on their shoulders, and they just got everything to play for. And I think although he's established himself as a pro, and you know, I'm sure the top guys know of his abilities, he's got nothing to lose. And so he can really get after these workouts, take some risks. And I'm sure he's not surprised at the position he's in right now.
Yeah, let's turn our attention to the women's side of things, and we'll take a look at the heat results for London Pro 3 for them as well. On the women's side of things, it ended up being Vor Thurman Moe who ended up winning the event, also winning her heat. Laura Horvath, she finished in 2nd place. Oda Ludwigvam finished in 3rd. Amy Kringle in 4th. Nice little battle again between Laura and Amy in their heat. And then you see Olivia Kerstetter sitting in 5th. And then you've got Bergos Bjornstadter sitting in 6th in the heat there. So nice to see the youngster being able to compete with the top dogs as well. But in terms of the overall standings after 3 events, Laura Horvath again still sitting atop the leaderboard right now. She has 285 points, 4 points above Amy Kringle at 281. Andrea Solberg in 3rd, Ella Wilkinson in 4th. Emma Tall is your top 5. And as we mentioned at the top of the weekend, we had the battle between Laura and Amy all season long last year, and that is continuing today.
Yeah, absolutely. They're separating themselves a little bit from the pack, and I do think that they're going to have some still great events that are showing up for them. I don't think there's any big holes that will get exposed this weekend. But bringing it back to this event, we had Laura and Amy battling it out. but actually the winner was in the second to last heat. So thankfully she had a great push. It was cool to see the 4 Norwegian girls kind of like taking off, but then ended up being Var Thurmemo and Oda Lundekvam, both from Norway, that kept on keeping that lead, and Var gradually separated herself from the pack. She ended up taking first place, and she moved from 11th till 7th place on the leaderboard, and Oda from 19th to 12th place on the leaderboard. Var was just so consistent throughout, but she did the same as Sprague did, but she managed to hold on to it. She failed 2 thrusters there, so I wonder what her time could have been if she would not have failed those 2 thrusters. She did tell me that the same thing happened in training, and apparently that's not a panicky move for her. She was okay with that happening. It was just shoulders burning out, and she had more in the tank.
And you know this, Annie, it is so hard to set the time to beat in one of the earlier heats because it's just how it happens. It's just everyone else is watching, they know what to do. So naturally, that time can get beaten, but here it held up and it was awesome to see. And I think as well, going back to the men where we were saying the challenges are coming, same thing in the women. We have 2 inside the top 10 with Bergeros and Leah. Inside that top 10, but in the top 20, there is 6 women from the challenges. So they're coming in the female division as well and putting that pressure. And I saw in those top heats what that pressure was doing to some of our pros. And do you agree, Ed?
I totally agree. I mean, when we're looking at the women's leaderboard, we don't want to say it's a 2-horse race because we are seeing Annie and we are seeing, we're seeing Amy. Hi, Annie.
Thank you.
Hi. You be there if you were competing. And Laura, spreading their lead. There's a 47-point spread now between Amy and 3rd place Andrea Solberg. So that gap is big. We've still got the potential to shake up this leaderboard, but it is very, very cool to see these challenges in the women's division really vying for the top 5 spot. And I think we could see some shakeups now. And we're not going to talk about the next workout just yet, but we know some of these ladies have the ability to take home some big points.
Yeah, I was very happy to see how Bergeros also attacked this workout. I know she's a little bit afraid on the next 2 events, but 19 years old, and she was feeling, now being in this heat, she was feeling that, I don't want to say intimidation, but a little bit more stress. Now she has girls that she knows are going to be so fast, and she knows that she might need to just keep her pace, and that takes maturity and time to develop. So it was very cool to see that she maintained her speed, and then when she got to those thrusters, they were the game changer. Like her moving on those thrusters, it was so fast, and she overtook so many there, taking 6th in that workout. But again, she has to take advantage, and those girls that know they have weaknesses, they need to take advantages before some of the other workouts come up.
Yeah, you mentioned Bergeros. She's in the top 10. She's sitting in 9th. I wanted to bring something up real quick. Amanda Jobs was emotional after she won her heat, right? But talking about just being in her biggest competition she's ever been in. Some other youngsters like Bergeros are in that same situation. How much confidence is it bringing the youngsters knowing that they're able to compete with some of these top vets?
I mean, I want to actually just jump in and say this is the beauty of what the World Fitness Project is doing by offering the pro cards. She talked about the sacrifice and how much support she needs to be able to get to events like this and compete. And I think that was obviously bringing out a lot of emotions after a great win. But that's what the pro card does. It gives you the security to be a professional athlete, to remove the stress of doing constant online qualifiers, paying out your own pocket to get here and potentially going home with nothing. So, I mean, testament to what this organization is doing.
You're not just competing for 1st, 2nd, or 3rd paycheck. You're competing for a top 20 pro card, which make this a bigger game.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We've got one more event for the individuals, but it's a 2-parter. We're going to see a heavy deadlift or one rep max deadlift, followed by 100 calories on the Echo bike. But we also have another team competition there at the end. We are going to come back and preview 4A and 4B But as of right now, we're going to take a little break. That's going to be super exciting. That's going to be another competition that is going to shake up the leaderboard for sure. But we'll definitely have our reaction in just a little bit, just as
I can't wait.
as a little bit of a teaser there. But for Ed Haynes, Pip Malone, Annie Thorisdottir, I am Derek Forrest. We will be back in just a little bit. You're watching On the Pulse Live. We'll be back.
It all began with a jump rope in 2015. It was tangled, plastic, and poorly adjusted. We knew we could do better, and so we did. We built our first prototype by hand. It worked. It made a difference. Our first double unders made a big impact. We felt the joy of success for the first time, and it felt magical. From there, our mission became clear: to facilitate the joy of success for athletes around the globe. Since then, we've focused on one thing: improving what others overlook. Engineering and innovation are our tools.
Morning.
You ready?
Couldn't bet to be a rocket no more. Connect. See we just we was just.
Are you ready? Come on.
Of America, the World Fitness Project is finally here in Indianapolis. Welcome, Grand Park Sports Campus.